Ugh. Ugh. Hello? What's up? Oh my god, the chat is layered wrong. Hold on. There we go. Hello, everybody. How are we? How are we, besties? Hello. 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 Sorry, I'm absolutely demolishing a cookie. Why do you guys always ask me to back up? I like being close. I like being able to smell you. No. Nope. No. Hold on. Last bite. You even have a nose or nostrils? Bitch, does it look like I do? Does it look like I have a nose or nostrils? Kind of? Well, there you go. There's your answer. I kind of have a nose. Should you imagine just smell based on vibes? Yes, and all of your vibes are rancid. You guys all smell bad. You all smell like Garbo. Zoom, 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 zoom. Oh my god, I'm so fucking sleepy. I'm so fucking sleepy. I stayed up to watch Arcane. Let me tell you, it was not worth it. That shit was not worth it. That was not worth dick. That was not worth dick. Says the VTuber with a chain smoker OC. Hey, he's not real. You guys are real. It was absolutely not worth it to stay up and watch the Arcane thing. I hated the ending. I absolutely hated the ending. Yes, you are real. You're real. But I can't talk about it because it just came out and most people haven't seen it yet. I will never emotionally recover. I emotionally hate it. Are we talking about Arcane? Yes, but I'm not going to talk about any spoilers. I'm not going to talk about any spoilers. I was just saying my reaction to it, and it's not necessarily positive. But no spoilers in chat. No spoilers in chat. No spoilers in chat, or I'll kill you. I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. Maybe it was because I'm not a big Arcane or League of Legends lore person, but I didn't like it. But that's not to say that I hated all the episodes, because the first 2 episodes were pretty alright. The last one just sucks. You guys think that Arcane is gonna change the game enough so we'll stop seeing those like anime, the Western anime style things? Did they confirm that? I don't know. I don't know where they confirmed that, if they confirmed that anywhere. Did you see they're doing a video game anthology show and they made Spelunky look like Arcane? No. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Spelunky is. I mean, I don't mind if more things look like Arcane. At least the Arcane style is pretty. That fucking faux Western anime style that they have, like that fucking Avatar, The Last Airbender, Korra bullshit. I hate it. I hate it just because it's become so like regular, so typical. Excuse me. And they're also gonna have that League of Legends fighting game. I kind of do want to pick that up. Better than Family Guy style. That's like the most bottom of the barrel comparison we could ever fucking say. Like if I say this burger sucks and somebody says, well, at least you're not eating garbage, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't eat garbage in the first place. 2XKO. It looks fun. The art is really good. I am just excited to play Jinx. I do kind of want to play it. I'm really bad at fighting games. But fucking I'm really bad at fighting games, but I do kind of want to play it. Haven't watched the ending yet, but if your tweets are something to go by, Fujimoto is the only hope for the media industry. The way that Arcane ended, I just kind of like I was like, huh. And I'm like, I'll sleep on this. And I went and I slept. And then I woke up and I was like, I don't like it. But specifically the ending. The first two episodes are, you know, they're all right. They're pretty good. Especially the first one. But they just get like progressively worse. Like the first one's pretty good. The second one's like, all right. And then the third one is, yes. Hotsuki, yes. But again, I don't know anything about League of Legends lore, so maybe that would make things better. It would make things better if I knew some things, but I just like what I have are general criticisms that just apply to some things, you know, outside of that, all the lore shit, but, you know. Morning. Am I winning? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I could be. Maybe I am. No, my frames dropped all of a sudden. No! Stop dropping. Arcane is the one affecting the lore now rather than the lore affecting Arcane. Yeah, but it's still like I don't care about the League of Legends lore. I don't care about the Arcane lore either, or the lore of the Arcane. I only care about the characters. I'm always winning, but your frames aren't. I think that they caught themselves again, so we're all good. Yeah. It was interesting. It was interesting. It was interesting. That's all I can say about it. Without any spoilers, but it's just very it was an experience, you know. I will give it that. It was an experience. I experienced the end of Arcane. In League lore, Victor is the father of Blitzcrank, a robot that creates a successful Tinder. What? Like Tinder, like the app? Blitzcrank fucks? My can is about to pop. Hold on. There you go. I'm drinking the newer Monster flavor. It's like this Ultra Vice Guava, and it kind of tastes like ass. It kind of tastes like shit, unfortunately, which is a shame because it looked like it would have been so good. But ugh. So mid. Sounds like ass. I'm not really a big fan of guava. I would say in when I'm ranking the amount, like the fruits in the world, guava is pretty low on the list. Oh my god. I don't think that I'm gonna be streaming for as long as I usually do because I am so goddamn tired today. I really want to lay down, but I was like, I'm not gonna be able to stream anything next week, so besides my birthday. How's the paper lady? I'm alright. I'm seepy. I like the cold brew coffee monster. I have not tried any of the coffee monsters. I feel like coffee and monster are two things that don't really go together. Like caffeine and monster makes sense because caffeine is in monster, but coffee monster, I don't know if I would actually like that. Oh yeah, I did. B-Day? Yeah, my birthday is next week. My birthday is next week. Combinations. We'll see you later, innovator. The Nyadar also put the thing that they drew in the fucking art tag. It's so cute. Didn't you already have a birthday like 16 times earlier this year? No, you guys have wished me happy birthday more times than I can fucking count. But my actual birthday is next week on Friday. Oh my god. Stop it. Happy Fraught Day. That's not what it is. That's not what it's called. That's not what it's called. Why did we wish you birthday? You know what? I can't tell you. I could not tell you. I could not tell you exactly why. I just know that it's a joke that we say a lot, and I don't understand where it came from. It's been a long time. I don't remember where it's from. Your birthday is just before Mariah Carey's favorite month. Oh man, true. My birthday is the day before Porcelain Maids, actually. I string you along when not in the pain. Can't believe Porcelain made coffee to your birthday. Shut up, man. Oh man, but how are you guys, huh? How are we all doing today? Oh my god, I'm so fucking sleepy. Wake up, bitch! Wake up! Ugh. Doing good? That's good to know. Thank you, Zen. I appreciate it. Epic rap battles of history. Atlas Anarchy versus EP. Did I just wake up from a nap? No. I wanted to take a nap, but I got off of work too late. By the time I came home and had lunch, it was already 2:30. So I did not get a nap in. Been chilling sick. A lot of people are getting sick these days. What's up? I work on weekend. I work on Saturday mornings, yeah. I work on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays. Specifically, Mondays I have like Monday and Tuesdays I have really long shifts. My shifts on Saturdays are only supposed to be like a couple of hours, but we always overbook. So we always end up way later because I was supposed to get off at 12, right? But that did not happen. By the time I got home, like I said, it was like 2. And by the time I finished lunch, it was like 2:30 or something. So didn't get a sleep in. I was really hoping. Oh yes, I'm a receptionist. I did graduate from art school, but the state of the art industry right now is kind of shit. So while I look for jobs on the side, I'm also building up my experience as a receptionist just in case I never am able to make art my main job. So I can just do receptionist work. It's over. Why do you always kick me when I'm high? Sorry about that. Fix the pet right now. I gotta stop yawning, man. I gotta stop yawning. You guys gotta keep me awake. I wish that I took a nap. I considered just like either not streaming or streaming later, but I can't be asked. I just need to wake up. I just need to lock in. I need to lock in. I have an energy drink. I don't need a cup of coffee. Nap peacefully. Oh, it's so tempting. Oh, it's so tempting. It's so tempting to just go and take a nap, but no, I must not. My hours, chat. My chat hours. I haven't drawn anything today. We could do a sleep stream. I don't think so. I can't believe anybody's ever been entertained by somebody like I know that people are probably just lurking, but like yesterday when I was looking for somebody to raid, I looked and I saw that Shy Lily was sleeping on stream and she had like 2,000 viewers and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, let me check and see what I have open. Okay. Nothing of interest. Or just lurking when they sleep while they sleep to give the view. That would be funny. That would be funny, honestly. But I can't really think of any way that would work. I need to be doing something for me to be to have the view. There's also the streamers that have an active offline chat for some reason. Yeah, that also is confusing to me. Cause like, why are you here if nobody else is around? Do I have an active offline chat? No, not that I know of. I think my offline chat is nobody except for like one person that stops by sometimes. Hello. Oh God, 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to do something outside. Give me a moment. Sorry about this. Shit happens. 1 moment. Okay, BRB. beside me. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Sometimes I'll check mod view and there'll be like 1 or 2 random people with a connection to chat, but I haven't seen anyone talking. I think that just means that people are like checking, or I get followed, you know, offline all the time. So I figure that that's just people popping in to follow and then leave. When Toniko, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I was absent. When you're beside me, I will not die. I'll wait here for you. So the mod view shows you how many people are followed, are connected to chat. That's interesting. I used to mod for a channel, but I never like really looked at the mod view. It wasn't a very popular channel, so it wasn't like super necessary. I can't imagine how crazy it would be if it was like a super like, you know, like a big streamer, but I never really looked at the mod view because I thought it was like really cluttered. Excuse me. Can we redeem sketch? Maybe. It depends what it is. Damn. Hi, Jeannie. Also, hi, Honeyed Paws. I saw you earlier and I forgot to say something. Top surgery Garfield meme. I think that today I'm just going to draw my own thing. But just pop in next week or the week after, I mean, to ask for that. And I can do that. Next, the next art stream after this one should be the 5th of December. And then, so like next week, we're only streaming on the 29th because that's my birthday. And the week after that, we have 5, 6, and 7. 5 is going to be an art stream, typical. 6 is going to be Marvel Rivals stream. And 7 will be an extra long stream because we will be watching the Streamer Awards and drawing the Mouse and Connor picture once it drops. So 7th will be pretty long. And I will be putting the Streamer Awards up here on the stream itself so you guys can like watch both at the same time. Doodle this, but I don't know who it's going to be. Oh, I know I can make this. Little Irene. Oh man, it's been a long time since I've drawn her. What can I say? What the fuck? I did a bunch of people favorite Avery. I just opened up fucking Toy House and he has like 50 followers. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. It's not over. Irene, where are you, Irene? Avery Kingdom Rise? Nar. Oh, cause you're the only one. It's not over. There should not be any Avery Kingdoms. He's too horrible of a little boy. He's my horrible little chain smoker. She's what? What are you talking about? What's that? But you're the only one. If I said Irene is something, then I don't know. She isn't anything. She's just a crazy bitch. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. If only I actually talked about this character, then I'd be able to justify drawing this little keychain-esque design of her. Irene. True. That's a character that I actually did talk about way back when, but not anymore. Maybe I should. Wait, put your boobies on this. Put your titties on this sword. Thank you. go ahead and put on her playlist, actually, since I'm here, since I'm listening, since I'm drawing her. It's been a long time since I've drawn this character. Bet it do. Last night I dreamt I still knew you. Play this a little bit quieter. Just a little bit, though. Girl, you loathe. What the fuck does a katana look like again? Hold on. I don't remember. Okay, it does have this little hilt thing. It's the long sword. True. Her katana is magic. She can change the size of it at will, which is why this one is so goddamn freakishly long. If you guys know Avery, her and Avery are kind of enemies. They're not main enemies, but he's the only one that can kind of handle her because she has a crazy bloodlust and he has a crazy healing factor. Very serious question, but if you could summon a Giga Rodent every 24 hours for 5 hours, what would you do with the Giga? I wouldn't do that. I don't even know what the fuck is a Giga Rodent? You mean a really large rat? I don't even like normal rats. Kind of like my cat. If I had a really large rodent, I could feed a snake for so long. Could you summon the Giga Rat in somebody? Could I just like cause people to explode by summoning a capybara to disrupt their atoms? You're gonna kill people via capybara? Sometimes when I'm drawing a girl and I have like and they have like large tits and I turn the canvas upside down, some part of me wants like their boobs to just. I don't remember what shoes I gave her. Oh, I gave her like long boots. I really need to redo her outfit because she is supposed to be a 30-year-old woman. Hello. What's up, Escar Goaty? She's cute. Thank you. She's crazy. One time she got really mad, and because she got really mad, she brought somebody back from the dead just because. Uruguay mentioned! How giant are we talking about? A skyscraper tall porcupine in the world shall be mine. Nothing says that the porcupine is going to obey you once it's been summoned. Well, 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 well. Let me get a look at the menagerie. You took you with her. Isn't that just swell? Uh-huh. But it can be, and it is. Got a new style and a few new toys that could have put an end to your happily ever after once and for all. Yeah, I heard. Heard your little message to the universe. On loop. I just love that part where Pink Diamond spends the rest of her days on this nowhere planet with a bunch of nobodies. That's right, I heard the story over and over again. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends. That's right, I heard the story, don't really like how it ends. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends. What did she say about you? What did you say? What did you do without her? What did you do? Did you play games without me? What did you play? Did you think all this time that I wouldn't find out about you? Oh, that's right, I heard this story over and over again. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other friends. Spinel kind of reminds me of Jinx. They kind of do have the same vibe. Who am I? Who am I? What are you even saying? I'm the loser of the game you didn't know you were playing. Let's play another game. This time I get to win. Life's on the line. Winner takes all. Ready or not, let's begin. Oh, that's right. I heard this story over and over again. Gee, it's swell to finally beat her other friends. Oh, that's right, I heard this story. Don't really like how it ends. Gee, it's swell to finally meet her other redo her fucking whatever. Friends. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. But that old news needs to die. I'm coming straight for you. The getaway car is waiting, and we'll run into the blue. Church bells don't ring. Church bells don't ring. Oh, you're coming at the altar. I'm coming for you. My God, it's been so long since I've listened to this like era of Poppy. Thank you. She likes to manipulate. She comes around again. I'm coming straight for you. We'll run into the blue. Ugh, she has so many issues. I love a woman with issues. She'll never love you like I love you. Don't say I do. Thank you for the 2 months, Mean Streak. Welcome back. You can never leave. The people ask me, Atlas, will you ever make a character that doesn't have weird eyes? And the answer is no. Yeah, my Saturday's going all right. There's the weirdest eyes that you've drawn. I have no clue. Probably this one girl that I drew once and then never again. Oh, there it is. I found her. She has this like weird little like triangle thing, and then like one of the eyes is like this. She was she's in Edison's story, but I don't know if she's still a thing anymore. What an awful design. Oops. My Saturday is going shitty, but I got soju. I'm sorry about the shitty Saturday, but good for the soju. That'll help. Kiss me. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Da, da. Suki suki daisuki. Suki suki daisuki. Suki suki daisuki. Didn't do overtime today? That's nice. Oops. Do you have all your OCs posted somewhere? No, not yet. I'm working on it. I have a lot. But if you want to see a general idea of the ones that I have like talked about or spoken to, hold on. Here's most of them. There's a couple there that I don't have tagged. But the ones that I talk about are literally tagged the ones that I talk about. Beyond that, I have way more, but I don't talk about those ones. Or draw them, really. And I don't think Irene has anything on hers yet. No, she doesn't. Her like, her aesthetics and stuff are all set up, but I haven't filled them out yet. Suki suki daisuki. 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 The one that I talk about the most is called Avery. Avery and Hendrix are the ones that I talk about the most. Hello. Why are you saying, oh, hi, Atlas? This is my stream. As if you didn't expect to see me here. Bitch, I live here. Well, hi, Mark. Dude, the amount of times when I was younger that I watched the Nostalgia Critic review of The Room. Generally, I was really into like media analysis YouTube, but like specifically the really shitty ones. Like I watched a lot of Mr. Enter. I need to set up a toy house at some point for 40-ish characters. You should do it. I love my toy house. I love how easy it is to set stuff up. I listened to the new Coldplay album, and I gotta say, there are a couple of enjoyable tracks in there. Yes, I like Coldplay. Don't at me, bruh. Coldplay is like one of the most popular bands of the entire. Like, why would I get on your case for liking Coldplay? Hey man, thank you. Lullaby sipping wine out of a goblet. I can do that. I can do that very fast. I wasn't gonna do any requests today, but I can do that. I can do that fast. And I feel like drawing lullaby, so that's fine. After I finish this, Irene. Hello, kind sir. Glad you ever met me. You're my first one, so forgive me if it's messy. To be fair, I admit that I'm scared and sorry for what I must do. Best not to talk, 'cause they'll kill the mood around you. Close your eyes and be lucky that I found you. No one will know. Here goes. As 1, 2, 3. I didn't miss you or my second victim. First one was trouble, not to worry 'cause I fixed him. Not a word, 'cause you won't be heard when I got your life in my hands. Just know that what I am doing is part of a plan. I will connect with as many souls as I can. And the soul that controls me, the one I should know, must see my work here, which means you have to go. Surely you can understand, haven't you been in love on the edge where there's no turning back? Just the thought of it can take you to some new dimension. Do what you can just to get his attention. It drives you to spoil right up till you spill. It can drive you to bliss. It can drive you to kill. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a circus. Clown with a tear in a tent that isn't working. Work no play, day after day. I have a life in my hands. Good evening, gents. Step right up into my circus. I'm the ringmaster, and this is where the work is. Goodbye, you're done. Do as he does, to lead him right into my heart. If he could see me now, he'd know he's not alone. This trail of breadcrumbs I'm making, leading him right to my home. If he were with me now, then love could be the twist. We could be together in a world where we'd exist. We could be together in a world where we'd exist. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a circus. Sometimes I'm in control. Man, I made this place a really long time ago, back when I made this character, and it shows. Good evening, gents. Step right up into my circus. I'm the ringmaster. This is where the work is. I want to make a punk metal band called 162 Gay. Thoughts? I think that it really fits your vibe, dude. I think that you should do it, yeah. And they need this way. What? What the fuck is bro saying? Oh, this is an OC of mine. This is one of my OCs. Her name is Irene. She is crazy. She is basically she has like in her story, like the setting of her story, there are people who use magic, and Irene herself is somebody who was attempting to learn more powerful magic and ended up she ended up doing some kind of forbidden sort of magic. And it led to her going kind of crazy and alienating her from her sister. And she is not of sound mind. She is super fucked up. She cooked? Yeah, she's quick cooked. Notably, she spends most of her story assuming that she spends most of her story living at home with her parents, taking care of them after her initial outburst when she was a teenager, when she first started using this magic. She was taking care of them, but basically some shit happened, and it was revealed to her that the accident that she caused when she was a teenager actually killed her parents, and so she's just been hallucinating the whole fucking time. And so she goes back home and she's like completely alone, and she's like, what the fuck? That's crazy. I mean, she reacts more than that, but it's the kind of character that we're dealing with here. No, she's not a neat. She is a killer. And as of right now, she is a government operative. But she thinks that she's taking care of her family whenever she is out and about, but she is not. She is just crazy. Yeah, she's under surveillance, but she is a useful person and she is still powerful even though she is crazy, so they're like, whatever. Pausers OC mentioned. Yeah. It's my OC. Oh my god, Irene. I couldn't remember her name for a second. She's my crazy little bitch. True. All of her war crimes are part of her, dude. Oops. That's wrong. There we go. I support women's wrongs. Hello. Does she play video games? No, but she does have a couple of hobbies that she would have been much more into had she not gone crazy. She really likes to draw specifically. And so like in the abandoned little apartment that she lives in, she has like the entire walls are covered in like paint and drawings because it's all she does whenever she's not out and about or doing anything for the government operation that she's working for. Also, her species of magic user derives their magic from like affection. So she spends a lot of time like trying to pick up on people on like in like bars and shit. Um and it's very shallow kind of connection, but it's something and she needs it, so you know, whenever she's not working on other stuff, gets a Tinder squeeze in. Oh my god, girl, you got your period. Hmm. Differentiator. Girl. Blood should probably be a little bit darker, but I will fix it in a second. Whoop. Dress back up on there. Give her a smear over here, so it implies that she scratched her ass while covered in blood. Dude, I love drawing blood. I wish I got to do it more often. true. It's fun as fuck, boy. Yeah, hold on. Let me make this darker. What does that say about nightmares? I'll stay awake tonight. Grab my name, remind my brain of my identity. I'm not gonna listen, I'm not my volition, I'm just free will. Oh. Far away. Do the kids still listen to Willwood? I feel like that's a 2020 kind of vibe. Absolutely. They still do? Okay, good. I want to make my murder look like a suicide. Not the O-bomb. It's true. The O-bomb is here. The O-bomb gets me every time. I enjoy calling it the O-bomb. That's very interesting. I need to swap her colors around a little bit because I feel like they're a little bit grating. Stop doing that. Oh, you're so silly. Stop putting it in there. Fuck. I just realized you guys can't see my layers, so it looks like I'm arguing at nobody. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what the mind. I've never heard this and I apparently missed out. Oh, Cotard Solution is great. I like Hand Me My Shovel, I'm going in. That one is also pretty good. I'm going to put that one on next. And also, oh, 5 up, 6 up, 5 cop out. That one's so good. Hold on. We need to do that one next, actually. 6 up, 5 cop out is amazing. And if dreams can come true, what does that say about nightmares? Wake tonight. I wanna make my murder look like a suicide. But I know that I know that I know that the body is mine. Ah. Banger. Banger! I fucking love this one. I think that this is my favorite Will Wood and Will Wood song. Peem! It's fucking Peem! Oh, Jesus. Peem is like my new favorite internet thing. I know it's kind of old at this point, but I'm old, so it doesn't matter. I know how I go, how I go. Yes or no options don't weigh out, and so you bear a striking resemblance. You appear familiar, dear. You look just like my bathroom mirror. Please, policeman, oh, heel the toe. Oh, please let me go. I won't know till I'm under arrest. It's so fucking good, dude. Ugh. I have not heard that person. Hell no. You appear a striking resemblance. You appear familiar, dear. Please, policeman, no heel to toe. Oh, please let me go. I won't know till I'm under arrest. Am I under arrest? I want my phone call. Oh, please let me go. I won't know till I... Oh, please let me go. Wait, I need to also put on Second Sightseer. That's also on Irene's playlist, and that one's really good too. And of course it's on her playlist. She's a crazy character. She's a crazy character made around like 2016. Well, she was made before that, but she was perfected in 2016 or something along those lines. Reestablished. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. My grip on my secret slipping while I'm speaking in tongues, screaming like the top of my lungs at the confession booth. Take away the pillar of salt. It's not my fault. The devil made me do it, but I also kind of wanted to. I'm cut from a different kind of meat. Fat red boy stiff, got the written wheel, gets moved. And I like what I see, baby. I may be crazy, but I didn't lose it. No, I just set it free. C3 Possum or Possum, thank you so much for the follow. Let's go! Row, row, row my boat. I'm just a psycho, babe. I know that that's my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. There wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I'm only passing through. If you saw what I knew, if you saw what I see, illusions, hallucinations, and lucid dreams. I know that meaning can be such a pretty thing to keep, but I got facts and I'm not afraid of things. Like a book with a bad. Oh, God. Oh, man, I forgot how much I love this song. Finally, this character did something right. Reintroduce me to Will Wood. Or remind me, I guess, of Will Wood. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. There wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I'm only passing through. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh my god, it's so clear without all the blood. You can see her. I'm gonna put this above her, the blood layer, so they stick out. Can actually see her. Do I do vocal lessons? I do not. If you mean, have I ever taken vocal lessons? The answer is no. If you mean, do I teach them? The answer is also no. I don't know how to do that. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. There wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. A Taurus passing through. Well, that was fun. Goodbye. Oops. This one is the first one that I heard. I think this is the one that blew up on TikTok. I think a lot of them did, but I think this one was the first one. Then again, I don't know because I'm barely on TikTok. I just found out about this guy from a friend of mine that was on TikTok a lot. And even then, that was like a couple of years ago. I remember 2012, and I never even saw her face. Whoops. But a memory could not be saved. It seems unlikely that it's me who was to blame. So I bookmarked my DSM, cause I need to remember my place. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to use it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Fuck! My god, the layer without all the... when it's unclipped looks so horrible. And putting them back in my face. Fall from grace. Higher ground. Don't look down, you'll fall and break your back. Reminds me that there's more to be found beneath the black. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No, I need to hit the bottom. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Not a well or barrel are empty. Dug or drank or poured it out. When too much is not enough, there's plenty more where that came from around. Looking up, I see the point of entry between where we are and we've been. Looking up, I can say heaven sent me. Hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Point of between where we are and we've been. I can't say heaven sent me. I'm going in. Gotta get to the bottom of this. 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 Gotta get. I love how frantic his stuff sounds. It's so fucking cool. This smashing glasses percussion is fun. Hell yeah. Oh, good stretch. Good stretch. I'm telling myself good stretch. I gotta be there for me. Thank you. Enjoy your food. No one need to hit the bottom. I love it here. It. Burning the candle now at both ends. I'm caught in the fire. Oops. Sorry, I'm sipping. Sorry. Excuse me. That's a great voice. Oh, I love his voice. Wait, I'm blushing. I love his voice. I just snapped my neck, but this is amazing. I love this. Dude, fuck yes. Let's go! It does sound like a Disney villain song. He's got like the bravado for it, I think. It's like that, like, you know, puffed out chest kind of vibe. I'm not a star, or I'm not a starry. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, I just beat the shit out of the mic, my bad. POV Atlas Anarchy is kicking your ass. Ugh. 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 How does this guy only have 73k monthly listeners? I don't know, man. On Cracker Island, it was born to the collective of the dawn. They were planting seeds at night to grow a made-up paradise where the truth was auto-tuned and the sadness I consumed to my vomit every day. In the end, I had to pay. I think that's what he says. I don't know. Ugh. They taught themselves to be a cult. They didn't know as many strategies. They thought themselves to be a cult. They didn't know as many strategies. What world is this? What world is this? Paradise. Forever cold. Forever cold. Forever cold. I warned myself I was not there. Alright, let's put some filters on this shit. Want themselves to be a cult. They didn't know it many strategies. Let's do some chromatic. Let's do some chromatic aberration. All right, you guys ready for some magic tricks? I've done this on stream before, actually, so it's not really going to be a magic trick for you guys, but it's fine. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Okay. Sorry, I popped out my layers tab. Is magic for me? Okay, watch this. Here's what it looked like before. This is what it looks like now. It's very subtle, but it's very small. It's very subtle, very, very small effect, but I think it looks cool. You can also just like... I think I'm gonna erase it on that fucking heart though, because I don't think it looks good there. Oops. Oops. Thank you. Oh, baby, it's a long way down, a long way down. Her playlist slaps. It's been a while since I've listened to it. A long way down. Irene. I just want to give her a transparent version. Okay. Baby, it's a long way down to the bottom of the river. Oh, my head. Oh, baby, it's a long way down. Hey, Actus. Oh, a long way down. And just like that, she's become a marketable sticker. Sitting here in the sunshine, this place is not mine, and all is not fine. It's all my corruption. I need destruction to make me feel okay. Lose my mind when I wanted you to be. Smile to make your day. Empathy. Entropy. Not empathy. Take the hero out of me. Feels I don't obey, and I just want to get a little empathy. Entropy. Fuck. Entropy. Take the discord out of me. Narrick in that way. Entropy, entropy. Forgot about this song? Dude, it's legit so good. Even though it's a My Little Pony song, it's so fucking good. Is my own mansion messed up? I don't care. Cause what fun is there and never making sense? Is mine like a one identity? Also, here is the Blue Sky version if you want that. Entropy, 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 entropy. Take a discord out of me. Entropy, entropy. This old heart was never worn. Silly ponies can't reform what was already so real. So you can try to change my ways for the rest of all your days, but I can't change the way I feel. Did I get lost along the way? No, they're ruining your day. You tried so hard to make a hero out of me. I mean, they did actually end up making a hero out of him, didn't they? Well, not really. I think Discord caused a lot of problems near the end, but I don't remember because I didn't watch that far. I'm kind of glad that well, I'm not kind of glad. I'm definitely glad that the Brony fandom's not around anymore. White. Crumple Pony, I've drawn that before. I'll laugh when you kick me out. It's been the third time already. Running home, I left alone. At least I stole the show. Part of me stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Part of me wanna do stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am doing my best. That ain't boring. Lots of things, but not sorry. Riding home, I laugh alone. At least I stole the show. Part of me wanna do stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Part of me wanna do stupid shit. And I admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Na 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 no na 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 no na 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 no 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 na 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 no na 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 no na 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 no. Of my life, we're all just skeletons, just join in the fight for the adrenaline. Join in the fight, join in the fight. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Part of me wanna do stupid shit. Gotta admit, I'm a hypocrite. I like it way better than being on the side of it. I'm a psycho, loving it. Oh no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm a psycho, loving it. Oh shit. Yes, I look perfect. Ice Queen, that's what you see. That's what they all expect from me. But it's all show. They said you used me. You saw the sexy clothes, my supermodel pose. What did you know? Was I a game to you? Was I a way to be cool? I truly cared. Was I the fool? It's fine for you. It's fine to flirt. It's fine till someone gets hurt. Till someone gets hurt. Feel my heart beating. I'm just like her or you. People forget I'm human too. Yes, they do that. This is performance. This is a self-defense. I thought you had the sense to see through that. Was I too proud with you? Was I too cold and forbidding? You chose her over me. Are you kidding? Poor little Neil, trapped in this fabulous show. You could set me free, but if you're going, go. It's fine for you. It's fine to flirt and gut your heart. Why do you even wear a shirt? Fine. Till someone gets Till someone gets hurt. Till someone gets hurt. Banger. Was I too cold with you? Me on, me on. Fuck. My back. My back. Oh, man, it's been a long time since I played Omori. Na, 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 na. That's peak. This song, it's very good. What music did I just stumble upon? This is World to End Valentine from Omori. Hello. I'm okay. Doing my best. Wildy SFW, thanks so much for the follow. I broke this bitch's fingers. Shit. Hello, Octo. Following every artist I found and I found you. I find and I found you. Cool VTuber model. Hey man, thanks. You're pathetic because you whine. You whine all night. Go on and bitch and moan. You don't deserve the dream. You're gonna die alone, die alone, die alone, die alone, die alone. A great song to come in on. No, but for real, thank you, man. The path of hate is a dangerous path. Take one step and it's hard to turn back. It pulls you along, and though it seems wrong, it feels right. Don't you see this path you're on leaves a permanent mark? It feels good at first, then it slowly turns dark. With each passing day, you're further astray from the light. Suddenly you lose your way and lose the thread. Lose your cool, then lose your head. Every loss is harder to excuse. Then you'll see you lost your faith and lose your soul till you lose complete control and realize there's nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose. The path I'm on is a path paved in black. I'm taking that road and I'm not turning back. Each twist and each turn leads straight where I'm yearning to go. Yes, it's true, my path is dark, but I see where it ends. Rivals will fall as my power ascends. With noise and me is fine, I'm taking what's mine, even so. Not like you lost your nerve, you lost the game. You and I are not the same. I'm not lost, this fate is mine to choose. Yes, I am. Lose my path and lose my chains. Lose each weakness that remains. Now that I have nothing left to lose. Nothing left to lose. You have so much to hold on to. My rightful dues. Lose, I'm not gonna lose. I refuse. I refuse. Oh, what I want, I'll take and keep. You can't stop the turning of the screws. My God, the lyrics in this song are so bad. Now I have nothing left to lose. I never ended up watching this show. I just think that the songs slap. And I've heard like mixed things about it. I've heard that like the animation for it looks so cool, but I can't be asked. Yeah, groovy. Mm-hmm. I've seen conflicting reports of Yuri, but I don't know anything else. My problem with the Yuri in Tangled series, and this is a spoiler in case people don't want to be spoiled for Tangled the series, I guess. But Cass and Rapunzel are like the Yuri, right? But Cass and Rapunzel technically have the same mom. So, well, not really, but they kind of do. They were raised by the same woman, just like in completely different contexts. So, and like we didn't find this out until the middle of the well, I say we, I didn't watch the show, but they didn't find this out until like the end of the show. So, and they do kind of have like some kind of vibe going on, but like I don't know, they both had the same mom. So I feel I don't know. I feel like it's kind of I'm a soldier in war. aiming all better. Saving humanity's no laughing matter. I'll ground and I'll pound. When there's a job to do, I don't fuck around. Your song choices are always bangers. Thank you. This is still Irene's playlist. I didn't change it yet. I know the best form of defense is attack. I do kind of have to take this off because it doesn't fit, but it's such a banger. I'm a soldier at war. I'm a soldier at war. I'm a soldier at war. Higher narcoleptic bussy. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Good for you. I feel like that would be kind of difficult to manage. I was gonna say I already uploaded the mouthwashing one. I'd have to download the web fishing mod and the web fishing VOD and then go out and manually cut everything out. Which I can do. But it just might take a little bit longer. Still using my character save from last night? If you don't have any problems, then I think that you don't have to delete it. I still have an open mind from yesterday. I don't know. Isn't this from some show like Sex and the City or Pretty Little Liars? It's from Pretty Little Liars. Sex and the City is like a comedy show. It's a dramedy. My mom used to watch it a lot when we lived in Georgia, but we totally fell off of it. Make me be the bad guy. Just be the bad guy. Despite of my foresight, I keep hoping I'll be right about you. But you're my first psycho. So hell, what do I know? I know. I keep hoping I'll be right about you. So hell, what do I know? I know. Let me make me be the bad guy. I know. Lonely, lonely. Na, 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 na. Oh, baby. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Mhm. Na, 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 na. Mhm. Da, 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 da. I, oh, I, na, 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 yeah. Oh, na, 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 oh, I, oh, I, na, 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 yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Sorry, I'm vibing in this fucking song. It's so fucking good. One, two, three, da 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 da. Eat it. Da 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 da. Oh, die, da 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 da. Yeah. Da 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 da. I wish I knew Japanese. I wish I knew Japanese so I could sing the song and not just go da 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 da. Where, oh, where'd my sister Evelyn go? The Chattanooga Choo Choo. Side boob. I remember that I am at home. I'm at home. I'm not the only person that lives here. Did she win $1 million? Shit. How you guys doing, chat? Living. Okay, real. The new Stalker game. What the fuck is what the fuck is Stalker? Ukrainian post-apocalyptic game. Cool. Yeah, no, but it happened twice in different dimensions. That's cool. I mean, not for them, but you know what I mean. Have I ever played Little Inferno? No, I have not. It sounds like a cozy game. Is it a cozy game or is it like an interesting game? Oh. Maybe. Hmm. Well, maybe we'll do that in December, yeah. Let's see. I'll take a look at it later. Love setting things on fire? I do. I'm the bad type, make your mama sad type, might seduce your dad type, and forgot that part. I'm the bad guy. Duh. Back up from the fucking microphone. Breathing on me and shit. I don't want Billie Eilish ASMR. Fire in my brain and I'm burning up. Oh my. Oh my. Keep running from the sink, but the well is dry. Oh my, oh my. Every word I say is kindling, but the smoke clears when you're around. Won't you stay away from me, my darling, when my walls start burning down, down, down. I get to do voice acting in Little Inferno. That's nice. I always love a game where I can pretend like I'm good at voice acting. To my name like an elegy. Oh my, oh my. Echoing where my ghosts all used to be. Oh my, oh my. The cobwebs in the corners and the backyard's full of bones. Would you stay away from me, my darling, when this house don't feel like home? Like home. Oh. Dust to dust, the devil's after both of us. Lay my curses out to rest. Make a mercy out of me. Whoa. Your machine is out rumbling. Oh my. Oh my. Singing songs of my secrets behind my eyes. Oh my. Oh my. This was just like a sketch request, but I like how it turned out, so I'm going to just post it. Fall apart. Won't you stay away from me, my darling? It's in my heart. When the war starts in my heart. Oh. No. Good enough. My curses out to rest. Mercy out of. Ah. Okay. What? Oh. Alrighty. There's that. And there's the blue sky one. Okay. Let's do some actual work. Cool. Another old one. Shit, dude. This entire stream has just been me being like, wow, this is an old song, isn't it? I need to find where the notes were for this design, because it was a little while ago. It's the power of old playlists. Hold on. When did I make this? 2019. Jesus Christ. 2019. It feels older. I guess in 2019, I was listening to a lot of stuff from earlier, which, you know, makes sense, but I think whose playlist is the oldest? Hold on. I think it might be Avery and Hendrix's were made on the same day, and that was in 2018. A good long while ago. I don't know. I don't trust myself once I hear your call. Okay, so the only real note that I had on this design was just to make this shirt like lower. Let's put it up here. Okay, I need a reference for a gas mask. What genre of music do I vibe with the least? I don't know how to explain it. I think it's like sad boy rap. I just like anything that's like sad. like a SoundCloud rapper guy, talking about how much his life sucks over a very like slow beat. It's like like Joji or fucking what is this other guy's name? I think his name is Rav. I don't like his stuff either, which is a shame because I have friends that really like his stuff. But like, yeah, corpse wannabes, basically. I can't fucking stand him. Thank you. I know that I don't have much to say today, guys. Sorry. I'm really tired. I've been trying to think of something to talk about, and I'm drawing a blank. And I know that's crazy boring. Do I know any cool dinosaur facts? No. I have not seen Creature Feature. Actually, no, I haven't. I have not seen that. I don't think so. I think I'm thinking of, yeah, I'm thinking of Creature from the Black Lagoon. Chill stream, don't worry, I'm having fun. I know I'm not a podcaster. It's just like I can't ask people to show up and then not do anything, but I'm exhausted. December plans, I don't know, honestly. I don't think that I have any more concerts for the rest of the year, which I am sad about, but I can't think of anything, honestly. I just kind of want the year to be over. In a lot of ways, it's been a really good year, and in a lot of other ways, it's been a lot. But you didn't finish me off. Games are you hoping to play on stream soon? Besides the one that I know that I'm going to play for my birthday, no. I haven't been thinking about a lot of stream games just because I feel like those streams don't do as well. Which I shouldn't, it's not something that I'm focusing on, but because I haven't thought of any games that I'm passionate enough about that I also want to stream, I just haven't been thinking of many. I wanted to stream the Telltale Back to the Future games, but I feel like that's a little bit too niche. make the world turn. You're gonna ask Joel or someone about Dead Rising 2? Yes, I did want to ask somebody about Dead Rising. I have a Telltale series sale and Humble Bundle. It's nice. Forgive yourself, damn it. No, I refuse. I can't ask people to be here and then not be interesting. Blame was my own, punishment yours. The harmony is silent today. But into the stillness I'll bring you a song, and I will your company keep till your tired eyes, my lullabies, carry you softly to sleep. Fuck this goddamn gas mask. Ugh. Once did a pony who shone like the sun look out on her kingdom and sigh. She smiled and said, surely there is no pony so lovely, well beloved as I. So great was her reign and so brilliant her glory that long was the shadow she cast that fell dark upon the young sister she loved, grew only darker as days and nights passed. The night sister mine rests now in moonlight's embrace. Bear of my lullaby, winds of the earth, through cloud and through sky and through space. Carry the peace and the coolness of night, and carry my sorrowing kind. Luna, you're loved so much more than you know. Forgive me for being so blind. Soon did that pony take notice that others did not give her sister her dues, and neither had she loved her as she deserved. She watched as her sister's unhappiness grew. But such is the way of the limelight, it sweetly takes hold of the mind of its host. And that foolish pony did nothing to stop the destruction of one who had needed her most. Holy moon princess, good night, sister mine, rest now in moonlight's embrace. Bear up my lullaby, winds of the earth, through cloud and through sky and through space. Carry the peace and the coolness of night, and carry my sorrowing kind. Luna, you're loved so much more than you know. Troubles be far from your mind. And forgive me for being so blind. A little bit bigger, a little bit. For us, imagined I'd face them on my own. May these 1,000 winters swiftly pass, I pray. It's a fan My Little Pony song. It's not a real one. It's one that a fan made. Oh, your dreams be sweet tonight, safe upon your bed of moonlight. Okay, hold on. I gotta go and grab what I want for dinner. Or by grab, I mean I need to go and look it up. Hold on. Oh, God. GIF of SpongeBob being a mother. That's not what I'm doing. Oh, oh, I wish I could skin myself alive through my mouth. True. How would that work? Have you ever seen Smile? Kind of like that. Oh, good. My dear. I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna get shrimp. Like that. I have some days where I want to suck start at 12 GA also. What does that mean? Oh! I realize. I understand now. Like, what the fuck does that... Oh. You mean you want to put your mouth on a car? Just not where mouths go. I am very smart. Hello. I will ruin you. A car? Is it not a car? What is a 12 GA? Oh. A shotgun. Oh, like Kurt Cobain. Okay. I get it now. Which character is this? This is not one of mine. This is Iris's character. It is a gift for them from their birthday from like fucking September, but I've been busy. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. This design fucks. Thank you. This was a gift for them for their birthday, again in September, but they wanted their this character redesigned, and so I gave them a new design. They are a graffiti artist, so I gave them a gas mask. And this character has always had a fox motif, so I gave him I gave them this. And they're like love interest. I couldn't think of the word. Their love interest also has butterfly theming, so I also added these like little extra cheek patches here. So if you look at it like from a distance, it looks like a little butterfly kind of baked into the design. But it's not too obvious because it's not their symbolism. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Hold on. I summoned their creator. Hi, Iris. I just explained this to everybody else, but I brought you in here specifically so I could explain this to you. Here is Admani's mask. I added a little cheek mark here so it looks like a butterfly, so we can allude to Ben a little bit here too. I think it better flip this way as well. Do I? No, I don't. Yeah, and then we have I have to delete one of these, so I think maybe it'll have to like. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I had it right. 9. Because they are a nine-tailed fox. And like obviously you can be a little bit not super rigid about this because you know everybody does stuff differently. Everybody draws hair differently, but you know, we can give them their 9 spikes. It's big. Fix their chin. Your mind is so amazing. My therapist told me the same thing. Sexy boy. I love this fucking brush so much, bro. Holy shit. I've been obsessed with it lately. If I have time, I'll also clean up this little sketch here too. Because I like how it looks. It's cute. I'm gonna put this on a different layer. Look at the simple version under it. That's so funny. You are welcome, bestie. I love you. Oh, I also did make it longer, the crop top length right here. So it is the correct length now. Post a kick me sign on my back though, so it's not too gay for the viewers. True. Sorry, Iris, if this looks gay to the viewers. Oh my god, look at this snarky ass smile. Oh, thank you for Mean Streak. Thank you for giving a sub to Iris. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Let's get rid of that for a second. What flavor of Monster would you recommend to someone who has never had one before? It depends on how intense you like your fruit flavors. If you really like the fruitiest flavors that you can get, like very, very sweet, I would say something like watermelon or mango. And if you like something a little bit more reserved, I would say the white one, which I think is like citrus or something. I'm not sure, but it's the first one I had and I liked it. It's not too sweet, but it is still kind of sweet. Or if you want something that's like kind of like a little bit bitter, you can do the it's like black with a green top, which is the sugar-free normal monster. Unless you want like a regular monster, but the regular monsters are pretty high in calories and they have a lot of sugar. So if you really like super sweet tastes, I would say the watermelon monster, because it is like the most pussy poppin' watermelon you'll ever have. But if you don't, then I would say the white monster. You are very welcome.
Don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
One day you're gonna be a character designer, and kids on Tumblr too are gonna go crazy over your little details and make posts for 50k notes to cry about it. That's always been my that's always been like a pipe dream of mine, to make anything that would be cared about to that degree. I've always said if I ever was able to like make this VTubing thing pop off like for real, I would want to eventually lead it to be able to make my own like animation company or something. So I could finally do stuff with all of these fucking characters that I have. But I don't know. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. That's like my pipe dream. That's like Atlas. If you had like a goal that you think is like basically unachievable, but like if you could do anything, what would you do? It would be that. Gooseworks type beat, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that they're living the dream, but not really, considering I feel like the popularity of
Digital Circus is like completely beyond what they expected or maybe even wanted. And like it's good because it, like in a way it's good because it translates into more money, and in another way it's kind of bad because it translates into so much other stuff. So, you know. Oh my god. It's an emotional nightmare. Yeah. It's just like you go from being relatively small or relatively unknown, or, you know, just like in comparison to where you are now, relatively unknown. And then, like, all of a sudden, practically overnight, something that you make blows up. Like, what the fuck do you even do in that situation? Especially when it blows up in such a way that it's being used to, like, target children and exploit them. Considering all of the like those stupid fucking channels that use like Pomni and all the other Digital Circus characters as for those content slop channels. I'm too much of a control freak and an asshole to be a content creator, I fear. But like, what if someone acts stupid? Yeah. Me too. But the difference is that I just embrace it. It's part of my personality to be an asshole. I don't know. Would Gooseworks even be able to do a cease and desist? Just know that there would be hell to pay for using my characters for fetish content catered to children. Yeah.
Bro has fridge, pizza, and a water. I splurged for an Arizona tea. An Arizona tea is $1.50, sir. You splurged? First of all, I don't want to know that about you. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me. Hey, Iris, do you want the thick, like a thick necklace? I don't know if I like a thick necklace. I think that maybe we need to make it thinner. Yeah. And also make this hang down. I don't know. What do you think? And do you want a choker? Because I can add like a quick little choker here. A thin necklace would be optimal? Okay. A simple choker? Okay. It's always been a big thing in their design, and I didn't put it on. Nice. All right, do you want the triangle like dangling like this, or do we want it just hanging off of this? Boop. We can just give them a normal gold chain. Triangle dangling. Okay. Yeah, this makes this kind of stuff much easier if I can just ask the person live what they want. Bro. Inch this over. Cool. Always gotta have that thing on them. Triangle. Real. Oh my god, I can't believe I cut off their arm! Fine. Work with me here. They have fire powers. Could put some matches here. Like a stitched on pocket for their matches. Or like cigarettes. I don't know if they smoke, but if they did. Could also put their lighter in here if you want to give them a lighter. I know they have fire powers. They don't really need a lighter, but I don't know. Maybe it's cool. Switch to... Can't use a matchbook like a normal person. They need to make a personal pocket. Wait, that's cool. Wait, what if we had like a sandpaper patch on their side, on the side of their on the side of their jacket here, so they could strike matches. Naked Preckett, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hello. Just doing a little gifty art, well, or commission gift art. I don't know. It's the same. Either way. I hope that you had a good stream. What were you up to? Get myself a stretch because I've been sitting stiff for the past 20 minutes. How's stream going? Stream's going well. Just hanging out, doing some stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking that the match patch on the side also could mean that they do this pose a lot. With a match in their hand, and then when they uncross their arms, they do it like really fast, and so it strikes a match. That'd be cool. We're just designing, or redesigning, I guess, a character of my friends here. I was given the task to recreate them. Played Minecraft with friends for 14 hours. Wow. Shit, that's a lot of hours. Jesus. Holy moly. For those that are just coming in and don't know who I am, what's up? My name's Atlas Anarchy. I am a paper VTuber, and I'm just sitting here drawing. I've been a little bit tired today, so I've been a little bit quiet. But beyond that, my birthday is next week. If you would like to stick around, or give me the gift of a follow. Oh, wow, crazy. And if not, also cool. A lot of people got to go around this time, especially if you were streaming for 14 fucking hours. That's crazy. Especially you, Naked. So if you need to go and you need to take care of yourself, please feel free to do so. Do not let me hold you up here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, the ad is in progress. That's not great. I forgot. It's because I'm sick and I need rest. Oh my god, you're streaming for 14 hours and you need and you were sick. Jesus. Don't feel like redrawing this arm. I'm sorry. I gotta copy and paste. Committing a cardinal sin here. A dancing. Oh yeah. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I understand, but thank you for sticking around if you decide to. Ooh. Write down that this is the layer with the mask on it so I don't delete it because I will not want to redraw that shit. Streaming makes me happy, and watching cool streamers like you makes me happy as well. Aww. Ooh. Thank you. It is very sweet of you to call me a cool streamer. Ba-da-da-da-doo. Bum 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 ba-da-da-da-dum. Bum 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 bum. Now and then I think of when we were together. Like when we said you felt so happy you could die. Told myself that you were right for me. Felt so lonely in your company. But that was love and it's an ache I still remember. Ah, ah, ah. You can get addicted to a certain kind of sadness. Like resignation to the end, always the end. So when we found that we could not make sense, oh, you said that we would still be friends. But I'll admit that I was glad it was over. But you didn't have to cut me off. Make out like it never happened and that we were nothing. And I don't even need your love, but you treat me like a stranger and that feels so rough. No, you didn't have to stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. You said I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Oh, now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Now and then I think of all the times you screwed me over. But at me believing it was always something that I'd done. I don't want to live that way, reading into every word you say. You said that you can let it go, and I wouldn't get you hung up on somebody that you used to know. Make out like it never happened, and that we were nothing. And I don't even need your love. No, you didn't have to stoop so low. Have your friends collect your records and then change your number. Guess that I don't need that though. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Somebody. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. I used to know. That I used to know. I used to know somebody. Crew, thank you so much for the follow. I've been going around doing this just to say some people may watch you for entertainment, but I watch a person learn and grow through life and do what they want. Hell yeah. Thank you. To love. Wanted to get up, I die a little. Can barely stand on my feet. Take a look in the mirror and cry. Lord, what you doing to me? I have spent all my years in believing you. I just can't get no relief, Lord. Somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love? I work hard every day of my life. I work till I ache my bones at the end. I take home my hard-earned pay all on my own. I go down. Ooh, somebody, anybody find me somebody to love. Oh, every day I try and I try and I try, but everybody wants to put me down. They say I've gone crazy. I haven't got no common sense. I got nobody left to believe. Somebody, anybody find me somebody to love. Feel like I know rebel. I just keep losing my beat. I'm alright. I ain't gonna face no defeat. Gotta get out of this prison cell. Someday I'm gonna be free, Lord. Me somebody to love. Find me somebody to love. What does sandpaper look like? Hold on. Somebody find me somebody to love. Anybody find me somebody to love. Somebody to love. Bump that fucking monster on my desk. I can't believe I drank a guava monster today. Fuck, man. Shit is dire. Anybody, anywhere, anybody find me somebody to love. What a good song. This is a random fucking sea shanty on this goddamn playlist. Fuck off. Oh, 1 second. Yo. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I have a fuck ton of food right now. Like a fuck ton. So, I'm going to pull a 2022 era atlas and I'm going to put something on while I eat. Because otherwise it's just gonna be me sitting here silently. So at least I will be sitting here silently with food and also like a video essay. I'm not gonna put on Subway Surfers, shut up. You pull up hydraulic press compilations. No. We're gonna watch a documentary, a small documentary, shit, about the Nutty Putty Cave incident. I've seen this already, but well, this is only 7 minutes long. That's okay. We'll find something else to watch afterwards. I've seen this already, but I really like this channel's stuff. So we're going to watch it. She's not in my cave until I'm putty. Good for her, I guess. It is not gore. Do not be dramatic. No, not Asgore from the hit game Undertale.
For 26-year-old John Jones, a simple Thanksgiving trip became a nightmare. Trapped in a cave more than 100 feet underground in a canal 10 by 18 inches wide,
The channel
John
is
Jones hung
unpredictable.
upside down for 28 hours.
Here is a link.
Fluid rushing to his head and filling his lungs, he knew that he had only a few hours left to live. In this moment, he did the only thing he had left to do: pray and reflect on the terrible turn of events that led him here. On November 24th, 2009, John Jones, a 26-year-old medical student, his brother, and
That's
9
tomorrow.
others, all friends,
November 24th is tomorrow.
to the recently reopened Nutty Putty Cave. The brothers had come home for Thanksgiving, but before driving to their parents' house near Salt Lake City, they decided to go on a small caving excursion with some old friends. The brothers John and Josh had been avid cave explorers in their childhood. Their family would often go on caving outings, exploring systems and seeing how far they could go. However, John didn't get back into the hobby for years, as he was focused on his med school in Virginia. So, as they reached the Nutty Putty Cave, he saw it as a throwback to old times, and time to reconnect with his brothers and friends. Nevertheless, at 8 p.m., after a small hike to the entrance of the cave, the 11-person group finally made their way through the system of rooms and passages. At the entrance of Nutty Putty, there's what's
Bro was
described
mining
to
for
be a 15-foot
diamonds.
drop before you get to the actual cave system, at which point you can either choose to go down the big slide or the maze. Before they'd entered, John and Josh had set their sights on one of the tightest passages in the cave, called the Birth Canal. Having a map of the cave with them, they slowly made their way down towards it. However, after reaching a certain part of the cave, the brothers were confused on where to go, and the map didn't seem to be helping, so John and Josh split up to go look for the birth canal. It was at this point when John made a wrong turn, and started heading towards Ed's Push. As the map shows, Ed's Push doesn't lead to an opening or a larger room. In fact, it has 4 uncharted passageways at its end because it gets so narrow that no one has been able to map the whole area. Nevertheless, John pushed himself further and further down this passage, to the point where it got so narrow, John realized he couldn't turn around. His only option was to keep going until he found a spot big enough for him to turn his
My God,
body
look at how
around and go back.
Cramped that is.
Eventually, John found a narrow fissure going straight down, that seemed like it had an opening at the end. Getting ready to go in, John sucked in his stomach to get past a lip of rock, but when he exhaled again, he found himself stuck. His hands were pinned behind him and at his side, and he knew no matter how much he kicked his feet or
Look at the way
shifted
that
around,
that
he
this
wouldn't
guy
be
got
able to get
stuck.
out on his own.
Oh my God, look at that. It's like if he was standing properly, but just like flipped upside down. Like, don't worry, I got it. There you go, buddy. It's giving Saddam Hussein honey spot. Listen. I don't want to make fun of somebody that is dead, okay? It's not nice. It isn't. However, comma, how do you put yourself into a situation like this? What compels you to decide, yeah, I'm going to put myself in this kind of situation. I'm going to get to a really, 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 really narrow cave, and I'm going to just go exploring. You don't get money. You don't get money for exploring this fucking cave. It's surreal, I can believe, but just like, there. It's all better. This is where the story ends. He's still in there, but he's okay. Could he have pulled himself up with his feet and bent his body back upwards? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Further attempts to free himself made him slide further down the passage. At this point, John knew that he couldn't get out of this alone, so all he could do was wait for his brother Josh to find him. Eventually, Josh did find John and tried everything in his power to get him out. He tried pulling him by his feet, but that didn't seem to help. He tried guiding John through movement that could help him get unstuck, but after realizing his position, he knew that this wouldn't work either. Becoming increasingly worried, Josh left to call 911. But John wasn't the only one to have gotten stuck at Nutty Putty. Cavers had frequently gotten stuck in the cave network before, which led to controversy on whether it was even safe to be open to the public. This led to it being closed in 2006.
I would so much rather go visit abandoned buildings and cave diving. I'd rather just stay home, bro. I'd rather just go to a club. You should have been at the club.
Extract two people from the cave. One was a 16-year-old boy and the other a 23-year-old man.
It was the moment rescuers had worked so hard for, as deep as 150 feet underground. 16-year-old Brock Clark exhausted. Hey. But not seriously hurt.
David Crowther found getting inside the Nutty Putty cave was not so bad, but getting out, at least on his own, was impossible.
Because the rocks were just stuck, like in my side, and so like my ribs wouldn't fit to go backwards and my hip wouldn't fit to go forward.
The entrance to
But neither of them were a 6'2", 200-pound man hanging upside down, so John's chances were looking increasingly slim. Which brings us back to Josh calling 911. Rescuers arrived around 3 hours after John had gotten stuck. The first rescuer to actually reach him did so at around 12:30 p.m., but because of the position in which John was stuck, it was almost impossible to remove him. For the first few hours, rescuers tried everything they could think of. They tried cutting off his jeans to give him some wiggle room. They tried tying a rope to John's legs and pulling him from the entrance of the cave.
See, listen, the thing with exploring abandoned buildings is that these days, the price of housing has gotten so bad. Most of the time, abandoned buildings are not abandoned. There are people in there and they're just squatting. And I would rather, I would die if I explored an abandoned building and I got in and I just saw somebody taking a shit or something in their quote unquote house. I'm like, I thought this place was abandoned, and it's like, no. Have you tried to buy a house in this state? And it's like, I get it. And I just back up and walk away and never do it again.
But the friction of the rope against the rocks rendered it useless. Small equipment to try and chisel away the rock took too long, and large equipment was too dangerous. They even tried ordering vegetable oil to slip John out. But something was becoming more and more apparent as the hours went on. John
There's a freaky firefighter that was like, what if we butter him up?
He was upside down, blood and fluids pool in the brain and lungs, meaning his circulation can slow, and toxins can build up in his blood. Even if rescuers were to free John, setting him upright again could kill him because the toxins that had rushed to his head would flow down to his heart and be pumped to the rest of the body. His heart rate was slowing down, and breathing was getting slower and shallower. The odds were stacked against him, and as time went on, John started to feel the hopelessness of his situation. On top of this, it was clear to rescuers that the angle at which John was stuck would mean that they couldn't lift him straight up.
Look at him. Look at him. Bro is... he's doing his best impression of the state of California. Look at that. God, it's so ridiculous. It makes me so mad that this could have happened.
They had to break both of John's legs to even have a chance at fully freeing him. Nevertheless, rescuers from all over Utah started lending their support, and with this, a new strategy was implemented. The 2004 rescue from Nutty Putty was carried out using a pulley system, so the same system was tried with John. At first, they tried to run the rope along climbing cams, but they soon found out that the walls of the cave weren't strong enough to hold John's weight. So, they rebuilt the pulley system by drilling into the cave walls. Knowing they only had a few hours left, rescuers tied the rope around John's feet and tried pulling him up. And for a few hopeful seconds, John was being lifted out of the hole, until a carabiner...
Why didn't he just mine the blocks around him?
The cave wall broke, leaving John to slide all the way back down to
He only had his hand, bro. He was trying, and it took him too long.
Installed a new carabiner, and as the 28th hour of John's predicament passed, John fell silent, unresponsive. All they could do at this point was have a paramedic check his condition. They pronounced him dead at 11:56 p.m. one day after he became stuck.
Guys,
Unfortunately, John could not be
we got
released in life or in death.
we got
The
IHOP.
search and rescue teams deemed it too dangerous to try and recover his
These
body.
pancakes smell so fucking good.
So, 28 gruesome hours after John went on a simple caving adventure with his friends, officials decided to seal Nutty Putty Cave with John still inside,
Oh,
making the controversial cave system John's final resting place.
Foxy Official, thanks so much for the raid, man. Welcome in. Man dies. Yo, we got IHOP. Listen, man. I feel bad. Slade Blueblade, thanks so much for the follow. I feel bad that this guy died, okay? It sucks because he did leave behind, like, a wife and a child. But, like, he didn't have to do this. Like, he did not have to put himself in this cave. He could have just, you know, gone on a roller coaster or something. I don't know. He could have done literally anything else for a cheap thrill. Like, it just, I wish that I felt like more bad for him, but just like the fact that he did it to himself, it's just kind of like, especially when the people that have, the only people that have been rescued from that same cave are people that are like noticeably smaller than him. So like a 16-year-old boy and a 23-year-old man. They should make plastic caves for people to dive, like reverse rock climbing. It's actually pretty smart. Senlet, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We are watching videos while I eat pancakes. mm. Mm. Hmm. Oh, your birthday is coming up? Yep, it's next week Friday. Ooh, become a reaction tuber. No, my reactions are awful. I don't have good reactions, so I barely ever do it. Let's do this one.
I took 2.
Shut up. Stupid fucking advertisements. Ads? Okay, let's wait for the ads to go before we start. Oh, dude, I'm about to fuck up these pancakes. I'm about to fuck up these pancakes. Okay, so this is from the same channel. This is called Where Did Megumi Yokata Go? It is about a woman named Megumi Yokata. I think I also watched this one already, but it was a long time ago. Okay. Oh, shit. I muted it because it was playing an ad.
13-year-old Megumi Yokota had been attending a badminton club's practice at the Nagata Middle School where she attended. Her family, consisting of her mother, Saki Yokota, father, Shigeru, and 2 younger twin brothers, Takuya and Tetsuya, had just moved from Hiroshima and were new to the neighborhood. Although, the family had gotten used to being the newcomers. Megumi's father, Shigeru, worked for the Bank of Japan, and as part of his job, he and his family would be transferred to different cities every 4 to 5 years. First in Nagoya, then Tokyo, then Hiroshima, and now Nagata. But Nagata, unlike other cities the Yokota family had lived, seemed eerily lonely, and Saki noticed that Megumi was becoming shy or reserved among strangers. After all, Megumi had left all her friends in Hiroshima. But upon moving into middle school in Nagata, Megumi seemed to be growing out of her shell, joining various clubs and groups, one of which was the badminton club. Practice would usually run until 6 p.m., and Megumi typically wouldn't be home too much later, as the middle school was fairly close to her house. Her mother, Saki, would always worry about this walk home from practice, as the road is only covered by dimly lit street lamps. However, one night in particular, November 15th, 1977, Saki Yokota noticed that her daughter was unusually late. The clock was reading past 7 p.m., and there was still no sign of Megumi. Usually, if Megumi was going to be late, she'd tell her mom before she left, as she'd done the day before. But that day, Megumi hadn't said anything. Confused, Saki had run to the middle school Megumi was practicing at, only to see that all the middle school students had
Japanese
left.
girls guns.
Now panicking, she called Megumi's friends to ask if they'd seen her, but they all said the same thing, that they'd seen Megumi walking home with her friends and didn't remember anything unusual. At first, Saki had thought that Megumi might have stopped by the doctor's office on the way home, as she remembered Megumi complaining about knee pain, but upon checking their records, it was clear that she hadn't.
The anime shot?
So, Saki, along with her two twin sons,
It's from
and
an
now
anime
teacher that she
short.
called,
It's from an
started
anime
looking
short
up and down
named
the
after
neighborhood
this.
for any sign of Megumi, checking parked cars, the shoreline, and the shrine near their house. But, and now that she hadn't remembered Megumi, Saki walking home with her friends and didn't remember anything unusual.
The source in the bottom left corner is Megumi from the 2008 animated short. It's an anime about what happened.
At first, Saki had thought that Megumi might have stopped by the doctor's office on the way home, as she remembered Megumi complaining about knee pain, but upon checking their records, it was clear that she hadn't come in. So, Saki, along with her two twin sons and now a teacher that she'd called, started looking up and down the neighborhood for any sign of Megumi, checking parked cars, the shoreline, and the shrine near their house. But, after an hour of searching, not one piece of clothing or personal item was found, and at this point, Saki thought it was best to call her husband and the police. Saki's husband, Shigeru, was at work playing mahjong with his colleagues to welcome a new transferred employee, but upon realizing that Megumi was missing, he, along with 3 colleagues, came straight home. Police, after having searched the entire neighborhood again, brought 2 German shepherds to see if they could sniff out Megumi's trail. They discovered that Megumi had gone home with 2 of her friends. One had turned right at the corner, and the other had turned left at the intersection, leaving Megumi alone. The dogs followed her trail up until this intersection, where it seemed as if she disappeared into thin air. Saki later said it was dark and the vacant lot was overgrown with weeds and shrubs, so even if there had been a shoe or something lying around, none of us could have seen it. So, at around midnight, police called off the search, resuming the next morning. In the following weeks and months, police exhausted all resources looking for Megumi, going from house to house, asking questions, searching the nearby beach for any of Megumi's belongings, using divers to search underwater, but still nothing. It was at this point when Megumi's parents started thinking of every scenario that could have taken place that day. They thought that she might have gotten hit by a car. Her husband theorized that the driver might have been intoxicated and disposed of Megumi to avoid getting in trouble. Police also initially shared this belief, but there was no tire marks, glass, or any indication that anything, let alone a car crash, had happened at that intersection. Although, the police did have one more theory, that Megumi might have gotten kidnapped by a gang. She could have been knocked unconscious or forced into a car. Saki even entertained the idea that Megumi might have been severely depressed and wanted to run away from home, or worse, commit suicide. They called friends and family in different cities to see if Megumi was with them and checked the passenger list for a nearby ferry, but discovered nothing. They even suggested that she might have drowned herself, but found it unlikely as Megumi, from a young age, has been scared of water. By this point, Saki was desperate for answers and even started to think that maybe they had failed as parents. Perhaps we were overprotective, yet given the reality of her absence, I found myself hoping that she had run away. At least then there was a hope that I would be able to see her again, sometime, somewhere.
家出の理由というものは一人一人全く違うわけでございますが、さてこれがですね、めぐみさんの探すポスターでございますかね。 新藤さんの呼びかけていただきたいと思います。はい、お気持ちをどうぞ。
めぐみちゃん、あなたが本当に自分で出ていくとはどうしても思えません。暗い道で何かがあったんじゃないかと、そればっかり思って、どんな辛い思いで暮らしているのかと思うと、もう本当にどうしていいかわからない状態です。どうぞ元気でいるのなら、たった一言でいいですから、電話なりはがきの一本なりよこしてください。全国の皆さんどうぞ、この子をどこかで見かけた方。
Years passed, and the family had centered their daily lives around looking for Megami. Every day, after Saki would finish her housework, she'd walk in a different part of town in the hope that her and Megami would cross paths. One parent would be home at all times in case Megami called, and the door was left unlocked and the light on all night to show that they hadn't forgotten about her. The disappearance affected every other aspect of life as well. The family stopped going on vacations or family get-togethers, and the Bank of Japan had delayed Shigeru's next move. After 6 years, though, Shigeru and his family were asked to transfer to Tokyo, and although they left with a heavy heart, they thought it might be good to start fresh. After all, they couldn't keep living in Nagata forever. But the move to Tokyo only seemed to magnify Megami's disappearance. Whenever my husband or I walked along the street, we couldn't help but notice if there was a girl about Megami's age. But worst of all were the unidentified post-mortem pictures that Saki and Shigeru had to look over to potentially identify Megami. I looked at each photo, and whenever I came across a woman with a round face like Megami's, my heart would stop. The experience was so unbearably frightening. Little did Megami's parents know, 8,000 kilometers away, Korean Flight 858 was taking off, which would eventually reveal the first of many clues as to the whereabouts of Megami Yokota. Around 30 minutes before midnight on November 29, 1987, Korean Air Flight 858 had taken off from Iraq, its scheduled destination being Seoul, after 2 stops in Abu Dhabi and Bangkok. Around an hour prior to departure, though, 2 North Koreans, Kim Sung-il and Kim Hyun-hee, had set a bomb disguised as a radio to explode in exactly 9 hours. Their top-secret mission, as they called it, was to place the bomb in an overhead compartment, get off the plane at the Abu Dhabi layover, and when the bomb goes off, hopefully kill everyone on board the flight. The mission's objective, supposedly given by Kim Jong-il himself, was to make South Korea seem unsafe for the upcoming Summer Olympics in Seoul. Nonetheless, the plan had been going smoothly. The plane took off on schedule, landed in Abu Dhabi, and the 2 North Koreans, who'd been disguised as Japanese tourists, promptly disembarked. And so, at around the end of the flight from Abu Dhabi to Bangkok, the bomb detonated, launching the plane into the Andaman Sea and killing all 115 souls on board. But, as the North Koreans were trying to make their getaway, it was found out that they were using fake Japanese passports, and upon being apprehended, both Kim Sung-il and Kim Hyun-hee quickly bit into an ampule of cyanide that they were given to commit suicide as a last resort. And while Kim Sung-il had died after ingesting the cyanide, Kim Hyun-hee was nursed back to health and taken to South Korea for interrogation. It was there where she confessed that while in North Korea, she'd been taught the Japanese language by a woman who'd been abducted from a beach in Japan. Now, although this woman was later proved not to be Megami, it did confirm something that had been circulating around the general public at the time, that North Korea was abducting people from other countries. But at this point, Megami's parents hadn't known about the plane bombing or the North Korean spy, and didn't even seriously think that North Korea had abducted their daughter. Until 1997, after 20 years of non-stop grief and misery, things would change for the Yokota family, and they'd find themselves launched into the public spotlight, all starting with one phone call. It was January 21st, 1997, when a now retired Shigeru had received a phone call. Upon picking it up, he was informed that a Diet member, basically a Japanese government official, had been asking for Shigeru's phone number. Upon receiving the man's phone number, he called his secretary, who then informed Shigeru that, quote, "I have information that your daughter is alive in North Korea." The man, Tatsukichi Hiyomoto, had said that they shouldn't discuss this over the phone and invited him to meet in person. It was during that meeting when Shigeru was told that there was strong evidence suggesting that, since the 1970s, North Korea had been abducting Japanese and South Korean citizens, and Megami, all the way back in 1977, might have been a victim. Although, after 20 years of getting their hopes up for every clue about Megami and being let down every single time, they had a hard time believing that this was true. However, what seemed to push them over the edge was an interview with a North Korean spy, only named Mr. An. Mr. An claimed that during a commemoration to the Workers' Party in North Korea, he'd seen a 25 to 27-year-old woman who looked Japanese, and he remembered that one of his instructors had told him she'd been brought from Nagata. After being asked when and how the woman was abducted, Mr. An claimed that 3 North Korean agents had been walking in Nagata when they saw the girl, and fearing that she'd report seeing them, they abducted her. It was only when she wouldn't stop crying on the ship to North Korea when the agents realized they'd abducted a child. After arriving in North Korea, Mr. An said that Megami wouldn't stop crying and refused to eat. The agents were chastised for abducting a 13-year-old girl, but Megami was told if she studied the Korean language hard enough, she would be sent home. Once Megami found that this was a lie, she said to have become a danger to herself and was hospitalized twice. Later, when Megami was supposedly in her 20s, he said that she seemed outgoing and was laughing with other women. He said that she had a round, full face and wore her hair straight with bangs cut across her forehead. She lived near a university and was a valuable Japanese teacher, so she lived pretty comfortably. This bombshell interview gained attention in the media, and it was the first time that the Japanese government publicly acknowledged that the multiple Japanese citizens that had gone missing might have been abducted by North Korea.
私たちの息子や娘たちを返してください。昭和52年から58年の間に私たちの息子
But despite this breakthrough, the Japanese government initially did little to solve the abduction issue. Japanese and North Korean relations had historically been marked by tension and hostility, and in the 1990s, North Korea had vehemently denied having abducted any foreign citizens and had even walked out of negotiating rooms at the very mention of the victims' names. But something that North Korea couldn't deny at the time was that it needed help. The country had been in famine for years and needed emergency rice from Japan, and so it allowed talks between the two countries. But because Japan wasn't getting any closer to solving the abduction issue, protests had started to form outside of political party buildings.
日朝の国交正常化は拉致疑惑解決するためにするんだぞという。いやそうじゃないんですよ。そうじゃないんですよ。米を出すからいけないんですよ。米を。いや違うんだって。違いますよ。何言ってんですか。地方って言われて恥ずかしくないのかあんた。大丈夫大丈夫。大丈夫じゃないじゃないですか。今まで全然ダメじゃないですか。そんな決めはやめてくれよ。決めはまだ。決めなんか言ってないの。野中が金もらっちゃってるだけじゃないか北朝鮮から。それじゃあ立候補して選ばれてこいよ。地方議員じゃない。
But the abduction issue in Japan wasn't just about Megami. To this day, 17 Japanese people are recognized as having been abducted by North Korea. Some were abducted in pairs of 2, like Hitomi said.
I don't understand Japanese. I'm an empath. They were upset with each other.
Others were taken alone, usually near a beach or walking alone at night. Some were even abducted outside of Japan, one being kidnapped in Denmark and 2 others in Spain. What was strange, though, was that most of these abductions seemed to have been opportunistic, with North Korean commandos taking any person who was unlucky enough to stroll along some Japanese beach where the commandos were lying in wait. It seems, based on statements given by North Korean defectors, that the abductees were used to teach North Korean spies language skills and mannerisms of Japanese daily life.
やっぱり生きていてくれたと、お母さんは本当に嬉しかった。温かいたくさんの方にも出会えたことが本当に嬉しかった。めぐみちゃんは北朝鮮でどんな風に暮らしていたのでしょうか。お母さんも白髪になったけど、また前のように面白いこと言って楽しく話し合いましょう。早く帰ってきてください。
Nevertheless, as the years passed into the 2000s, public pressure about the abductions grew, and with it, a new prime minister was elected into office, Junichiro Koizumi. Seen as a very fierce leader, Koizumi took a more assertive and blunt approach to the abduction issue, and by 2002, he was invited into North Korea to meet with Kim Jong-il and discuss issues between the two countries. Unbeknownst to the rest of the world, this talk would later lead to an unexpected sequence of events, eventually revealing the supposed fate of the Japanese citizens who'd been abducted. It's not exactly known what was said behind closed doors between these two leaders, but miraculously, these fateful talks in September 2002 resulted in Kim Jong-il formally acknowledging and apologizing for the abduction of Japanese citizens, including Megumi Yokota. The catch, though, was that he admitted to abducting only 13 people, 2 less than the official count at the time. He also claimed that of the 13
What if they
people
kiss
abducted,
behind closed
only
doors?
5 were
Octo.
alive, and the
Shut
other
up.
8, including Megumi, had died in captivity. Most causes of death were given as traffic accidents or gas poisoning, but Megumi's was given as suicide. It was later explained that she had committed suicide in 1993 after suffering from mental illness. It was also later claimed by someone close to Megumi that she'd been in bed with a headache, quote, for a long time before she died. One day, she was taken to the hospital and she didn't come back. A doctor who claimed to be the one who treated Megumi in hospital said that she was depressed and barely talked.
この何もないいつ死んだかどうかっていうことさえわからないようなそんなことを信じることはできません。めぐみは犠牲になりまた使命を果たしたのではないかと私は信じています。いずれ人は皆死んでいきます。本当に濃厚な足跡を残していったのではないかと私はそう思うことで、これからも頑張ってまいりますので、どうか本当に皆様と。
North Korea provided death certificates of the abductees who died, but said that they only had the remains of Megumi and one other abductee, Kaoru Matsuki. The others, they claimed, were buried in burial grounds that had been washed away by torrential rainfall. In the following weeks, North Korea agreed to hand over all death certificates and remains that they had, and in a surprising decision, they even let the 5 abductees who were still alive return home, but only on the condition that they would fly back to North Korea after 2 weeks. So, around 20 years after they were abducted, the 5 victims returned to Japan, but family members and the press quickly realized that something was off. After spending most of their life in North Korea, the abductees had returned with Kim Jong-il pins pinned to their coats, and had requested that they wouldn't be asked about their life in North Korea, or their past. Sources say that they'd even said they prefer their life in North Korea and wouldn't want to stay in Japan. The Japanese government and the media accepted this awkward charade. The media made a pact not to pursue the abductees and ask them uncomfortable questions. Even the police declined to interview them about the kidnappings to avoid pressuring them to talk about it. But as the days went on, and families saw just how much their sons and daughters had been brainwashed by the regime, it was decided by the Japanese government to keep the abductees in Japan so they'd be able to, quote, make a free judgment, suggesting that they're still under the influence of North Korea. Also revealed in 2002 was the existence of Megumi's daughter. Apparently, in the late 1980s, Megumi had married an abducted South Korean and had a daughter named Kim Hee-kyung, who Megumi's parents wouldn't meet until 2014.
이렇게 나오니까 그렇게 생각하면서 네가 여기서 할아버지 할머니가 보고 있는 것 같지 이렇게 생각하면서 이 아저씨 얼굴 보면서
전 할아버지 할머니에게 더 다른 부탁은 없지만 모두 건강해서 이 선녀를 봐주시길 바랍니다. 그저 이 선녀가 올리는 인사라고 받아주십시오.
But with this abundance of information came obvious skepticism. First, it was clear that the death certificates provided had been hastily created before they were handed over. All the certificates were issued by the same hospital and had the same certification stamps, and various documents had certain sentences or words missing, almost as if they'd been redacted. It was also noticed that the hospital records had seemed to be written over, and what seems to be a hospital patient register, admission and discharge, is crossed out and replaced with deceased. Next was the problem of Megumi Yokota herself. North Korea and Megumi's husband had initially claimed that she had died in 1993 after suffering from mental illness, but multiple Japanese abductees who'd come home had said that they remember seeing her in 1994. Later, Megumi's husband had agreed it was 1994 and claimed he only said 1993 because of a, quote, illusional mistake. And lastly, there was the problem of Megumi's remains. By 2004, North Korea had handed over what they claimed to be Megami's cremated remains, but upon taking 5 samples and finding DNA from 2 different sources in the remains, neither of them matched the DNA from Megami's umbilical cord, which her parents had kept, as is common in Japan. Nothing that would be taken from the remains suggested that they were Megami's, leading the Japanese government to believe the remains were either fake or of another person. However, an article later published claimed that the testing was performed by a relatively junior faculty member at a Japanese university, and that he had no previous experience in the testing of cremated remains. This article suggested that, whether they knew it or not, Japan might have done the testing incorrectly and gotten a wrong conclusion as a result. In the words of the article, dealing with North Korea is no fun, but it doesn't justify breaking the rules of separation between science and politics. All these issues again served as a wedge between North Korea and Japan, furthering the tension and the hatred between the two countries. The mix of lies told by North Korea over the course of 40 years have conditioned the Japanese public and government to doubt every word that comes out of the regime, and it's because of this that the ability to prove or disprove Megami's whereabouts is almost impossible. Despite this, in Japan, it's widely believed that Megami Yokota is still alive, and that North Korea has kept her for any number of reasons. She might be too valuable of an asset or knows too much sensitive information. Since the events of the early 2000s, multiple North Korean defectors have said that Megami is alive, and others have said that she's not, but there's no way to confirm or deny their statements. The other theory is that Megami Yokota did indeed pass away, which is entirely plausible, although why North Korea then lied about the year she supposedly committed suicide is unknown. North Korea continues to maintain the position that the abduction issue is solved, and that there's nothing more they can do. In the years to follow, multiple rounds of talks and meetings have led to mostly inconclusive results. Since 2004, Japan has asked North Korea multiple times to investigate the whereabouts or any information about the other abductees, to conclusively confirm whether they're deceased or not. And almost every time, North Korea has presented incomplete information that lacks concrete evidence, or just failed to make any progress. However, Japan continues to try and pressure North Korea into investigating the abductions. On June 5th, 2020, Shigeru Yokota passed away from natural causes, and to this day, the whereabouts or state of Megami Yokota is unknown.
Nope. Go away, advertisement. Oh, man. That's a heavy one. That's a heavy case. Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put my stuff away because I still have a bunch of garbage. Do you guys want to watch another one, or do you want to switch back to music? I'm gonna put music on while I go and put some stuff away, but you guys just let me know what you want to do. Okay. Okay, 1 second. BRB.
Okay, do you guys want to do another video in the same channel, or do you guys want to do something like a different video? Because it seems like most people want to watch another one. Same channel? Okay. Okay. All right. So what sounds interesting to you guys? These are all going to be pretty long. So we have the unknown gang that terrorized Japan and disappeared. We have the death of the People's Princess, fully explained. We also have the Bjork stalker tapes. I've seen that one a couple of times, and it's good, but it's pretty disturbing. We have the failed serial killer Mark Twitchell. We have the Jonestown Massacre. Gang stuff might be fun. I watched that one and it was a little bit boring. I'm not gonna lie. It's also the newest one. Failed serial killer? Okay. I've seen that one as well. I've seen all of the ones on this one. And it's not like that lighthearted, honestly, but I mean, I think that he does kill somebody. He just doesn't do it very well.
Live from Global Calgary, News Final continues. Here is Jamie Dawn.
He was looking to find love and had allegedly met a girl online, but a date between an Edmonton man and a mystery woman last month ended in his death. Now police say this missing persons case is a homicide, and today laid charges of first-degree murder. Carolyn Jarvis.
Murder.
Mark Twitchell was born on July 4th, 1979 in Edmonton, Alberta. Not much is known about his childhood or family, but from a young age, Mark had an interest in films and TV, especially movies and TV shows like Star Wars and Dexter. Following his deep-rooted interest in film and TV, in the late 1990s, Twitchell would graduate from the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology for television and radio, and not long after would meet his wife, Megan Castarella, on an online dating site called plentyoffish.com. Despite meeting on an online forum and living in 2 different countries, Megan Castarella and Mark Twitchell started talking regularly, and in the following years, Twitchell had even decided to move to America to be closer to her. But as time went on in their relationship, problems began to rise, and Megan would quickly notice that Twitchell was a compulsive liar. He would
Don't
lie about
e-date
small
people.
things like household bills, but then eventually would move on to lying about more serious things, like being unfaithful. In 2004, Megan and Twitchell would divorce, prompting Twitchell to return back to Alberta to resume pursuing his passion for filmmaking. It was during this time that Twitchell's obsession with the Star Wars franchise boomed, and with the prequel trilogy coming to an end in 2005, Twitchell decided to make a feature-length fan film with the help of local artists as actors, detailed costumes, and even a cameo from Jeremy Bulloch, the actor who played Boba Fett in the original movies. This semi-large production of a fan film generated quite a bit of online attention for Twitchell, with forums being created discussing the movie. During this time, Twitchell
I met a girl on web fishing. When should I introduce her to my parents? Never. You fucking freak.
Eventually, Twitchell met another woman named Jess and moved into a small corner lot in St. Albert, where they had their first and only daughter.
Stop dating people online. Go outside.
The film had gone into post-production, and he'd moved on to other creative projects, most notably a comedy named Day Players.
You gotta stretch. We're gonna be sitting here for hours.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck?
If a woodchuck could chuck wood? Dang it! I beat you again! You good? Feel good?
Great. What's our backstory for the scene?
We're hungry and we're eating.
I like it.
Okay, that's good.
After directing 2 feature-length films, Twitchell moved on to the genre of horror. Most notably, in 2008, Twitchell started working on a short horror film called House of Cards. The premise of the movie was about a serial killer who uses various tactics to lure his victims from the internet to kill them. He had rented a garage in southeast Edmonton as a makeshift studio to film the movie, and had even given all of his neighbors letters that said that if they hear any screams, it was all part of the movie, an interesting detail that would be important later on. At the time, Twitchell was by no means a famous director, but was quickly gaining local and online recognition for his projects. But in the following months, Twitchell's career as well as his future would come crumbling down. In the months leading up to October 2008, Twitchell had downloaded an IP blocker and had created a fake dating profile on plentyoffish.com. He'd posed as a blonde woman named Sheena, looking for a partner, and eventually he'd attracted his first victim. Recently divorced 33-year-old Gilles Tetreault had started chatting with Sheena online, and after a few weeks, Tetreault had agreed to meet the woman in person at her house in Edmonton. Sheena had even sent Tetreault instructions on how to get to her house and what to do once he'd arrived. Before Gilles would come to his garage, Twitchell would set up what he called his, quote, kill room. This room contained plastic sheets taped around his table, a green curtain where he would hide until his victims had walked in, and an assortment of weapons that were used to either kill his victim or make them fall unconscious. Among them were metal pipes, stun guns, and prop guns from his movie shoots. So on October 3rd, 2008, without telling anyone where he was going and closely following the directions that Sheena had given him, Gilles Tetreault drove to what he believed would be Sheena's house in southeast Edmonton. However, upon arriving and walking into the half-opened garage at the location,
Who possesses a man to set this all up? You know, I don't know.
and threatened with a fake plastic gun as a
I'm gonna be
struggle
real.
ensued.
I've got no clue.
At the time, Tetreault couldn't see who his attacker was, as the man was wearing a hockey mask. At this point, Tetreault
Like
was
Jason
lying on the
Voorhees.
ground, blindfolded with duct tape, but in a last-ditch effort to try and escape the garage he was trapped in, Tetreault swung at his attacker before dropping to the floor and crawling under the half-opened garage door. Once Tetreault was outside, the effect of the stun gun started to set in, meaning he could barely use his legs, and after a few minutes of crawling away from the garage, Tetreault stumbled across a couple going out for a walk. The couple, thinking that this was a scamming technique, didn't help Tetreault, but by this time, Twitchell had given up, and Tetreault managed to get back into his car and return home. Twitchell would write about this event and what he thought he should have done differently in a recovered file found on his computer in the following weeks. This detail will be more important later on. Nevertheless, after the attack, neither Tetreault nor the couple who'd seen him had called the police, which allowed Mark Twitchell to hone his plan for his next attack. After completely failing his first attempt at murder, Twitchell refined his work ethic. This time, he would use a fake profile under the pseudonym Jen, using random photos of women online. Twitchell would later confess that he would steal photos of women online on the same website that he was using to catfish. Nevertheless, Twitchell quickly made his dating profile, and after changing his settings to look for a, quote, intimate encounter, the fake profile started getting an abundance of replies. From them, Twitchell would pick a 38-year-old man named Johnny Aldridge.
Brother did all of this just to get beat like a fucking ghost face killer. Also, yeah, sorry, the video's a little bit quiet.
Setting up his kill room
I didn't realize that it reset the the volume.
Left his house, he'd sent
I'll also turn it up a little bit for you guys as well.
And what he'd be doing. this detail will be important later on. Nevertheless, to Twitchell's surprise, Altinger had arrived 15 minutes earlier than expected and started walking up to the garage where Twitchell was standing in plain view. In order to not bring suspicion to himself, Twitchell had decided to pretend like he was using the garage as his workshop and that the girl who Altinger had met online would arrive in around 20 minutes. 20 minutes passed and Twitchell messed up again. He would later say that he, quote, chickened out at the last second. When Altinger had arrived for a second time, Twitchell told him that his date was stuck in traffic and couldn't come. Defeated, Altinger had no choice but to leave, and he did, but as he was driving home, he sent one more message to his supposed date. It's unknown exactly what this text had said, but Twitchell would later recount that he convinced Altinger to come back. And he did, under the false pretense that Jen, his date, would be waiting for him at the location. So, a few tens of minutes later, Altinger arrived for a third time at the garage, walking through the door before Twitchell grabbed his metal pipe and swung it at Altinger's head, before grabbing his knife and stabbing him, first in the gut and then the throat, ultimately letting Altinger bleed out on the ground. After making sure Altinger was dead, Twitchell used what he called his game processing kit, with tools like a butcher's knife, a fillet knife, and a skinner to dismember and dispose of the body. He had used 2 bottles of pure ammonia to wipe away any bloodstains on the walls or floor. He would later confess that he used pure ammonia because, quote, even if the stain won't completely wipe away, it destroys the sample so that no DNA can be processed. But there was still one piece of evidence that Twitchell couldn't quickly destroy: the car that Altinger had arrived with. In the following weeks, Twitchell would make up an elaborate yet terrible alibi on how he obtained Altinger's car. Twitchell would tell the police that Altinger had come up to him on the street and told him that he'd met a woman named Jen who he was going to move to Costa Rica with and needed to get rid of his car. He'd say that Altinger sold his car for however much money was in Twitchell's pocket at the time, which was around $40, and that's how he obtained the car. Despite being a very weak alibi that would later be scrutinized in court, Twitchell fully committed to the story. So much so that he even broke into Altinger's 1-bedroom condo and changed his auto-response to emails to say that he had gone on a 2-month vacation to Costa Rica. This email that Twitchell had sent to Altinger's friends seemed to be very out of character for Altinger, and it had sparked suspicion on whether Altinger was telling the truth, or whether this was Altinger at all. As a result, a few of Altinger's close friends broke into his condo to investigate his claim, only to find
breaking into
that
this
his passport
motherfucker's
and clothes
condo.
were still there. All items that would have been necessary if Altinger was traveling to Costa Rica. This string of unlikely events sparked an official homicide investigation into the disappearance of Johnny Altinger. Because Altinger had told his friends where he'd be the night of his murder, police started questioning people around the area, and among them was Mark
Condo
Twitchell.
is a GTA level at this point.
On October 19th, 2003, 9 days after Twitchell had murdered Altinger, he's called in for questioning at 2 a.m. at the Southwest Division of the Edmonton Police Service by Detective Mike Tabler. At this point in time, Mark Twitchell is not a prime suspect. The only reason he's been called in for questioning is because he's renting the garage where Altinger might have disappeared. And as you'll see, the main focus of this interrogation will be about the garage and what he's been doing there.
I'm here to talk to you tonight because of the fact that you happen to be the renter of a garage that has come to our attention due to a missing person. Okay? Now, first of all, can you please state your name for me?
Mark Twitchell.
And it's Twitchell?
Correct.
Okay. Your date of birth, sir? Okay. Now, the garage in question that we're talking about tonight, can you tell me the address of that place?
5712 40th Avenue.
5712 40th Avenue. And when did you rent that garage?
I began renting
Raj.
on September 1st.
Okay, and you rented it September 1st? And who'd you rent it from?
A company called Kirkside Real Estate.
Kirkside?
Kirkside, all one word, yeah.
Twitch L.
Okay. And you got the only key to, or was it one or two keys?
There's 2 keys.
Okay. So you got 2 keys. Okay, and where are those keys now?
You guys have the one that I had.
Okay.
And the other one, the last I heard of, is with one of my production assistants, Mike Young.
Now, the house is rented by people separate from you, who have no access to the garage. Okay?
Hey, Mumori, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hi, raiders. My name's Atlas Anarchy. I am a what is this thing called? Paper VTuber. And I do shit. I don't know. I'm drawing today. As I do every day. And we are also watching some we are watching a documentary on a failed serial killer, Mark Twitchell. Because I don't know, it's fun. I did forget what I was made of, it's true. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope that you had a lovely stream. What were you up to? What were you up to, Mumori? And in the meantime, Chimera Chi and Coriander, thank you so much for following. True crime is so cool. I enjoy the occasional true crime. It really depends on who it is and how respectfully they treat the case. I really like this. I really like this channel. It's called Unpredictable, and they have a like a wide range of true crime stuff that they do, because they do like stuff like this, like serial killers and stuff. But they also cover stuff from other cases from other countries. Cases from other countries, and also stuff like they have a video on Princess Diana. So it's a really good channel. Oh, you played Overwatch in as well as some art. I love Overwatch. I love Overwatch so much. I'm a big fan of Overwatch. If you want to ever check out this channel, just because I don't want to like freeboot their stuff, it's kind of an asshole thing to do. Their channel is Unpredictable. It has a period in the middle. I don't know why. And they have amazing content. Very nice to draw along to sometimes. But what did you draw? And would you like to pay the art tax? You can pay the art tax if you want to. If you don't want to, it's also fine. I get it. Pin it? Yeah, sure. Mods, can you pin that, please? Thank you. Thank you. They have a lot of really good ones. Worked on some model art. Fuck yeah. What's the art tax? Oh, the art tax is just a thing that, like, whenever an artist VTuber or an artist streamer in general raids another streamer, especially another artist streamer, you can link us to what you were working on, or anything, any of your socials or whatever that has something that you have worked on or drawn, and we can show it on stream, and we can go, ooh, ah. So, like, if I rated you, I would be like, and you asked me what the art tax was, I would show what my art tax was. I would show you this because this is what I was working on today. If I didn't work on anything art related today, or I didn't work on anything that I could show, I would just show you something else, like, I don't know, like this, which I did earlier. But yeah. Yeah, so if you want to drop anything in the what's this thing called, description, can I please think, if you want to drop anything in the chat, we can totally take a quick look at it, and sometimes, you know, if you're not comfortable or anything like that, that's also fine. I totally understand. Just offering it. Who do you main in Overwatch, by the way? I need to know. And have you tried the new killer? I got it mixed up with Dead by Daylight. Hero, the opposite of a killer.
The windows are all blocked and the doors are metal, and nobody can see in there. And it's nobody's business what goes on in there. That's your...
We block out the lights so that during the day when we're filming...
It's true, I am very tired.
...nighttime atmosphere, that the sunlight doesn't get in our way.
I'm not sure how. Oh, you can link like a Twitter or something. Oh, you played the new tank? Fuck yeah. You mean Ana and Ilari, or Iadi. Awesome. Iadi is really hard for me to grasp.
So you...
Whoa!
What type of film is it, or that you're shooting at this particular time?
Holy shit. Hello again. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hello, hello. We are watching a thing. What is this thing called? Oh my god. We are watching this thing. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate, or Roni, I don't know. I'm stupid. Stupid as fuck. My birthday is next week, but thank you. No, it's not To Catch a Predator. It is the failed serial killer Mark Twitchell. We have the what's this thing called? The link pinned in the chat. To Catch a Paper Woman. You just gotta put some fucking like ramen in a box or something and I'll jump all in. 29th birthday? No. No. My birthday is next week and I am turning 23, not 29. But thank you so much, Ron, or Ronnie. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm bald also. Okay, that's awesome. I'm gonna get rid. Can you get rid of that person? Yeah, I can go bald. I can go bald. I do have bald too. Goodness gracious. Oh, okay. Please don't laugh at the idea of turning 29. I'm just laughing at the fact that it's a few years off. A few years off from me. Is your model a piece of paper? It is. I am indeed a piece of paper. I am a piece of paper. Thank you, guys. Yeah, my birthday is next week. We're going to be playing a Sonic game next week, which will be fun. Muncher from 1979 and Blueberry Was. Thank you for the follows. Thank you also Eggsby, Ooh, Domino's Official, Kitty, Kit Catu, Batcat, 0% in loading, Cod is Lost, Stars, 3 numbers, and Just One Plant. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Pattern Baldness can't even escape the paper realm. True. Well, if you guys were doing anything, if you guys want to share any art tags or anything, that's totally chill by me. Or if you got to go and you want to take care of yourselves post stream, I also get it. We're just going to be today. We're just working on a design for a friend of mine, yeah. Were you folded to get the ship, or I just popped out the pussy like this? Oh yeah, this is the cleaner version of the design. It's working like this right now. Okay. Icy Man Baby 77. Thanks for the follow.
It's a short film. The total runtime is only going to be about 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Suspense thriller.
Right.
Okay, and what would you do in a film like this once you've filmed 8 or 9 minutes?
Go through the editing process. I tried to organize it so that it didn't have a lot of effects work to do, so it wouldn't take forever in post-production.
Neat. Now, so getting back here, the only person that would have had access is Mike Young or yourself to that place.
Yeah.
Now, tonight you were asked to go down there and meet our constables at the garage, and that's because
Thank
they were
you.
looking for a missing person.
Yeah.
Okay. And you were contacted, you were apparently at home in St. Albert, which is quite a distance from this, and yet you readily responded down to help the police, and we certainly appreciate that. Now, you arrived at the garage and you noted something immediately on your arrival when you went up to the door to show the police the garage.
Yeah.
And what was that?
Well, the first thing that happened, I drove in, I parked in the back where I usually parked. Actually, the constable was calling me when I was about a minute out to get there.
Yeah.
And talked to him and said, yeah, so like, where are you? And he was in the back, so I went to meet him. And well, 1 second, that might be my wife. She's let me keep her.
It would later be revealed that Twitchell was cheating on his wife with an ex-girlfriend he'd met in university.
Oh.
Yeah, that's her. I'll let her leave a voicemail. She's gonna be up anyway. So anyway, yeah. So I get into the back, and I'm like, okay, well, let's go check it out. So I get to the actual gate, side gate there, and they mentioned that it had been blocked off somehow. I didn't know what that was about. I opened it, there was nothing there. So they well,
Squarish Cat, thanks for the follow. Oh shit. Ad. Skip. Dude, I hate that they put the ad thing. You have to like watch the ad in order to actually like skip it. It's so shit.
First thing that I noticed
Okay, bye.
Light wasn't that great, but I could see what was going on. The padlock.
Egg from YouTube, thanks for the follow. Or egg from YT.
I was the one that actually put the latch on the door, and I had a padlock previously, but it wasn't the same one. The one that I had was like the silver on the outside, like a black plastic dial in the center, and this one was just all metal.
Yeah.
So
you noticed a different padlock.
Yeah.
And that on the door.
Right.
Now, what other locks are there on that door? Can you describe?
There's also a deadbolt.
A deadbolt?
Yeah. Pretty standard lock.
Yeah. And is there another type of lock or handle or?
No, just the doorknob, but I don't think the doorknob locks. I've never tried it, but I don't think it does.
Okay. So regular doorknob, deadbolt, and then a padlock. Okay, and the padlock.
Yeah.
It's interesting how that all comes together.
Can't get started on this stuff. I can go for hours.
Yeah. Now, so back again, so we're talking about back at the garage, and you're saying that the 10th was the last time that you were at the garage.
The timer is for ads.
And you can say that absolutely for sure.
No, it was either a couple of days before or a couple of days after that I dropped off some cleaning stuff. It was like a Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that.
Tuesday or Wednesday, you dropped off some cleaning stuff.
Yeah. So it's like a stop off, drop it off, and then go.
Now, what sort of cleaning supplies would you have at that place then?
Paper towels, like stain cleaner, gloves, the usual stuff.
Timer is for the pipe bomb that Atlas set in your room upon entering the stream. True.
Like suspense thrillers or anything like that, and you want to have something that looks like blood on screen. We use this mix that's like a corn syrup with food coloring in it, because it looks really good on camera, and it has the right consistency and everything, but it's sticky as hell. Gets everywhere, and it's a nightmare. And last time, it got all over the chair, it got all over the floor. It's like ridiculous. So, and that was really my thing, was just because then everybody's grabbing stuff and moving it over, and everything they do, they rub up against it and get it all over their clothes, and it's sticky and annoying. So, it's just a matter of keeping that stuff off of there and clean. And the achieved shot was running a sword through a guy who was sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
And so the way we did it is we just had like the actor sitting in the chair, and then the other actor pretending to hold the sword in him, and then we go back, we lock the camera off, it hasn't moved, shoot this, or we take the same color shirt that the guy in the chair was wearing, put like a Ziploc bag full of this corn syrup there, and then just, boom, put the blade through it so that it comes out with the corn syrup.
Yeah. Now, so you were doing quite a bit of that sort of stuff.
Thank you.
In the garage, that kind of shooting, where there was like blood effect and that. So what other supplies would you? Now it's me. I'm just thinking about this. I mean, it's kind of odd that you're filming that kind of thing, and we end up drawn to that garage because of a missing person who supposedly went there.
That's pretty clear. What's going on? I get this weird chill. because it just doesn't sit right. So the first thing I start asking myself is who all knows about what we do there and what our schedule is like and stuff like that. And if we have a shooting schedule, usually there's a bunch of people in and out of there to prep leading up to it, and then we shoot something there, and then that's it. Until we announce something else, there's no fixed activity.
Towers Alton Resort. Thanks for the follow.
So who would have access to it?
Oh shit.
It'd be me and anybody else that had a key. So basically,
You were our 9,900th follower. Congrats. Thank you. Just 100 more to 10K.
And where would you have got these cleaning materials? Like, these sound like something kind of special. Where would you get that?
Oh, it's like a Home Depot or James or something like that. Yeah.
Well,
We either
it's just regular cleaning shit?
Yeah. We don't need to get that crazy. It's not like.
Well, okay, well, I don't know. You're describing this stuff.
Yeah. No, it's just like usual stuff. We don't have anything special. The garage is a dirty place anyway. We have no intention of putting anything cool in there or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, just whatever will get the sticky stuff off or that kind of thing. And that's basically it.
Yeah. You just called me young? Like young unk?
Be better.
What does Towers win for being the 9,900th follower? Absolutely fucking nothing. Do I look like I got shit to give? I don't.
No.
Okay. The name is John.
Okay.
Altinger. Altinger.
Okay.
Does that name ring a bell to you or mean anything to you?
No.
Never heard it before?
No.
He's nobody that you've been using as an actor or that maybe Mike or Jason would have been in touch with?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if Mike or Jay know him, but nothing that in terms of casting or production crew or anything like that.
No?
No.
Not a worker, not an employee you've heard about?
No.
No. Now, do you have any girls that are employed by you or that take part in anything? Any of the setup or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a really great actress on this one that we worked with. She came to the condo set on the Friday. Came up from Red Deer. Her name's Katrina.
Katrina.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's the most recent.
Okay.
I got some Facebook buddies too that are all kind of in the industry and back and forth, and submitting themselves for casting calls and things like that. But nobody that's crew.
Yeah.
Out of context, asking if there are women in Twitchell's cast and crew might seem like a strange thing to ask, but in the following minutes, he'll use this to introduce the disappearance of John Altinger.
So, these Facebook buddies, would they have connected with anybody like this? That was just a single guy that maybe attracted him towards this sort of line of work or anything like that?
Maybe. I don't know. Not that I'm aware of, but possibly.
Okay. Okay, the indications we have, and we've got this through our investigations, and the address comes up, and the garage is described, and he actually says that he was there on that particular day. The particular day we're talking about is I think the 15th.
The 15th, okay.
Now, and I may be mistaken, I may be mixing a couple of things up, but I think the 15th. And that's the day you're indicating that you were probably down there putting supplies there.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Like on Wednesday or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was in and around the same sort of time frame that you were there. That he would have been there.
Okay.
Like in the afternoon.
Really?
Yeah. And he was supposed to go there and meet a girl who described the address and told him how to get there. Now this is girl he's met through an internet site.
Okay.
Doesn't know her from before. So he, of course, lets friends know where he's going.
Right. Okay.
But go to meet a girl, swear him over. Sends it out to a few friends. All of a sudden, he disappears. Last known place was there. Said he went there. Met a guy. The girl wasn't there. Met a guy in the garage.
In the garage?
Apparently.
Okay.
Now, can you tell me? What does it explain to you? Tell me what you're thinking.
Well, it explains the foreign padlock. If he switched it out or something like that, that makes sense.
Who switched it?
Whoever this guy is.
Well, he didn't switch anything. He went there and met somebody there. Yeah.
Okay, but that's what I mean. Like, whoever he met there.
Yeah.
Because I don't know of anybody else that has access unless they, you know, accessed it themselves pretty much.
So your lock was totally gone off there.
Yeah.
Okay. The latch was still there, but a different padlock's there. So anybody could have come along with a set of bolt cutters, cut yours off, put their own on, right? That still doesn't give them access to the garage because there's still a deadbolt, right?
Yeah.
This guy indicates to his friends that he arrived, met a guy in there, the girl wasn't there, got a call from her later.
Okay.
Was going back to the garage.
Huh.
And that's where the trail goes cold on us.
So, okay, let me get this straight.
Yeah.
The guy who's missing.
Yeah.
Shows up to my garage.
Right. 571240 at that. Yeah.
Claims to have been in it.
Yeah, and talked to a guy.
Talked to another guy.
Yeah.
So now there's two of them. And then he leaves.
Because the girl's not there. That he's supposedly.
Right.
Okay.
And then he talks to her on the phone.
I don't know that he talks to her on the phone or if he gets a message from her or which way that one went.
Okay.
Okay.
He somehow ends up communicating with her and then comes
Goes
back.
back to the garage to meet her.
Okay. All right.
Now, does that sound like anything that you know about?
Not at all.
Does it sound like anything that could be related in any way to any movie sort of stuff you're doing, or?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm the producer. I pretty much control all the elements.
Yeah.
So if there was anything like that, if somebody needs to borrow the place or whatever, then they would let me know.
They'd let you know.
They'd ask or something like that. So yeah, no, I don't know anything about that.
No. Does the name Jen mean anything to you?
No, Constable Maxwell asked me about that too, and
Yes.
I don't know Jen or anything like that.
So the name
Why does the audio on these always sound kind of low quality? Like, they have to have actual mics on the desk, right? I'm pretty sure it's just the camera mic, honestly.
Jen.
No.
Okay. Is your wife involved in anything with the garage at all, or does she even know it exists, or?
Yeah, she knows it exists. She tries to stay out of the film stuff as much as possible.
That's why you can hear it kind of bouncing off the, you can hear the reverb from the,
Nobody like that's tried to run.
yeah, 2008. You can hear the reverb bouncing off of the walls, so it's definitely just, the camera is here, and it's like,
Oh, maybe.
it's absorbing like everything, all of the sound.
So, you know, let me get back to you on that one. It's a checker for sure, but
Yeah.
no, that's. And I'm trying to think like if they don't really have any like regular.
Okay, what about? Now, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the business. Now, you told me about some projects you're shooting on, and I want to ask you if you're doing any other kind of shooting there. Like, is there any? And I mean, I'm just wondering because it brings into play different sort of characters. Are you shooting any porn there or anything like that?
No. I've actually been teased about that a lot.
Yeah.
And I tease back by saying that, oh, I should have gotten into porn because it's guaranteed money in the bank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's really not the environment for that. For one thing, it's not even heated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, no. It's
Yeah,
just,
it would be a little cool.
And then, again, if a filmmaker gets into that side of the industry, the other side will never take you seriously.
Okay.
So, unless I want to go making like 100 aliases.
Dude, the amount of this guy, the amount of time this guy spends talking about movies instead of the fucking crime, fucking kills me, man.
For me, but yeah, no porn or anything like that.
Okay. So, have you ever heard of these online dating site kind of things? What are some of the ones you've heard of?
Oh man, I don't know. Match.com.
What was the crime? In this thing?
Yeah.
Like in this video? He killed somebody.
A bunch of them. There's like hundreds of them.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So you don't frequent them?
No.
Okay.
I did some research on them for a freelance article that I wrote. That was like about a month ago.
About a month ago?
Maybe more. It's a little over a month ago.
True.
This is a freelance project.
Armpit sweat toe popsicle. Goodness gracious.
To get like, you know, basically writing gigs and stuff like that. And this guy said, you know what, we needed an article for online dating and stuff like that, and the rules and the etiquette and whatnot. I said, oh, okay, I'll just...
Mark Twitchell never wrote an article about online dating. The only reason he's telling the interrogator this is because a few months prior, he'd been caught surfing an online dating site by his wife and had to come up with a lie to prevent a divorce. To make the lie believable, he doubled down on proof, fabricating emails, voicemails, and even hiring an actor to play as his boss so that his wife wouldn't suspect anything.
Checked out some of that stuff in order to write the article and put it together and did it and got paid for it and everything like that.
Can you fucking stop role-playing in my chat?
So what do you end up doing with that? So you pretend you're somebody and do the online dating sort of thing and land it all up?
You go there, but you tell everybody what's going on, right? Like I, would say it's a social experiment for the purpose of figuring out what your guys' view and opinion of it is and that kind of thing. And it's a lot easier just to touch base with the people who use the site and get their overall opinion from it.
Yeah.
So they would say, well, I get different opinions too. Like the guys sort of say things like, well, it's really tough because there's lots of competition. The girls come back with the feedback of, well, everybody on here is a pig, and that kind of thing. And so I kind of, break that down, try to get a little more creative with it and make it something that someone would actually feel like reading.
Okay. All right. Now, like I said, I'm going to talk to my people and see if I'm missing anything and run over stuff.
A few hours after
Yeah, I don't know why you guys come in here and decide that it's a good idea to behave like fucking tweakers. If you're gonna act like a weirdo, go and do it somewhere else.
The man who interrogated him. In the email, Twitchell explains that he was so tired during the interrogation that he missed a few things, saying, quote, "Listen, last night when we were talking, I was running on fumes and very tired, so I missed a couple things that came to mind this afternoon that may or may not be important in this case." And then explains the story that Altinger had given him his red Mazda 3 for $40 at a gas station. The detective, obviously skeptical of this alibi, called Twitchell back the next day for another interrogation. And in this one, unlike the last one, you'll see a much different attitude from Twitchell. So, on October 20th, Twitchell is called back to the Edmonton Police Services headquarters.
You're good, Ronnie, it's okay.
By Detective Bill Clark, the new head of the investigation. A few hours into the interrogation, Twitchell starts explaining his alibi to the detective, at which point the detective gets up and leaves the room.
He asked me, hey buddy, do you want to buy a car? And I said, well, I'm in a car. Like, what do you mean? And he goes, well, I have shacked up with this really rich lady. It's like a sugar mama kind of situation, and she's gonna take care of me, and she's gonna buy me a new car when we get back from a vacation that we're gonna take. What's going on? Do you know, or?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to find out right now. About contacting the lawyer, that still holds true, okay, just so you're aware.
Okay.
If at any time we're talking, you want to contact the lawyer, you can do so at any time. I'll take you to a phone.
Show me.
Detective Bill Clark is about to start a major confrontation that will last the rest of the interrogation in one blunt statement. When he says this, you'll notice a very gradual but clear shift in Twitchell's behavior.
And that's that there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that you're involved in the disappearance of John Altinger. No doubt in my mind at all, Mark.
Why?
Why?
As I said, Mark, there's no doubt in my mind that you're involved in this disappearance. I just want to get to the bottom of this, because this is not going to go away. It's not going to leave.
Wait, if you drink paper, don't you disintegrate? Or do you mean if I drink
I'm going to explain some of the reasons.
paper, proper noun? If I drink water? No. I get asked that a lot. The answer is no.
You're involved in this, and unfortunately, something got carried away. Something got carried away with this guy. I mean, talking to you here tonight, you seem like a decent guy. And I think that something happened that night that maybe you just didn't have total control of. And I'm here to get to the bottom of it. Because it's not going to go away. This is going to stay with you. And we need to clear this up here and now. We need to clear this up tonight.
OMG Sage, thanks for the follow, man.
Truth about what's going on. What happened?
Is it spoilers if I ask if this guy was ever able to kill a second person? I mean, he's in a holding, man, and they already know that he did it.
I have no idea.
Kind of interrogation rooms has a casting couch. I think that he's just on the other side of an interrogation room because the detective is sitting on something over there. That bald head in the bottom corner.
I mean, you haven't told us the truth. Because that what you've been telling me hasn't been the truth. Has it, Mark?
If you haven't noticed already, Twitchell went from talking about himself and his alibi for hours at a time to not being able to answer a simple question. You'll notice for the rest of the interview, Twitchell barely tries to
Oh my
defend
god, it
himself,
covers up the
and
fucking
when
thing
he
that I
does,
just did.
it's in
It's fine,
short,
whatever.
ominous 2 or 3 word sentences.
This break is brought to you by Adobe Photoshop.
Oh, fuck you, AI.
This can't be. I don't.
What do you mean it can't be?
I just don't understand.
Well, what don't you understand? We have a fellow who's missing. We know he's been to your garage.
Garage?
We've talked to all the neighbors now. You know, the neighbors saw you changing the lock about a week and a half ago. Neighbors watch. They see all these things. Little things that you don't realize. Okay? We know the lock was changed long before the 15th. Yet when you get there on the 15th, you tell me, oh, that's your lock on there on the 15th. It's not till you go back with the policeman last night that you notice, or you say. So that's a lie. That's a lie you told me. When you gave your version of events to Detective Tabler last night, your version of events was different than what you told me today. What you wrote down was different than what you told me in this room. And you know that. You're not a dumb guy. You know it's not going to go away. This is going to keep on eating at you and eating at you.
I just feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone right now.
And why do you feel you're in the Twilight Zone? We need to get to the truth about what happened with John Altinger. Specifically, do you remember talking to the constable last night? Specifically, you talked to the constable last night. He specifically asked you 3 or 4 times, do you remember seeing a red car any time around your garage? Anything? No, officer, I don't remember anything about a red car. Yet now, and you never mentioned that to Detective Tabler.
According to all available footage from the first interrogation with Detective Mike
thanks.
Tabler, Twitchell was never asked about a red car. But in this interrogation, after being told that he had, he doesn't.
Before that, we did. Before this, we were doing this.
To silence.
And then earlier, we drew. What else did we draw?
Buying a car off an individual you didn't know for $40.
Is swearing allowed? How old are you? I'm a grown ass woman. Of course you can swear in my fucking chat. And this is what we were working on slightly after, but before this.
Because you had something to do with his disappearance.
Woman sippy.
I mean, you have a barrel in your garage. A barrel you say you buy for garbage.
Some doodling.
Everyone knows in the movie industry those are known as burn barrels.
Oops.
We got that off your own friends. They're the ones telling us this. Your co-workers. What happened to John, Mark?
Thank
What
you.
did you do with him?
Okay.
Wrong tree.
Wrong dream?
No, tree.
Wrong tree. And what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, Mark?
I'm done.
What do you mean you're done?
I mean, I'm not talking anymore. This is ridiculous.
Well, what is your explanation?
No simps be gone. Thanks for the follow.
The questions. If you didn't do anything wrong, why wouldn't you answer those questions?
Excuse me?
Like, I look at you, I see you sitting here, I've talked to you for several hours now, and I just can't figure out the why.
At this point in time, Twitchell can legally leave whenever he wants to, and so the interrogator puts pressure on him, making it as hard as possible for him to leave, using phrases like, "You'll never be able to live with yourself, this doesn't go away," and bringing up his wife and daughter.
What drove you to this? Is there something going on? Obviously, there's something going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. Yeah, you're involved over your head.
Okay, and then the mask will go here.
Genuine or
And I will
some sort of tactic.
hook it onto the
You gotta get away
belt
from the
buckle.
acting part, Mark, and listen to what I'm saying. You have told me nothing but lies. An innocent man does not come in here and tell lies. That's genuine, Mark. Everything I'm telling you in here is genuine. So get out of your film producer mode and the facade of thinking that everyone's an actor. Because this is real life.
Am I being charged?
Not yet.
Am I free to go?
Yep.
Then I will.
Okay. We're seizing your car. So you won't be getting it back. We'll be getting a search warrant to go through the car, forensic examination. Okay? As soon as we're done interviewing everybody else, we'll be coming back to charge you. It's just a matter of time. Mark, that you can live with this the rest of your life? Doesn't bother you at all?
What does that mean?
Well, you're involved in this disappearance of this guy.
But we'll live with it. What do you mean?
Well, what you did to him. You can live with that? That's what I mean. You can live with that, what's happened to him? I mean, only you know what's happened to him. I'll find that out eventually. It's going to take me a little time. I just got involved in this case today. But it's so obvious you're involved, Mark. It's like you're not a very good actor. And you're in the business.
Never said I was an actor.
Producer. You've seen actors. You're not good at it at all.
Damn. Tell him how you really feel, man. Brother think you Columbo or something.
Pardon me?
You know, this guy has the vibe of somebody who watched Breaking Bad and was like, ugh, Skylar is such a bitch.
I don't know much about your life, but...
Which one? Mark here. This guy, the one that's being interrogated.
Can't help but feel like that's it.
He has that vibe about him.
Why do you think that? When you know what I've told you in this room is the truth, so how do you say that the tactic?
We're not singing a movie.
No, his name's Mark Twitchell.
This is real life stuff. You gotta get away from the movies.
Yeah, I know.
That's the problem here. All I'm here for is get the truth. That's my job.
Dude, this slaps so hard. Holy shit, I went off crazy when I made this.
You're not gonna be able to live with yourself.
Holy crap.
Like this for the rest of your life.
You'd be surprised what I could live with.
I eat at you and eat at you.
I cooked here. Somebody cooked here.
Family, because it's affecting you. How would you describe your marriage? Is it good?
Everything was going.
Yeah, I put my pussy into it. I can't believe my streamer tricks me into getting invested in true crime.
Back in 1997, White Horse, you...
Yeah, he is really getting in his head. He's absolutely fucking raking this guy through the coals, man.
By her husband. Family thing. Not like this.
Are you serious?
Serious. It was actually made national news. It was a big thing about the defense of provocation. The guy's name is Ralph Klassen. That was my brother-in-law at the time. And he strangled her. He strangled his wife, which is my wife's sister, in bed. They were separated. Come home and thought she was fooling around, and he was out to lunch. There was no fooling around going on. None at all. And he strangled her with his hands. So hard that he actually sprained his two thumbs. And what happened was he leaves a note in the house saying that he couldn't live with himself and he was going to end his own life. So I don't know if you've ever been to White Horse, but he drove up. I wasn't up there myself. My wife went up for the trial with her sisters, but he drives up on a hill in his little Datsun B210 truck. And his plan was, they found out this later from talking to him, that's how we know, but his plan was to drive head on into one of the iron ore trucks that work at the mines up there. So he waited and waited, he said. This is what he's telling the Mounties later. And truck came along. So a propane tanker was coming down the highway. So he drives down the hill, he smashes head on propane tanker, and just before he hits it, he ducks. And if you can believe it, he ends up with a broken toe. That was his whole injuries from this accident. The truck driver ends up breaking its back so bad that he can't work anymore. He's not crippled, but he can't work anymore. Never ends up working again, I guess. And you know it's not going to go away, Mark.
What time did you wake up today?
Early.
Well, I mean, not today, I guess.
The VTuber is so unique. I love it. Thank you. Hi, I'm Atlas.
Keeping you going?
No. I'm tired too.
I feel like that's all that I'm on right now.
So let's get to the truth. And then we can end this. Why can't you give me your version of events that night?
Dude, I love how this guy literally said like ages ago that he was gonna go. He was gonna leave, and he still hasn't gone. He's like, am I free to go? And then he didn't leave.
I don't even know why.
I can imagine you're scared. That's a perfectly natural feeling at this time. What's going through your mind right now, Mark?
Almost nothing. Anything I try to push out is like... What's it like? It's like skating uphill. This tired trying to formulate thought anymore. Well,
The goddess of all things paper. I don't know about all that.
it's over, so I don't really have to worry about protecting her anymore.
Your daughter will be taken care of. How long have you been married, Mark?
Almost 2 years. This time.
How long were you married the first time?
He only did it once. He's a failed serial killer. The title of this video is Failed Serial Killer Mark Twitchell.
Didn't expect that.
I think you're already worse at this.
He tried to kill somebody before, but I think he chickened out or they got away or whatever. Or they got like a bad feeling or something, I don't know. But he's tried before and it didn't work out, and then he had to, this person that he ends up being on trial for, he had to like lure them back to the same place like 3 times because he was catfishing them at the same time. And he kept being like, oh no, she's not here. Oh, never mind. She's on her way. Oh, just kidding. No, she'll be here. Or, you know. Oh yeah, he tased them.
We're not that important.
I think we are.
That's gonna get really deep and philosophical. So
Yeah, he's a stun gun on them.
Yeah, I'm not a big philosophical guy either.
Real serial killer rip.
If there are other stressors going on in your life at the time, this is what you need to tell me now. Other things are going on, Mark.
Wouldn't that really be irrelevant, though? Really?
I think it would be very irrelevant. Don't you think? Whether they be financial, at home, marriage, health. I don't know. A lot of things go on behind closed
My
doors.
man thought he was gonna get some. Yeah.
Every one of us has 3 lives. We have our work life, where we behave one way at work. We have our home life, where we behave a certain way at home. And we have our secret life. And I guarantee every single person on this planet has.
You think he identified with Jared Leto Joker? We live in a society.
People know that could be good or bad. They don't always have to be good, and they don't always have to be bad.
This is good for now on the commission.
You calling your wife? You want me to leave you while you talk to her?
Sure.
Okay. I'll come back in a few minutes.
Oh, dude, she's not there. Maybe sleeping.
Do you know the difference between the 3 types of murder?
No hate to the victim, but how down bad are you to roll up to a random house with no women in it 3 times just to get murdered? Oh, Lord.
What's the category for suicidal?
Why are you suicidal?
Because what's the point? I mean, if everything that I've been working for is just suddenly going to end.
Because police couldn't arrest and detain Twitchell without a charge, they were forced to let him go after the interrogation. But what they could do was get a warrant to search Twitchell's car and house, which gave them all the evidence they needed. During the search inside Twitchell's home in St. Albert, Edmonton police found a hockey mask, a steel barrel, bloodstains on the inside of Twitchell's car trunk, a stun gun, and a post-it note seemingly reminding Twitchell what to do with phrases like ship eBay items, kill room clean sweep, and a third task usually cropped out by news outlets. Tracy senseless, Tracy being Twitchell's ex-girlfriend from university. But the most damning piece of evidence found in the search was the discovery of 2 deleted files from Twitchell's laptop. The first file, named SK Confessions, short for Serial Killer Confessions, was found in the trash folder of Twitchell's laptop. It's a 42-page narrative written by Twitchell detailing his murders and their aftermath in gruesome detail. Reading the whole file would make this video way too long, so I'll do my best to summarize. The file starts off with the phrases, "This story is based on true events." The names and events were altered slightly to protect the guilty. After cross-referencing the events written in the file with real-world events, it's very easy to tell whose names were altered to what. His wife Jess was changed to Tess, his daughter Chloe was changed to Zoe, and so on. He continues, "This is the story of my progression into becoming a serial killer. Like anyone just starting out in a new skill, I did trial and error in the beginning of my misadventures. Allow me to start from the beginning, and I think you'll see what I mean." He begins talking about how he never felt like he belonged in society, and how he quickly realized that he lacked any emotions, empathy or sympathy towards other people. He cites this as one of the reasons he decided to become a serial killer. Then he continues writing about his attempted murder and his successful murder in gruesome detail, describing how he dismembered the body as well as his unsuccessful attempts to burn the corpse. But the entire file wasn't just about himself. He decides to also talk about his dysfunctional marriage, recounting many times where his wife almost caught him cheating and how he would frequently lie about going to therapy. The second file the police found, named Profile of a Psychopath, is a 7-page breakdown of why Twitchell thinks he's a psychopath. Just like the last time, I'll try to summarize. He starts off by saying, "This is not a clinical diagnosis, an informational breakdown, or a case study as such. This is a way for me to get out on virtual paper exactly what I think I am, so I can evaluate and understand it best." He continues by outlining the characteristics of a psychopath that he doesn't have, things like preying on family members or killing animals as a kid. Then he goes on to list the characteristics he does have, like habitually lying, and explains that he and his wife are going to couples therapy, where he lies most of the time, or in his words, "My wife and the therapist ask me questions I give lip service answers to, giving them exactly what they want to hear so that they think progress is being made." In the last few paragraphs of the file, Twitchell lays out 2 options. The dilemma I face today is pretty straightforward because I really only have 2 options. Option A, come clean on all points and prepare for inevitable divorce, or option B, suck it up and live out the charade that is the rest of my life. This near-flawless written confession, along with traces of blood found in the trunk of Twitchell's car during a police search, led to his arrest on October 31st, 2008, and led to him inevitably being charged with first-degree murder on the same day.
Hey, Mark, are we beating a dead horse here, or are you going to tell us where the body is? Simple question, Mark. Can't you answer that? I think we've been pretty decent with you. You can at least give us an answer on that.
Our investigation is impeccable. Our evidence is flawless. Evidence speaks for itself, as I said.
The only piece of the puzzle that's missing is returning Johnny Altinger to his family. The decent thing to do.
Nearly 2 years would go by until Twitchell would finally show police where he dumped Altinger's remains. On June 3rd, 2010, Twitchell gave officers a map showing them the exact location of the body. But it would take nearly 3 years for Twitchell's high-profile murder case to finally reach a conclusion, as he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison at the Saskatchewan Penitentiary. Now this case isn't like many of the others we've covered. Although it's still a murder, it's not quite a mystery. Like many of our murderers, Mark Twitchell showed the traits of a psychopath and a true lack of empathy that allows a person to kill. But unlike the rest, Mark was very luckily caught at the very beginning of his tirade, with only one real kill and one near hilarious failure, meaning as a serial killer he was completely inexperienced and almost painfully easy to trace. What sets this case apart is also the abundance of interrogation footage available to the public, meaning we're able to watch Twitchell as he lies, jokes, and eventually cracks under the pressure of a police interrogation. We see him start off as a flamboyant and confident movie director, discussing
Called his ass gay.
craft for hours. But as time goes on, we watch his story unravel, as he realizes that there truly is no way out of this, and eventually, we watch him face the truth of what he's done.
Oh man. All right. All these serial killer positions asking for experience. Who am I drawing now? I'm drawing one of my OCs. Their name is Edison. Hold on. Everything he did was so foolproof. I don't know how he got caught. I love it when I plan a murder and I just write directly into my diary, I'm planning a murder. I'm putting another one on, whatever. This is our movie night, chat.
On May 26th, 2005,
This one is about
Beth
Natalie
Twitchell
Holloway.
dropped her off at a friend's house, where she would then be taken to the airport for a private flight to an island just off the coast of Venezuela. Natalie Holloway, an 18-year-old girl from Birmingham, Alabama, was planning on attending a 5-day unofficial graduation trip to Aruba. Her and her 124 classmates and 7 chaperones were getting ready for a 6-hour flight across the Caribbean Sea, where they would get to celebrate their graduation. This extravagant end-of-the-year trip was somewhat of a tradition at the high school that Holloway attended, which was located in a wealthy suburb of Birmingham, Alabama. According to her mother, Holloway was a straight-A student. Having just graduated high school, she was on her way to the University of Alabama on a full scholarship, planning to pursue the pre-med track. But as her plane took off for Aruba, both Natalie and her dreams would soon disappear.
Whitest thing I've heard all day.
Natalie Holloway was born on October 21st, 1986. At 7 years old, her parents, Beth and Dave Holloway, divorced, leaving Beth a single mother for 7 years before she would eventually get married to Jug Twitty, a prominent Alabama businessman. From now on, I'll be referring to Beth as Beth Twitty and to Natalie as Natalie Holloway. The family lived in Mountain Brook, a municipality in Alabama known for being affluent, upscale, and almost an all-white community. As you can imagine, upon moving into the region, the Holloways were welcomed into the community, and as Natalie was finally going into high school, the family was ready for a fresh start. The private plane had arrived at Queen Beatrix International Airport in Aruba on May 26th, marking the start of the class's graduation trip.
Oh my god, fucking the most white suburban rich people shit I've ever heard is this goddamn like, oh, I'm going on a trip for my senior year. Like, who the fuck can afford any of that shit in senior year?
That the students were partying and drinking excessively, so much so that the Holiday Inn had expressed that they wouldn't be welcome the next year. Classmates of Holloway later recounted that she'd been drinking excessively, so much that she hadn't shown up for breakfast for 2 mornings. However, Holloway's mother maintains that her daughter didn't have a history of heavy drinking and admitted, quote, "Natalie was very smart but very naive." On May 29, 2005, on the day of her disappearance, Holloway had gone to a casino attached to the Holiday Inn Hotel. Surveillance footage shows her sitting close to an unidentified man. Later in the day, witnesses recalled that she went to a nearby bar and grill named Carlos and Charlie's and had been talking to an unidentified man before later leaving with the same man at around midnight. This was the last sighting of Natalie Holloway before she disappeared. The following morning, after failing to show up for the return flight back to the US, Holloway's friends checked her hotel room, where they found her passport and her luggage, as if she'd been preparing for the return flight but suddenly disappeared into thin air. Holloway's mother, Beth Twitty, was immediately notified of her daughter's absence, and on the same day, her husband, and a few family friends arrived in Aruba via private plane to help in the search for her daughter. Upon arrival on the island on the night of May 30th, Beth had gone to the Holiday Inn Hotel where Holloway had been living for the past 5 days, in hopes of finding some sort of clue that would eventually lead them to their daughter. After combing through the hotel, asking bystanders if they'd seen or recognized Holloway, Beth stumbled upon the security footage taken at the casino the night before. It shows Holloway a few seats away from a man, later identified by hotel employees to be 18-year-old Joran Vandersloot. Some had even said that the man that Holloway was dancing with at the Carlos and Charlie's later that same day was also Joran Vandersloot. This grainy, overexposed surveillance footage showed the first and main lead that Holloway's parents had. After obtaining Joran's address through a few of his friends at a nearby lighthouse, Beth had decided to call the Aruban police. At this point, Holloway wasn't officially considered missing, as it takes 48 hours for a case to be declared a missing persons case. This legal hurdle undoubtedly affected the Aruban police's initial response to the situation, as several people who were there at the time described the Aruban police as sluggish or uninterested, convinced that Holloway would turn up sooner or later. Nevertheless, upon encountering Joran at his house in the nearby town of Nord, he was promptly questioned about his knowledge of Holloway's whereabouts, but it quickly became apparent that Joran and his stories were unreliable, to say the least. At first, Joran denied knowing who Holloway even was, but quickly realizing that the Aruban police had witnesses and surveillance footage, started to tell his side of the story. He claimed that after meeting Holloway at the casino, she'd invited him to go to the nearby Carlos and Charlie's later that day. Initially, Joran had declined, citing that Carlos and Charlie's was always boring on Sundays, but later in the day he eventually accepted. So that night, Joran and 2 of his friends, Deepak and Satish Kalpo, drove to the Carlos and Charlie's to meet up with Holloway, where they spent the night drinking and dancing. By almost all accounts, when Holloway was ready to leave at around midnight, she was extremely drunk.
That coastline looks like a big nose. That's my profile. That's what I look like.
To her hotel, or whether she just wanted to hang out with the 3 boys is unclear. In the car, Deepak Kalpo was driving, as he was the owner of the car. Satish Kalpo, the younger of the 2 Kalpo brothers, was sitting in the front seat, while Joran and Natalie...
The underbite too? No, I have an overbite.
Topic agree that Holloway had asked Joran to drive her back to her hotel, to which he had agreed. But this is where Joran's story becomes unclear. Initially, he'd said that he and his 2 aforementioned friends drove Holloway directly back to her hotel. Joran recalls that when he'd arrived at her hotel, Holloway had stumbled out of the car but denied any help from him. They had said that while Holloway was walking to the hotel, they'd seen a man dressed as a security guard approach her, and at that point, they'd driven away. But this version of the story was later changed. He'd later said that he hadn't driven Holloway directly back to the hotel, and that they'd taken a stop at a nearby lighthouse. The Kalpo brothers later said that Joran and Holloway, quote, were in the back seat kissing. Although the details of Joran's story often changed, both Joran and the Kalpo brothers maintained that Holloway was alive the last time they saw her. As tensions rose with the Aruban police and Alabama parents, they had decided to begin searching the beach near Holloway's hotel. After a series of radio announcements urging tourists and Arubans to come help in the search for Natalie Holloway, around 100 tourists and a handful of Arubans started searching a 4.5-kilometer stretch of coastline up until the island's lighthouse. By this point, the case had started getting more national recognition as the Dutch Marines later joined the search with helicopters and four-wheel drive vehicles, and the Justice Minister gave Aruban government employees a day off from work to join the search. At this point, the search had extended to include the sea, just off the coast of the beach. But despite the amount of people involved in the search, no physical evidence was ever found. So, authorities, as well as Holloway's parents, turned to the three men who were last with Holloway, Jorn Vandersloot and the Kelpo brothers.
They've called me 8 freaking times. Who's she? But I've got to be getting more information, and I've got to have it soon.
Yeah, you must feel a little frustrated.
Oh, yes. The boys have the answer.
They have the answer.
On island?
What you've been saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know that I definitively know those three individuals have involvement with her.
Fuck off.
Yes. And
Shut up.
On June 9th, 10 days after Holloway's disappearance, and after immense pressure from the media and Holloway's parents, Aruban police finally arrested Jorn and the Kelpo brothers. However, upon questioning, Jorn and the brothers changed their story again. This time, they'd claimed that after going to the lighthouse, the Kelpo brothers had driven off and left Jorn and Holloway at a beach, around a half-mile away from her hotel. While on the beach, Jorn claimed that Holloway had appeared to be too drunk, drifting in and out of consciousness, and not being able to walk properly, at which point Jorn left Holloway at the beach, and that, Jorn said, was the last time that he had seen Holloway. In one of Jorn's first public interviews, you'll hear him use this alibi.
How do you leave a girl on the beach?
Very irresponsible. I know, and that's the one thing I would like to take back. But at the time, it just didn't seem wrong.
And then what happened? You just said, "Oh, I've got to go home and study. I've got to go home because I got to get up for class." How did you feel when you left her?
Well, at the time, I didn't feel it was a bad idea. At the time, I really didn't. It didn't seem wrong. It didn't seem. Of course, now I look back at it and I think I'm an ass. What did I do? But
after around a month of false leads and clues, the Kelpo brothers were eventually released from custody, while Jorn was kept at the San Nicolas jail towards the south side of the island. By now, Holloway's case was attracting international attention, and leads from all over Aruba started pouring in, making it hard for the Aruban police to separate fact from fiction. In July of 2005, a homeless man had said that he'd seen a woman's body in a landfill, but upon numerous searches, nothing was ever found. In the same summer, a barrel had been seen out at sea. Upon dragging it out of the ocean, nothing was found inside. A park ranger had found a piece of duct tape with blonde hair stuck to it. Upon DNA analysis, it was concluded that it wasn't Natalie's. Almost every day, there was a new false lead for Aruban police to scrutinize, and with no additional information about Holloway, they were forced to release Jorn Vandersloot from custody, a move that would later enrage Holloway's parents, especially Holloway's mother, Beth Twitty. So much so that she would later have to apologize at a news conference for insulting the Aruban legal system and calling the Kelpo brothers criminals.
I would like to apologize to the Aruban people and the Aruban authorities if I or my family offended you in any way. It was never my intention to do so.
Around this time, a tape had surfaced, reportedly showing Deepak Kelpo, the older of the Kelpo
I mean, like, come on, her daughter's missing.
And implying that she was under the influence on the night of the disappearance. The tape was then aired on the Dr. Phil show, showing the tape to Natalie's mother.
Hard for you to hear, but I think it's important to hear what this
Why is she on Dr. Phil? I never understand this. Okay, wait. What is the problem with the American people? Something happens and they're like, "Holy shit, I need to get on Dr. Phil." What the fuck is what the fuck is it with all of that shit? Man, I was watching a documentary a long time ago about it was a documentary about this like lady who was in a cult, right? And the lady, her family tried to they were like, "We need to get her healthy, we need to get her safe because she's literally wasting away," because she wouldn't eat anything and she wouldn't, like, she was like subsisting off of like fucking weed and sunlight. That was like, she wasn't eating and she was like slowly dying. And they were like, "Our last resort, we had one last resort." And I was like, shit, what is their last resort gonna be? And then
their last resort was fucking Dr. Phil. It was putting her on Dr. Phil in front of a bunch of people and saying like, oh yeah, this is this and this and that and whatever, and we just want you safe and we just want you home. And they were like, and it was weird because Dr. Phil didn't help at all. Of course he didn't help at all. He's a TV doctor and he's an asshole. So like, why do people do this shit, man? Why do people fucking do this shit? That's what I said, man. I was like, what? Because like, this woman, like, I don't even remember what was going on with her, but she was literally turning gray. She was taking something, and she was so sickly and so like malnourished that she was quite literally gray. If I remember what her skin tone looked like, she was like a white lady, but she was like literally this color, maybe even a little bit more blue. And it's like, they were like, we're trying everything. We need to try everything. Oh yeah, she was taking something silver. And she was taking that, and she was taking too much of it. And she thought it was going to be like this cure-all to whatever problem that she had. But she was taking so much of it that it was like literally making her turn blue and killing her. And her family was like, oh my God, it's literally fucking killing her. Yeah, it was that. It was the something silver, colloidal, colloidal. I don't know. It's that silver stuff because she was told that it's like a cure-all. I hope she's not dead. No, dude, she's dead as fuck. She's in the documentary. Dead as fuck. Because like, she was part of a cult, right? So they like took videos of her corpse after she died, and they were like, yeah, she's gonna come back to us. She's just resting. She's gonna come back to us, no worries. But her family brought her on fucking Dr. Phil to try and get through to her. Colloidal. Yeah, it was a cult. I really don't remember what the cult was. The ad is about to start. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go downstairs and grab more water. Fuck. It's on my letterboxd. I'm gonna go look in a second. 1 second. BRB. Okay, let me check what the fuck this thing is called. Okay. I watched it like earlier this year. Why does fucking Letterboxd of all places have somewhere where you can like subscribe? What is the point of that? Ah, there it is. Okay, so the documentary is called Love Has Won, The Cult of Mother God. Chronicles the life and death of Amy Carlson, also known as Mother God, a self-proclaimed spiritual savior who built a cult through her online manifestos and live streaming sessions. As Amy's health declined, her followers believed her death would lead to her evacuation by UFO and salvation for humanity. Though told through the eyes of Amy's devotees and constructed from the cult's archival footage, the 3-part docuseries captures the perils of internet proselytizing and a conspiracy-driven faith. Yeah, and they have a picture of her on the fucking, this is what she looked like by the end. That is the color of her skin because she was taking so much colloidal silver. This is the color of her skin, dude. This is the color of her skin, man. Imagine that shit. Shit is crazy. If you haven't seen this, it's pretty good, honestly. I really enjoyed watching it. It was on Max. Yeah, it's on Max. So if you have HBO Max, it's really good. Also, if you want to follow me on Letterboxd, my name is Dugale. Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy documentary, but they do show her dead. So that's permanent too, if I remember. It is, and it got worse. It got worse and worse and worse. Don't join cults. She didn't even join. She was it. She started a cult. Pull up the pic of her young. Oh yeah, sure. 1 second. Okay, so this is what she looks like in the documentary. This is what she looks like in the documentary. This is what she looked like before. Is this the red versus blue that Ruby fans keep talking about? Here's another picture of her while she's young. It's crazy, man. She doesn't even look like the same person anymore. But yeah, her family was like, we're our last resort is bringing her on to Dr. Phil. Our last resort was getting her to talk to Dr. Phil. And they were like, it was weird because putting her on Dr. Phil for some reason did not help. And I'm like, you thought that putting her on Dr. Phil, if putting your severely malnourished, dying fucking cultist sister or daughter in the mom's case, fucking on Dr. Phil, you think that that's gonna help? What happened? If you mean what happened on Dr. Phil, he does what Dr. Phil does. He made fun of her. He made fun of her. He made fun of her beliefs. He made fun of, I'm pretty sure he made fun of the mom and the sister too. And like he's an entertainer. He's an entertainer, which means that he's not a doctor. It means that he's not at all a doctor. He's not qualified for a doctor. He's not going to help you on live TV in front of 1 billion people. But these motherfuckers were like, yeah, this was our last resort, is taking her to Dr. Phil. Why would taking her to Dr. Phil be your last resort? What a fucking bunch of idiots. Oh my God. They put her in a room with cameras giving her attention with an unlicensed media personality. Exactly. And that's what she was doing, you know? She was streaming her sermons and whatever. And like, oh my God, what a bizarre thing. What an absolutely bizarre case. And she was like so pretty. It's like insane. She was so pretty. She absolutely fucking ruined herself because she just took too much of this fucking silver. I don't even remember why she started taking it. Graphene Unit, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm talking about something that I watched. But anyway, if you guys haven't seen the documentary I'm talking about, Love Has Won, The Cult of Mother God. It's on Max. It's pretty good. There's 3 episodes. I think they're each like an hour long, and I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, but yeah. Looking at the letterboxed reviews, and one of them is just, "I'm blue. If I were green, I would die." She took silver because of the cult. I don't remember why she took silver. I think it was from what I think it was, is that her cult or her religion or whatever believed that she couldn't go to the hospital. She wasn't allowed to go to the hospital. Anything that happened to her happened because God said that it had to. And so God wouldn't let her go to the hospital, but she could take silver to mitigate the effects, I guess, of whatever was going on with her. But it just made things worse after a while because she was overdosing on it. She was also being manipulated by her like boyfriend or husband or whatever, who is also a cultist. I think he's like he was like, you know, her co-counsel, I guess. But he was also telling her like, yeah, you just gotta keep taking this. Yeah, don't worry, just, you know, you'll be okay. And, you know, just fucking lying to her. And the cultists that they interview in the documentary, they haven't like broken out of like their cult thinking yet. They're still like, we miss mom so much. They call her mom. They're like, we miss mom so much, and we hope that she'll come back one day. I don't know if all of them are still like under the influence of the cult, or if it was just like 1 or 2 of them still under the influence of the cult. I'm pretty sure most of them are still in it, but they're just like scattered to the wind because she's not there anymore. But again, Love Has Won, The Cults of Mother God. Really interesting documentary. Definitely recommend it.
Let's take a look.
If it was an accident, I can help Paul. And if you guys were partying, even if somebody had given her a date drug, I'm sure she had sex with all of you. You're surprised how simple it was.
But upon the airing of the episode, there were reports that the tape had been altered to incriminate Deepak Kalpo. In response, the Aruban authorities released the full, unedited tape, and the 2 versions had been compared extensively. Supporters of the theory that Dr. Phil's version of the tapes is altered usually point to this specific moment.
A date drug, I'm sure she had sex with all of you. You're surprised how simple it was. I mean, and I'm sure she had sex with all of you. And good. She did. Okay, well, I mean, good. If she did, fine. You'd be surprised how simple it was.
What Deepak's response to the question was is heavily debated, but one thing was for sure. The audience behind Natalie Holloway's case was growing exponentially. With Joran out of jail, he was free to use his newfound celebrity status to his own advantage. In the following years, Joran would come forward with unreal stories of selling Holloway into sexual slavery and claims of extortion. Soon after his release, Joran had agreed to multiple interviews, most notably with Fox News' Greta Van Susteren, a channel that had covered the case extensively. Joran seemed to know how to manipulate the US media, receiving extensive media coverage for every new version of the story that he would come up with. In 2008, Joran had claimed that a few months before Holloway's disappearance, he'd met a man who supposedly wanted a, quote, blonde girl in exchange for money. He'd even claimed that he had an incriminating audio recording of him and his father talking about this exchange, something we'll show later. This again threw Joran into the spotlight, earning him another interview with Fox News' Greta Van Susteren.
Now, before you watch this interview, we need to warn you, the greatest shock of all will come at the end of the hour.
The interview starts off with Greta Van Susteren and Joran Vandersloot talking about the conversation he'd recorded with his father of them talking about selling Holloway into sexual slavery. And while they don't play the audio recording in this interview, we'll play it now for context.
Hoi papa, hoe gaat het? Ja, met goed, wel. Ja, ik ben het gewoon een beetje zat, ik kan het niet meer uitstaan. Dat is het beste. Ik vond echt niet. Dat is heel goed. Johan, je hebt geen andere keuze. terwijl ik kan naar voren komen en het eind maken hieraan. Nou, wat je hebt gedaan is vrij erg. Mensenhandel is zwaar strafbaar.
You met a guy in February of...
At this point, you gotta ask if those media directives are just naturally stupid or if they practice. Why give him more spotlight? Well, that's Fox News for you.
Where did you meet this guy?
Casinos in Aruba.
What's his name?
Yeah.
Did he ever say what he wanted a blonde girl for?
No.
Did you have any sort of guess what it was? I mean, was it sort of the code, you know, you speak in code, you sort of knew what he wanted?
No, I wasn't really occupied with that at all.
He goes on to claim that the day Natalie went missing, he took her to the beach and gave her to a man in exchange for money, at which point the man put a drunk and confused Natalie onto his boat and sailed off. However, soon after this interview, he retracted his statements.
After we conducted this interview in Asia, Iran contacted us again. He told us that he had been lying during that interview and that he had not sold Natalie Holloway to a stranger. Iran says he made the story up. You can decide for yourself what to believe and what not to believe.
The authenticity of the aforementioned phone call is heavily debated. Some claim that it's authentic, while others claim that both voices are Yoren's, and the other voice has been altered to sound like his father. Nevertheless, there is no evidence that Yoren sold Natalie Holloway to human traffickers. However, there is some evidence that Yoren might have aided in the human trafficking of other women, but we'll get into that later. After more arrests and subsequent releases, the Natalie Holloway case was closed in 2007.
True. Crazy people do get more views. And I mean, I'm pretty sure this guy is still doing this to this day, not to spoil or whatever, but like it had to have been like a year ago or a year or two ago. I saw on the news, it's like, oh yeah, Joran van der Sloot is once again changing a story about what happened to Natalie Holloway. It's no secret that like if you know anything about this case, which some people wouldn't because they weren't old enough or they didn't see it or they didn't know about it or they're not in the US. We still have no idea where Natalie is. We're pretty sure that he killed her, and like obviously they might say some other stuff in this video, but every so often this guy comes back and he's like, I've changed my story again, and for some reason we just keep letting him do that. I think that he might be in jail now though. Maybe. I don't know.
Time more than ever replayed this viral moment from a Dutch late-night talk show.
All right, well,
see you, Dante.
A former suspect in the Natalie Holloway case, Joran van der Sloot, he got into a bit of a spat on a Dutch talk show. Let's take a look at the video. At the end of this live TV interview about the case, van der Sloot grabbed a glass of red wine that was on the table and he threw it in the reporter's face. His disappearance and apparently questioned van der Sloot's honesty. The reporter says, wow.
However, much of the community that had rallied around the Holloway case had blamed the Aruban authorities just as much, if not more, than Joran himself. They often cite the lack of swift action from the authorities in the first 2 to 3 days of the case, and the fact that Joran and the Kalpel brothers were released each time that they were arrested. They often accused the Aruban government of corruption or a massive cover-up. This led to calls to boycott the Aruban government. A website was even created in 2005 by the name of tohellwitharuba.com, urging visitors to shed light on the supposed corruption that was taking place in Aruba. Whether any of this is true is anyone's best guess. Nevertheless, the case slowly began losing momentum, and if you weren't a Fox News viewer, you'd most likely stopped following or even forgotten about the case. But in a sudden turn of events, the case would be reopened in February 2008, following a surprising confession from Joran van der Sloot. In the months leading up to February,
I remember years back, there was a case here in Spain of a missing girl, and they had the culprits. Every few months, they would pop in the media revealing where the body was. The cops would go, look, find nothing, and back to jail they went until they reappeared with the new random coordinates one of the three had made up. Oh, God, I think I might remember what you're talking about, but I don't remember exactly who it was. Who it was that went missing.
That he was a drug dealer and regularly used cocaine with Joran to gain his trust. After bugging his own car with microphones and cameras, Patrick's goal was to get Joran to confess, and in January 2008, after recording nearly 20 hours of footage,
Marta del Castillo.
I'll let Joran's confession play and compare his new story with other interviews he'd done, comparing which details match up and which don't.
Oh, yep.
For some context around
I've seen her
the
before.
confession, ABC News had
Been a
bought the
long
rights
time,
to
but I
show
have
the
seen her
footage in
before.
the US, and so you'll hear the occasional interjection by a news reporter.
Hey, are you gonna come out with us tonight? Will you come with us to Carlos and Charlie's, the bar? I said, yeah, that's fine. They had already been drinking the entire time. So we go to Carlos and Charlie's.
Are they on cocaine during this? I have no clue.
And she just came down from on top of the bar. She just came up to me. Who? Natalie. Come take a jelly shot off me. So the whore jumped on the bar and she wanted me to take a jelly shot out of her navel. I did it.
And she jumped on the bar, so sitting on the bar.
Sitting or lying down?
I'm sitting first, and then she said, oh yeah, you're gonna take a jelly shot off me.
What is that?
It's just something, a jelly shot is what you put on your belly button, or a body shot, I mean. And then you take it off of the belly button.
And you did that?
And I did that.
Then she says, so now you have to buy me a drink. So I say, what do you want? She says, what's good? I say, a shot of Bacardi, 151. She says, okay, that's fine. So she takes a shot of Bacardi, 151. She takes it, and right away she goes, whoop, bam. 151 proof, 151 proof, that is. That's 75% alcohol. She asked for a chaser. She's drunk, really drunk.
Joran says that he suggested Holloway take a shot of Bacardi 151, which checks out when compared to his 2006 interview.
At the bar, and then I asked her, what do you want to drink? And she's like, whatever. So she said, yeah. She said, what do you suggest? And I said, Bacardi 151, because that's a shot.
But right after, he says,
she's drunk, really drunk.
The interview was disgusted. I mean, body shots are kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie.
Is there a way to describe her? I mean, whether she seemed or appeared to be, drinking, she seemed to be drunk?
No, she'd been drinking, but she wasn't drunk. I mean, she knew what she was doing.
The concept of a body shot is kind of hot, but like in practice, off of a belly button.
What do you want to do? You want to go to your hotel?
It's like, how many people do you know that like actually pay attention to cleaning their belly button?
Natalie gets into a car with Joran and his friends Deepak and Satish Kalpo.
So I was with her, and I said to the guys, I want to go somewhere alone with her, but she doesn't want to go to her hotel. I also kind of want to do what she wants. That's how it is, I say, just drop us off at the beach. Then I'll her and take her to the hotel after. So they drop me off at the beach. I get out, and I walk with her to the beach. I'm kissing her and stuff, and she doesn't look so hot, She was looking kind of pale, too.
I mean, I clean my belly button. I don't know if other people do. That's why I wouldn't do a body shot off of somebody.
She has her hand down my pants and stuff, and all of a sudden, Patrick, like a movie. All those things she did?
Shaking.
Yeah, a lot. So I was like, what is all this?
So what'd you do then?
Yeah, so I stay with her, and there was nobody there, Patrick.
Of course there's no one at nighttime, Joran.
And yeah. So I'm talking to her, and she says nothing. She says nothing.
Joran claims that after seeing Holloway fall unconscious, he called a friend named Dowry for help.
Now, panicking, Joran says he calls his friend Dowry.
It was later discovered that an old friend of Joran's was named Dowry Rodriguez, but Rodriguez claims that he was in the Netherlands at the time and denies any involvement.
Sweet,
She's just lying still?
Still, she's not doing anything.
Did you try to resuscitate her?
Of course, I tried everything, man. I tried to shake her. I was shaking the bitch. I was like, what's wrong with you, man? I almost wanted to cry.
Okay, Mama. Okay, man, but you walk home, and he takes the boat out right then?
He goes out right then. Look, what he told me is...
Kijk, wat hij me heeft verteld,
what he told me was, I don't think he even went 2 kilometers out.
Niet eens 2 kilometer gegaan of zo.
He took the boat, he went far out, and he threw her over the side.
Hij heeft er gewoon over de zij.
Then he came back, and he docked his boat there.
Yep, Mrs. Edison.
The of course, was later retracted by Joran. He explained that he was under the influence of marijuana and lied to impress Patrick van der Eem, who he thought was a drug dealer. Even with this damning evidence, authorities did not rearrest Joran, citing that there wasn't sufficient evidence to bring him back into custody. Later, underwater searches conducted near the Holiday Inn Hotel turned up nothing, and in the end, this confession didn't amount to anything. However, more undercover footage would be released in the following months, apparently showing Joran trying to convince 2 Thai women to travel to Holland and become, quote, dancers for a sex club.
and he offering you 15,000 baht to dance. And I understand you tell me that you have school and have to finish. I understand. And you can tell me, okay, after your school, we talk about again.
Yeah.
But
and how long I have to dance for? 1 hour, 2 hours?
No, like 10 hours a day.
That's dance a lot.
That's dance a lot, yeah, I know, but it's not, you do not dance the whole time. You take break.
But just like the hidden confession, this footage didn't amount to anything substantial. And once again, the case fell silent. After around 4 years since Holloway's disappearance, there were still no answers, no physical evidence, and no one held accountable. And so, in 2012, Alabama courts declared Natalee Holloway legally dead, ending the 7-year saga of the Natalee Holloway disappearance. But although the investigation into the case had ended, there were no shortage of theories on what really happened to Natalee Holloway. Many followers of the Holloway case have put forward the theory that Joran or the Kalpoe brothers could have drugged Holloway at the Carlos and Charlie's, making it easier to seduce her. Supporters of this theory claim that it would be easy for Joran or the Kalpoe brothers to slip something in Holloway's drink. With the blaring music and lights of Carlos and Charlie's to the already drunk Natalee, it's possible that this could have happened. In the aforementioned tape taken of Deepak Kalpoe, the interviewer does mention the use of date rape drugs. However, Deepak Kalpoe denies that he's ever used them.
Well, let me ask you this. I heard this happens here. That for 25 bucks, you can pay a bartender to slip your date a date rape drug in her drink. Does that happen?
I didn't.
You never even heard of that happen?
I never drugged someone.
No, not saying you. I mean, have you heard that happen?
I haven't heard, the bartenders drug.
But without any reliable statements from the 3 men and the lack of physical evidence, this remains a theory. One of the most popular theories is that on the night of her disappearance, Holloway, for whatever reason, whether it be alcohol poisoning or something else, fell unconscious or died at the beach, at which point Joran or one of his friends disposed of her body in the ocean. Many dismiss this theory and point to the extensive underwater searches that the Aruban authorities carried out that turned up no body or evidence, as well as the fact that if somebody were to dump a body near the shore of the beach, the decomposed corpse would most likely return to shore, meaning at some point, someone would have to have seen it. However, some have pointed out that if someone were to go far enough off of shore, ocean currents would have taken it away from the island, most likely towards the middle of the Caribbean Sea. In the hidden camera confession, Joran claims that a man named Dowry disposed of Holloway's body in the sea. As previously mentioned, Joran's old friend, Dowry Rodriguez, denies having any involvement in the case. Some have theorized that a party boat DJ named DJ Diablo, real name Steve Gregory Crows, could have aided in the disposing of Holloway's body. Not only did Crows have access to a boat during the night of Holloway's disappearance, but also lied while giving a witness statement. Crows was even arrested early on in the case, but was released due to lack of evidence. Could Crows have aided Joran in disposing Natalee's body after she died on the beach, or is this yet another fabrication Joran used to cover his tracks? Without evidence, we will never know. The final theory is that the Aruban government is covering up the death of Natalee Holloway. Some claim that the Aruban government is protecting Joran in order to help clear Aruba's name, which is why he keeps getting released. Others claim that the Aruban government only started seeking security footage after a few weeks had passed, and by that time, most security footage that would have caught something had been erased. In 2010, Joran Vandersloot was arrested for a completely different crime, the murder of a different woman named Stephanie Flores in Peru. After discovering security footage showing Joran meeting Flores in a casino, and the two entering Joran's hotel room, he was arrested and pleaded guilty to the qualified murder and simple robbery of Flores. Joran was sentenced to 28 years in prison before being transferred to a maximum security prison in Peru.
I thought he was still in prison.
Ever since 2005, the Natalee Holloway case has gotten increasingly popular, especially among the growing true crime community.
I couldn't remember why he went to prison. I just remember that he did.
This case is staggering, and there are new theories posted every day on various subreddits and forums about what might have happened to Natalee. But other than a few false leads and misattributed remains, it seems that the Holloway case is far from being solved. Unlike most missing persons cases that usually die down after a year or two, the coverage and interest in this case has continued for multiple years now, and part of the reason for this popularity is none other than the main suspect himself. Every few months or years, Jorn comes out with a new convoluted story about what happened to Natalie, not only to cover his tracks, but to maintain his status in the public eye. Each new story earns him a new interview, a new cover story in the papers, and his face on the front page. But regardless of whether it's a murder, a cover-up, or just a plain overdose, Jorn Vandersloot made sure that what really happened to Natalie Holloway would never be discovered.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. I was right. He admitted again a year ago that he killed her with a cinder block and then threw her into the ocean. But that was last year. I'd figure he's already rescinded it by now. But it was in like court documents. It wasn't in front of like news or anything. It was a talk with his attorney. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. So it took 18 years from some sort of murder confession. Yeah, but the statute of limitations has already run out, so he can't be prosecuted for it. He's already in jail, but I don't think that he'll ever go to jail for killing Natalie. Oh my god, I'm so sleepy. Let's learn about Princess Diana.
Before we start,
hi.
We want to mention our sponsor for this video.
I appreciate it, guys, but no thank you.
Today.
This is BBC Television from London. Diana, Princess of Wales, has died after a car crash in Paris. She was taken to hospital in the early hours.
The death of Princess Diana was an international tragedy. On August 31st, 1997, the public had woken up to news that their beloved Princess Diana, lovingly dubbed as the People's Princess for her popularity and vulnerability with the public, had died in a violent car crash the night before. For a full week after the death, the event dominated headlines and grief swept over multiple continents. But among the overwhelming sorrow, questions started surfacing. What exactly caused the car crash? What were the circumstances of her death? And did the royal family have anything to do with it? But now, with security camera footage, police reports, and Diana's own words, we can unravel what exactly happened in the final chapter of Diana's life. Born in 1961 to the Spencer bloodline, Diana was the third of 4 children to her parents, John and Frances Spencer. As her parents were Viscounts, a title representing their status as a British noble, Diana was born with the title the Honourable Diana Spencer. But even at birth, Diana's parents were left somewhat disappointed, as after 2 girls and 1 newborn death, they'd wanted a boy, someone to carry on the earldom of Spencer, the family's hereditary title typically only passed down to men. It's partly because of this perceived disappointment that Diana doesn't remember her childhood fondly. In the first few years of her life, the marriage of Diana's parents was breaking down. Diana herself recalls, "It was a very unhappy childhood, always seeing my mother crying. Daddy never spoke to us about it. We never asked questions." It was only a few years later that the highly anticipated male heir was born, and a few years after that Diana's parents had gotten a divorce, an event that Diana later recalled as the biggest disruption in her childhood. Growing up in the park house of the Sandringham estate, Diana essentially lived on the royal family's property for much of her childhood, although she would really only see the royal family when they were on holidays or when they visited the park house, which wasn't very often. By the time Diana was ready for boarding school, she recalls feeling different or rejected from the other students. Although Diana liked school itself, she was known to be a bit of a troublemaker, one night running half a mile in the dark after curfew to get some treats, before being caught and almost getting herself expelled. In the following years, Diana would continue her schooling in various institutions, and by the time she turned 18, Diana, now referred to as Lady Diana, had grown more independent, wanting to spread her wings in something that was her own. And so, Diana moved into a flat in London where she stayed with 2 school friends. But because she didn't have much work experience, she ended up working a string of low-paying jobs, finding particular interest in working with children. Although, Diana wouldn't truly enter the spotlight until her relationship with Prince Charles. When the Prince and Diana first met in 1977, Charles was the 29-year-old heir apparent to the throne, meaning once his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, died, he was guaranteed next in line to the crown. Diana, on the other hand, was only 16 years old and described herself at the time as a fat, podgy, no-makeup, unsmart lady. In fact, at the time of their first meeting, Prince Charles was dating Diana's older sister, but over time, it seemed that the prince was warming up to Diana herself. Once they did begin dating in 1980, when Diana was 20, it took less than a year for the prince to propose, and upon saying yes and telling the prince how much in love with him she was, he responded, "Whatever in love means," the infamous phrase he repeated in a televised interview after their engagement announcement.
That she's been brave enough to take me on.
And I suppose in love.
Of course. Whatever in love means.
Although, for the
Whatever
most part,
in love
things
means.
seemed perfect, with Diana for her shy nature and distinguished fashion sense. And now, with the royal wedding on the horizon, the media honed in on the couple. This point in Diana's life, although exciting on the surface, was when things were slowly starting to fall apart. For one, before the wedding, Diana was put in Buckingham Palace by herself and was essentially isolated from Prince Charles, who always seemed to be busy with other duties. Also, since Diana essentially became a celebrity overnight, she effectively lost all privacy. For example, at the time, she was still learning how to drive, so every time she would try to practice, her car would be chased. Although, in the midst of this chaos, and unbeknownst to others, Diana was also suffering from bulimia, partly because of the history of eating disorders in her family, as well as the heightened stress and anxiety that came with her new life. Nevertheless, after many private and even public breakdowns, Diana reluctantly decided to go through with the marriage, and so, a few months later, in July 1981, the marriage became official, naming Diana the Princess of Wales. But as their relationship progressed, it quickly became clear that there was a problem. Even before the marriage, Diana knew about the other woman. Camilla Parker Bowles was a past lover of Prince Charles, but their relationship had supposedly ended long before Charles had met Diana. Despite the constant reassurance that nothing was going on, Diana couldn't help but notice how the two would always send each other gifts, call each other by their own nicknames, and how Camilla had seemingly endless advice on how to treat Charles. He even owned a pair of cufflinks with two C's intertwined, representing Charles and Camilla, but when confronted about it, he said it was just a gift between friends. Now, a whole video could be made about the marriage and how it went so wrong, so we won't go into too much detail, but some factors are important in the context of her death. For one, the marriage got off to a rough start, with Diana's bulimia getting worse, later saying that she threw up 4 times a day, and with Charles obsessed by Camilla totally. She recalls the pregnancy of William, the couple's first child, being a godsend and helping her occupy her mind. However, because of the pregnancy, her health was at an all-time low, and with no support from any staff and dismissal from Charles, this is when Diana says was her first suicide attempt. She recalls that, after an argument with Charles, she threw herself down the stairs and was found by the Queen, who was absolutely horrified. Fortunately, neither she nor the child were severely injured, and Diana later said, "I was just so desperate. I knew what was wrong with me, but nobody else around me understood me. It was a desperate cry for help. I'm not spoiled, I just needed time to adapt to my new position." Nevertheless, only 2 years later, Diana gave birth to the couple's second child, Harry. And as the Prince and Princess of Wales continued to do public visits, the couple, but more specifically Diana, would be met with crowds and crowds of photographers, as public interest had shifted more towards her than to Charles. In the following years of their marriage, both Diana and Charles would have affairs with different people, setting off their own respective scandals. The Diana-Gate scandal came after an intimate phone call between Diana and James Gilby, a childhood friend, was recorded and published. And Camilla-Gate, another intimate phone call that happened a few days earlier between Charles and Camilla, that was also recorded and published. After this became public knowledge, the couple announced that they would separate, but not formally divorce.
It is announced from Buckingham Palace that, with regret, the Prince and Princess of Wales have decided to separate. Their Royal Highnesses have no plans to divorce, and their constitutional positions are unaffected.
Although, the tipping point that sent the couple into divorce
But why not
is
divorce?
widely believed to be the now famous interview that Diana had done with the BBC in 1995, where she details her relationship with Charles, among other things. Again, a whole video could be made about just this interview itself, but all we need to know is that it, among other factors, led to the couple's divorce a year later, in 1996. And so, amidst the mounting controversy and escalating turmoil of her personal life, the stage was set for the shocking and dramatic turn of events that would take place in the following year. In the days leading up to her death, Diana was facing some of the same problems she had been facing for years, and that was the paparazzi. At this point, Diana and Prince Charles had been divorced for almost a year, and had been separated for around 6. During this time, the press, as always, were watching her actions closely, ready to report on any and everything she did. That's why, when Diana accepted an invitation to spend time with an old friend in the summer of 1997, it became the focus of the media's attention. As photographers and the media were becoming incessant in the UK, Diana had wanted to take her sons to a more private and safe environment in the south of France, somewhere where they could enjoy a family vacation. This caught most by surprise, as the host, businessman Mohammed Al-Fayed, was seen as somewhat controversial in the UK.
Dust Ninja Kenji, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in.
Nevertheless, Diana joined the family on vacation in Saint-Tropez.
What's up, man? How are you?
Some have speculated that Al-Fayed made sure his son, 42-year-old Dodi Fayed, became close with Diana.
We are drawing and watching a documentary on Princess Diana.
Forced this relationship or not, the two became very close during this vacation.
Oh, just finished playing some D&D? Fuck yeah.
This relationship became the main focus of the media's attention. These couple months with Dodi in Saint-Tropez, and later on a yacht in the French and Italian Riviera, changed everything. And it's where some of Diana's most famous paparazzi photos were shot, including this iconic photo. But what really drew the attention of the British public was a series of photos taken of Dodi and Diana kissing on Al-Fayed's yacht. These photos were later
Would have been appropriate if I was drawing one of my D&D characters. Shit.
Paparazzi and media, as photographers began to realize how
Unfortunately, they are not a D&D character. Fool. See ya, man. Thanks for the raid again.
Attention on the couple grew, with outlets and magazines commenting on everything from her clothes, her weight, and even a rumored pregnancy. As more and more tabloids started picking up the story of the Princess of Wales and Dodi, the Egyptian filmmaker, the paparazzi presence around the duo became incessant, reaching a fatal frenzy on August 31st, 1997. By the end of their vacation in late August,
my mom
Dodi
really
and
loved
Diana
Princess
had
Diana.
their final stop in Paris before heading back to London. Their private plane landed in a small airport on the outskirts of Paris at 3:20 p.m., with paparazzi already stationed at the airport to snap their photos as they left the plane. Upon leaving the airport, the princess and Dodi sat in one car driven by Dodi's regular chauffeur, and were taken to Villa Windsor, a home owned by Dodi's father. After meeting up with 2 of their bodyguards, they then drove to the Ritz Hotel, another hotel owned by Dodi's father, where they would frequently stay during their short time in Paris. This is the first place we have security camera footage of the couple's whereabouts. The camera that you see here is pointed at one of the hotel's rear entrances, where Diana and Dodi enter the hotel for the first time, followed by their bodyguard. They are then escorted to an elevator where they stop at the first floor. During the security footage, you'll notice that the times on screen don't quite match up with each other. That's because the cameras in the hotel aren't all synced, although they're usually within 5 minutes of the real time. Anyway, the couple then walk into the Imperial Suite, a suite that's usually described as the crown jewel of the hotel, and starts at $45,000 a night. Around an hour later, Dodi leaves the Imperial Suite and goes to a nearby jewelry store, Rapazzi Jewelers, intending to pick up an engagement ring that he'd previously ordered. Now, many people that were close to Dodi, including his butler, have later stated that he was going to propose to Diana either the same or next day. However, many that were close to Diana, including Diana's older sister, many of her friends, and her butler, later said that she was clear that she did not want to get married, even saying to one of her friends over the phone, "I need marriage like I need a rash on my face." Nevertheless, around 7 minutes go by and Dodi doesn't actually leave the store with anything except a brochure. He asks the assistant president of the Ritz to grab the rings for him later. Dodi himself returns to the Imperial Suite. Around an hour later, Diana and Dodi finally leave the suite together and decide to go to Dodi's apartment, staying there for around 2.5 hours. Throughout their trips around Paris, their car, usually driven by the regular chauffeur Philippe Dorneau, were perpetually followed by paparazzi, but Dorneau, being an experienced driver, did his best to avoid them. Nevertheless, after a few hours at the apartment, Diana and Dodi left for a dinner reservation they had at Chez Benoit restaurant. But because of the paparazzi following them during the drive, the chauffeur was told by Dodi to change route and head to the Ritz Hotel instead, where they arrived through the main front entrance at around 9:50 p.m. But because of this change of plans, the staff at the Ritz Hotel weren't prepared for them, and when the couple showed up at the main entrance of the Ritz, there was dozens of paparazzi waiting. Upon their arrival at the Ritz, Diana and Dodi first attempted to dine at the hotel's restaurant, but chose to go up to their suite and dine there instead. After their dinner, Diana and Dodi left their suite at around 12:05 a.m. It was now Sunday, August 31st, 1997. Diana and Dodi wanted to spend the rest of the night at their nearby apartment, the same one they went to earlier in the day. With the crowds of paparazzi getting bigger and bigger as the couple was getting ready to leave, a decoy plan was put in place, supposedly by Dodi himself. 2 decoy cars, driven by the couple's usual drivers, would be placed in the front of the hotel to distract the paparazzi, and a 3rd Mercedes would pick them up from the back exit, driven by a man named Henri Paul. Henri Paul, although the head of security at the Ritz, was not an accredited chauffeur. At around midnight, security footage shows Henri Paul leading the couple to the Mercedes, but not before photographers were already snapping photos of the couple. Dodi and Diana were sat in the back, with Henri Paul driving and Trevor Rees-Jones, the bodyguard hired by Dodi's father to protect the couple, in the passenger seat. No one in the car was wearing a seatbelt. Once the paparazzi had determined that the princess had left the hotel from the rear exit, several paparazzi got in their cars and pursued the vehicle. It was now 12:20 a.m. and Henri Paul was starting the journey to the apartment. Henri drove along the predetermined route, straight on Rue Cambon, a right at Rue Rivoli, and then instead of going straight through the avenue of Champs-Élysées, where they would likely get stuck in traffic, Henri drove along the embankment route of the River Seine. This is what most professional drivers would do, but it was clear that while they were on this road, the paparazzi were hindering his ability to drive properly. Multiple witnesses of the Mercedes were interviewed after the crash. Most said that the Mercedes overtook them.
The true villain of the story is the paparazzi. I mean, it's a lot of things, but the paparazzi are what directly contributed to her death.
Several, I would say between 4 and 6 motorcycles. I noticed that the vehicle, which continued traveling in the left-hand lane, was veering from side to side and having trouble keeping its line. A driver that was coming out of the Alma underpass just as the Mercedes was entering recalls. What struck me was that it was swerving, or to be more precise, it was doing a wide zigzag. I could also see that it was at full throttle. Most professional drivers at this point would take the slip road here and head towards Avenue Marceau or George V, but Henri, for whatever reason, didn't, and headed straight towards the Alma underpass. Maybe the car was going too fast for him to take a slight right, or maybe the paparazzi vehicles were blocking him. Whatever the reason was, the Mercedes, now going around 104 kilometers an hour, made brushing contact with a white Fiat Uno, clipping its rear left bumper, then swerving to the right, then the left, where it crashed directly with the 13th pillar of the Alma underpass. The white Fiat Uno drove past the crash, and neither the vehicle nor the driver have ever been identified. The front of the car was remarkably mangled as the tunnel started filling with smoke.
Seen that video of Tobey Maguire yelling at paparazzi? I haven't, no. Blocking his car at a green light? Jesus Christ, man. These people are insane.
As they started taking photos, with some riding away before the police arrived. The first person to get
my hair keeps getting in my face.
Was an off-duty doctor that happened to be riding in the opposite direction when the crash took place. He almost immediately arrived on the scene to find the 4 occupants of the vehicle in varying states of injury. It was clear to him that the driver, Henri Paul, and Dodi Fayed were dead, but the princess, as well as Trevor Rees-Jones, were both still alive but just barely conscious. He says he heard the princess groaning before calling the Paris fire service. Around 7 minutes later, at 12:30 a.m., the first of the emergency response team arrived, with multiple other police cars and ambulances arriving in short succession. The doctors who tended to the princess on the scene all recall slightly different things, but generally noted that the princess kept saying, "My God," and was moving her head from side to side, looking at what was around her. With the arrival of police, 7 of the paparazzi at the scene were arrested and had their film rolls and cell phones with which they were taking photos confiscated. Despite the medical team's best efforts to stabilize her, immediately after her removal from the vehicle, the princess fell into cardiac arrest, for which she received emergency CPR to restart her heart. Due to the instability of the princess's heart rate and blood pressure, it was not deemed safe to transport her by ambulance from the site of the crash to the hospital. That is, until 1:41 a.m. when Diana's blood pressure finally stabilized, and she began the journey to Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, where she arrived at 2:06 a.m. It's important to mention that this hospital was not the closest one to the crash site, and many have stated that the decision to take her to a further hospital was an effort to make sure she didn't survive, but we'll get to that later. Trevor Reese-Jones was then also taken to the same hospital, which took a little longer as he was trapped in the car and could only be removed after authorities cut the roof of the Mercedes off. After arriving at the hospital, it was clear that the princess's injuries were imminently life-threatening. By this point, she was completely unconscious and couldn't breathe on her own. Multiple x-rays were
I can't imagine being the guy giving the Princess Diana CPR. I know, right?
and while medical
Jesus.
staff were trying to find the cause of the bleeding and perform multiple medical procedures to try and stop it, the princess went back into cardiac arrest. But this time, she couldn't be brought back. She was pronounced dead at 4 a.m. Later investigations stated that no other course of action could have been taken by the medical staff to keep her alive. In the hours following her death, external analyses were conducted on the princess to confirm that there was no suspicious circumstances related to her injuries. The pathologist doing the examination concluded that the princess's injuries were consistent with a road traffic collision. And so, her body was partially embalmed while still in Paris. Later that day, both her body and the body of Dodi El-Fayed were returned to England for a proper burial.
Also, the reason that this narrator can pronounce French words so well is because she is a French Canadian. So is her brother, who edits the videos.
A beloved figure, affectionately coined the People's Princess, a premature and violent death only a year after her official divorce raised concerns and questions from both the public and those close to the incident. It was no secret that Diana was shaking things up within the establishment, as the kind of princess the crown had rarely seen, let alone approved of. For years, she was an outcast from the royal family, a known troublemaker causing discord within the monarchy, and at her death, some began wondering whether this was the perfect way for the establishment to get rid of her. Not to mention, at the time of her death, the mother of the future King of England was dating an Egyptian Muslim man, with some even speculating that they had plans to marry, something that was historically out of the question for a member so close to the royal family. This theory of cover-up and conspiracy had many supporters, the main and most vocal of them being a man who'd faced personal loss in the incident himself, Muhammad al-Fayed, father of Dodi. He claimed that Dodi had plans to marry Diana, even going as far as having a ring made at the Rapazzi Jewelers in Paris the night of his death, and that there was even a possibility that Diana was pregnant, but due to the crown's disapproval of a non-white Egyptian Muslim stepfather for the future King of England, they had to rid both Diana and Dodi from the public sphere in a staged car accident jointly put out by MI6.
Who would want them dead? And why would anyone want to kill them, Dodi and Diana?
Because they still don't accept that Dodi, my son, an Egyptian, a Muslim, can be the stepfather of the future king. It's not easy to know that your child been slaughtered, right, by bunch of gangsters whom they call themselves the British royal family.
Although seemingly far-fetched, these claims were not made without basis, as there were several very strange inconsistencies the night of the alleged murder. These inconsistencies, and others that came up after the death of the princess, gained so much traction that in 2004, Operation Paget was opened. This over 800-page report, released in 2006, was a years-long investigation by the Metropolitan Police.
Just want to say hi, and I hope you have a great rest of your day or night before I go to sleep. Thank you very much, Sleepy Puppy.
It's comprised of
I hope that you have a good sleep.
each one detailing a new angle of the death that has been scrutinized by the public in its claims of
It's been a pretty good day.
with extensive interviews and investigations into each matter. The report starts with the original conspiracy claim made by Muhammad al-Fayed that we mentioned previously. Basically, that Prince Philip, the husband of the Queen, had collaborated with quote-unquote security services, assuming that he means the UK's MI6, to arrange the murder of Dodi al-Fayed and the Princess of Wales. The alleged motive was that the Princess of Wales was pregnant with Dodi al-Fayed's child, and there was soon to be an announcement for their engagement. It is suggested by Muhammad al-Fayed that the royal family could not accept that an Egyptian Muslim could eventually be the stepfather of the future King of England. He further alleges that there was a cover-up by the quote-unquote establishment to prevent the conspiracy and murders from coming to light. Now, to continue, and not make this an extremely long video, we'll go through and summarize the evidence that debunks or further proves the claims of conspiracy, as put forth in the Operation Paget report. So let's begin. According to some close to the princess, she had been fearing for her life for months prior to her death, and claims that implicated the establishment as the perpetrators in her riddance. One of the most popular quotes used by the media was found in a letter that Diana wrote to her butler, Paul Burrell, in October of 1995, where she states plainly, "This particular phase in my life is the most dangerous. My husband is planning an accident in my car, brake failure, and serious head injury, in order to make the path clear for Charles to marry." A scathing accusation, no doubt, one that the investigators took to the highest level, even interviewing the future king himself, Diana's former husband, Prince Charles, with regards to the claim. But according to the investigation, there was apparently no grounds for her concerns. Operation Paget interviewed people close to Diana and asked them what they thought about the letter, to which most responses were either that they saw no reason why Diana would be afraid at that time, and that the letter itself was written in a different way than Diana's usual letters, suggesting that it might have been faked. This concerning letter came about at around the same time that the princess expressed concerns of tampering with her car's brakes, likely by someone from within the government or the establishment. This concern was recounted by her friend Simone Simmons in a letter she had apparently written to her, stating, "Dear Simone, as you know, the brakes of my car have been tampered with. If something does happen to me, it will be MI5 or MI6 who will have done it. Lots of love, Diana." But her concerns do not stop here. For months between 1995 to 1997, Diana explicitly voiced concerns multiple times regarding her fear that the establishment, MI6 or Prince Philip, were planning to get rid of her, most likely in an accident of some sort, repeating the same fear to multiple people many times. In one instance, she told her friend Robert Deverick after the infamous BBC Panorama interview, "After this, they are going to kill me. I am sure Prince Philip is involved with the security services. After this, they are going to get rid of me." In 1996, she told him, "They don't want to understand me. I'm a threat in their eyes. They are not going to kill me by poisoning me or in a big plane where others will get hurt. They will either do it when I am on a small plane, in a car when I am driving, or in a helicopter." It was made very clear through not only Diana's correspondences with others, but also in her personal conversations with those around her, that she held significant concerns of being murdered by the establishment for years before her death. And many found this not only concerning, but outright damning evidence that Diana, in her own words, knew the exact way they were planning to kill her, making the case for conspiracy all the more stronger. Even in the Operation Paget report, they recognize and acknowledge the overwhelming evidence that the princess was fearing for her life during this time, but also provided statements from many of Diana's friends, claiming that she'd never brought this up with them. In the end, their conclusions only stated that Operation Paget found no supporting evidence to show that there were any grounds for the princess's concerns, even though they were clearly held at the time by the Princess of Wales. Many have argued that one of the main causes, if not the cause, of Diana's death was the incessant and disruptive chase of the paparazzi. Her whole life, the princess had been seemingly tortured by reporters, photographers, and columnists, all desperate for even an ounce of insight into her life, and this was no different the night of her death. With the amount of money they could stand to make, and the standards set by the yacht kiss photos, paparazzi from all over the world were hungry for a shot of the new couple. As discussed earlier, the second Diana and Dodi landed in Paris, they were hounded by the paparazzi, even causing them to change and cancel plans as a result of them. In the moments before the crash, it was the paparazzi who supposedly forced them down the tunnel, and consequently, they were the first ones on the scene. Due to their heavy involvement in the hours leading up to her death, some question why the paparazzi were behaving the way they were, and who notified them of Diana and Dodi's whereabouts, all leading to the final question: did the paparazzi have malicious intent in their actions before the princess's death?
I mean, does it really matter?
Were called in by a third party conspiring to cause
No matter what their intentions were, they killed her.
Therefore, not only tipping off, but actively encouraging the paparazzi to be as intrusive as possible to force an accident like this one. Others suggest that due to the high number of paparazzi chasing the couple through Paris, it wouldn't be unlikely that someone with malicious intent was able to infiltrate the group during the frenzy. Someone who may have been paid by either the establishment or MI6 to ensure that the princess is eradicated in a way that could easily be covered up by an accident. In their report on this theory, Operation Paget set out to identify and question every paparazzi who was present at the Ritz Hotel when Diana and Dodi took their fatal last drive. As mentioned earlier, when the couple left the Ritz for the last time that night, they left through the rear exit with 2 decoy cars leaving from the front to steer the paparazzi away from the real car carrying the princess. Throughout the
You
investigation,
know, should an investigation revolving around the death of a British monarch with suspicion of foul play by the people in the British government be ran by the British police? You know, when you put it like that, maybe not.
The accident could not have been caused by any interference on their part, and although the first photographer's actions when they arrived on the scene, which included
I think you may be cooking there.
the princess immediately after the accident, were immoral, they showed no evidence.
The problem is, at that point, who is going to be the one to look into it?
Throughout the entire investigation, one of the people who was scrutinized the most by police and media was Henry Paul. As the driver of the car that killed Diana, as well as the head of security at the Ritz, various claims had been made regarding his character, his motives, and his movements the night of the crash. Some, including Mohammed Al-Fayed himself, claimed that Henri was being paid by MI6 or the establishment to insert himself where he should not have been, in the driver's seat of the princess's car, and create a situation that would ultimately kill both her and her boyfriend Dodi. A bold claim, no doubt, and one that took up almost 240 pages of quotes and evidence in the Operation Paget document, making it the longest chapter in the entire report. With the sheer volume of evidence, it was
Hold on, I'm still wearing my jeans. I'm gonna switch out my pants. Give me a second. Maybe the French government, since it was in their country.
Testimonies that painted a picture of what really happened. But through it all, this is what was determined.
Okay, hold on, let me switch my pants. I have wireless headphones, so I'm gonna keep listening, so give me just a second.
To be quiet and reserved, but good at his job. Good enough to have a friendly and positive relationship with his higher-ups. As a single man, Paul lived alone and was able to spend his ample salary on his hobbies, one of which included airplanes and flying. All this to say, he was seen as an average man leading a normal life. The night of the crash, Henri had been working in his usual capacity at the Ritz Hotel until around 7 p.m., when his shift was meant to end. Throughout the day, he had been supporting with the coordination of getting the princess and Dodi safely to all their appointments, as they were very high-profile guests, and with the constant threat of paparazzi, his job was made even harder. Although, at 7 p.m., when he was meant to get off work, Henri left the hotel. Now here's where his movements get confusing. Between the hours of 7 to 10 p.m., throughout all the investigations made, no one has ever been able to confirm what exactly Henri Paul was doing in the 3 hours between when he left the Ritz Hotel and when he was called back. Nonetheless, at around 10 p.m., Henri Paul was called back to the hotel by hotel management, telling him that Diana and Dodi, who were originally meant to be dining at a new restaurant in Paris, had decided to return to the Ritz and dine there instead. The hotel, unfortunately, was not notified of this decision, so the princess's return to the Ritz came as a surprise to both the staff and the paparazzi, who immediately swarmed the vehicle while the security had to scramble to regain control. This is when Henri was called back to the Ritz to support with dealing with the situation. Upon his return, CCTV cameras can see that Henri Paul entered through the revolving doors at around 10:07 p.m., after which he greets 2 members of management at the hotel. The 3 then immediately head for the bar, where they order drinks. In the hours following, Henri is seen on CCTV cameras moving around the hotel, speaking to paparazzi.
Dad's watching the game.
And having conversations with various hotel
I can
guests,
tell because
staff,
I heard him go,
bodyguards.
go!
Eventually, Henri is summoned up to the Imperial Suite along with the 2 bodyguards, Trevor Rhys-Jones and Kieran Wingfield. Here, they are told by Dodi of the decoy plan previously mentioned. According to the bodyguard statements, neither of them approved of this plan, as it was lacking multiple security measures. Firstly, Dodi was planning for the car to seat only himself, the princess, and a driver, but Rhys-Jones insisted that at least 1 bodyguard should be present with them. Secondly, according to the investigation, it was never confirmed who decided that the car driving Dodi and Diana should be driven by Henri Paul, someone who was not a licensed chauffeur. According to Operation Paget, this plan was put in place very hastily, and in the end resulted in fatal consequences. While being chased by paparazzi through the Alma Tunnel, Henri Paul, going around 104 kilometers an hour, crashed into the 13th pillar of the Alma underpass, killing himself and Dodi Fayed at the scene, and severely injuring the princess and her bodyguard, Rhys-Jones.
Prescriptions, co-pays, lab tests, even with
Shut up! Shut up.
His death, he was found to have a blood alcohol level over 3 times the legal limit in France. Now at the time, the cause of the crash was speculated to have been the result of Henri Paul's intoxication, as well as his high speed going through the tunnel, but Mohammed Al-Fayed disputed that, stating that the narrative that he was drunk was one made by the media to create an alternative explanation to the crash. Henri's alleged drunkenness was meant to cover up the fact that he was paid by MI6 to crash the car purposely and kill the occupants. The evidence for this claim was disputed and investigated heavily throughout the inquest, but overall supported by the fact that neither the bodyguards nor anyone around Henri that night thought that he was intoxicated. Both Trevor Rees-Jones and Kieran Wingfield insist that they had no idea that Henri had been drinking, with Kieran Wingfield even stating that, when we were waiting outside the suite, Henri Paul did come up just before we left. Again, he wasn't drunk. There was no slurring of his words, and when he walked up the corridor, he wasn't falling around. He was quite tactile. He would touch your arm when he was talking to you, and he stood very close to me. I don't smoke and neither does Trevor, and I was close enough to smell cigars on him, but not drink. But the claim was not just supported by the bodyguards, but CCTV as well. Among the hours of CCTV footage caught by the cameras in the Ritz, one moment stood out in particular. At 23:12, Henri Paul bends down and ties his shoelaces. It takes a total of 44 seconds. Among the hours of footage, these few seconds caught investigators' attention, as a man who was apparently heavily intoxicated and 3 times over the legal driving limit was able to tie both his shoes with no issue, further supporting, in the eyes of the theorists, the case for conspiracy. Now, the inquest's decision that Henri Paul was intoxicated was not made without evidence, as we have receipts and CCTV footage that show that he went to the bar at the Ritz and ordered drinks, specifically 2 glasses of Ricard, as bartenders recall serving him these drinks. These statements were also corroborated with the blood taken from Henri Paul's autopsy that showed that he had high levels of alcohol in his blood, indicating not only that he'd been drinking at the hotel bar, but also that he'd likely been drinking while he was off work between the hours of 7 to 10 p.m. Although, Mohammed Al-Fayed's rebuttal of this evidence actually comes from various doctors, most notably from a professor of forensic medicine in the University of Glasgow, who stated that the procedures followed to pull blood from Henri Paul's body during the post-mortem analysis was not done up to normal standards, including the identification of the sample, and could have resulted in testing a sample that did not belong to Henri Paul. Even in its report, Operation Paget states that there were clear problems with the procedures used to take and identify Henri's blood, but apart from these issues, there was no clear evidence of conspiracy. Although, this leads us to another mystery surrounding Henri Paul. At the time of the crash, Henri's body was found with around 12,560 francs, around 2,000 USD at the time. Now this, although not a wedge of money, as Henri's best friend put it, is still a significant amount of money for a person to be carrying on them. What's stranger is that throughout the investigation, in tracking Henri's movements, the origin of this money was never found. It was not pulled from his bank account, and no one could recall who gave it to him. Some speculated that since he was a security officer at a very high-end hotel, he could have received it from a client as a tip, as he was known to have received tips up to £500. Although, 12,560 francs is no light tip, and one could question what he had done for that money. Was this a payment from MI6 for the job he was about to do? This theory is further fleshed out by the analysis of Henri's bank accounts. During the investigation, Operation Paget was able to access Henri's bank accounts, all 15 of them. Throughout these 15 bank accounts, he was found to have had around £170,000, the equivalent of around 275,000 USD at the time. Now this was a significant amount of money, and in analyzing his transactions, they found a few things that did not quite add up. Apart from regular deposits made from his paycheck and the manual transfer of money between checkings and savings accounts, there was around £43,000 that was deposited in the last 8 months of his life that couldn't be accounted for. These deposits could not be traced to any of his usual paychecks, and none of his friends or coworkers could explain the sum of money. According to those advocating for conspiracy, this money must have come from MI6, or an intelligence agency plotting the murder of the Princess of Wales. Sure enough, during Operation Paget's investigation of this claim, Henri Paul did have some connection to intelligence agencies. As a result of his head of security role at a high-end hotel where diplomats and elites stay, he was often contacted by various security agencies to ensure the correct arrangements were made. Now, most of the evidence supporting the claim that Henri was connected to intelligence agencies came from a former MI6 agent, Richard Tomlinson, who claims that Henri was in fact an agent for MI6. From my time in MI6, I still feel that the circumstantial evidence around Henri Paul very strongly suggests that he had links to the intelligence services of some nationality, although I am unable to say for sure which one. Although, his statements have been heavily disputed, and in Operation Paget's own investigation into the MI6 records, no mention of Henri Paul was ever made. In fact, it wasn't just MI6, but another French intelligence agency known as the DST who had contact with Henri Paul, saying in an official statement that they had tasked him with inquiries in hotel circles. Although, the DST has confirmed that they were not in contact with Henri Paul the night of August 30th, 1997, and none of their interactions with him involved anything regarding the princess. Operation Paget's final decision on the matter was that there was no solid evidence that Henri Paul had any connection to MI6, and in his connection to the DST, there is no evidence that he was providing any information regarding the princess. One of the very first conspiracies pertaining to the post-accident treatment of the princess came right after the accident itself, and revolved around the medical team's decision to administer first aid at the scene rather than immediately take her to the hospital. Once she did arrive at a hospital, around an hour and 45 minutes later, it was the Pitié-Salpêtrière hospital, a facility that was not the nearest hospital to the scene. Mohammed Al-Fayed and other theorists state that these actions were taken specifically to decrease the princess's likelihood of surviving. To respond to these claims, Operation Paget interviewed not only the paramedics at the scene, but multiple hospital staff to determine why these decisions were made. Firstly, as mentioned earlier, the princess was treated at the scene by the paramedics who were called. The leading doctor in charge of this team took account of her injuries, which included trauma to multiple parts of her body as well as internal bleeding. The doctor treating her injuries on the scene stated that he made the professional decision to treat her at the scene rather than immediately transfer her to hospital due to the instability of the princess's blood pressure, which would likely cause her to experience cardiac arrest if she was in a vehicle traveling too fast. As a result, once her blood pressure stabilized, Diana was transferred to the ambulance and taken to hospital. The ambulance was directed to drive slowly at the request of the doctor to avoid further cardiac arrest. The decision to take the princess to Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital instead of the closer Hôtel Dieu Hospital was made by the lead doctor handling Diana's treatment, who decided that Hôtel Dieu did not have the proper equipment to deal with the princess's level of injuries. On the other hand, he knew that Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital had not only the best trained staff to handle the multiple injuries that Diana sustained, but also knew that one of his colleagues, an expert in treating these complex injuries, was on duty at the hospital that night. As a result of these factors, the lead doctor used his professional expertise to make the decision to take the princess to the further yet better equipped hospital, and therefore the decision was not a result of malicious or ulterior motives. Now, in the minutes to hours after the princess's death, everyone involved in the incident now had to deal with the daunting task of not only notifying those who needed to know, but properly handling the body of the Princess of Wales. In this struggle, one of the biggest questions that arose later on was the seemingly rash decision to partially embalm the princess's body. In the hour after her death, French doctors had already completed an external evaluation of Diana's body.
Does this channel have a JFK assassination video, or is that only a Wendigoon level of madness and conspiracy? I don't think so. They do have a Unabomber one if you guys want to watch that one next. Probably would be our last one.
The main concern for medical staff was slowing the decomposition of the body. Knowing the princess would likely be seen by members of the royal family, an expert suggested that starting the process of embalming would make the princess's body more presentable and less traumatizing for those who had to see it. Although, conspiracy theorists state that embalming the body was done at the guidance of MI6 as an effort to conceal Diana's alleged pregnancy. In the months prior to her death, various news outlets and tabloids had speculated that the princess was pregnant with Dodi's child, something that the establishment would never allow. Therefore, MI6 ordered the embalming to conceal it, as embalming fluid interferes with the validity of a pregnancy test. In reality, a pregnancy test was never done on the princess because there was no medical reason to, and no viable belief.
Deoxys, thanks so much for the follow.
The man put in charge of embalming the body also had all of the permissions required to do so, as the doctors had already completed their evaluations, and therefore the decision to embalm was a completely legal act. The very last point that adds to the claim for conspiracy is the suspicious handling of the princess's clothes after her death. According to the hospital, the clothes that Diana was wearing at the time of the crash were released to her butler, who signed for them when he came to the hospital and brought them back to Kensington Palace. Although, strangely, Diana's butler has no memory of signing or receiving these clothes, and his first memory of seeing them was in a bag in Kensington Palace. In its investigation, Operation Paget attributes this memory loss to the high stress and trauma her butler was experiencing that day. Although, it was not just the arrival of the clothes to Kensington Palace that was suspicious to theorists, but what was done to them after arrival. Upon receiving the clothes, the princess's butler burned the clothes that were on the princess the night of the crash. This decision was made after a discussion with Diana's friend, who advised the butler that the clothes would serve no purpose to anyone now, and the safest way to deal with this potential health hazard was to burn them. Although many found this strange, all Operation Paget has to say about this is that there is no concrete evidence that this act could have been a result of ulterior motives. Whether you believe that or not is your decision. One of the biggest mysteries
Always struck me as weird. Why would you burn her clothes? What's the point in that?
Revolves around a white Fiat Uno that was potentially involved in the crash that killed the princess. According to multiple eyewitness statements, at the time of the crash, there was a white two-door Fiat Uno that was traveling erratically through the Alma Tunnel, often swerving from side to side. This car was described to have been old and showed signs of long-time use. The driver was said to have been a white male, likely between the ages of 40 to 50, with a large dog with a bandana sitting in the car as well. According to both eyewitness statements as well as scratches on the body of the Mercedes car that the princess was driving in, this white Fiat Uno had made brushing contact with the princess's Mercedes, which could have contributed to the accident that killed her. Now, after Diana's death, the original investigation led by French police was tipped off of a paparazzi who was closely following Diana and Dodi's relationship, who also happened to own a white Fiat Uno. This man was James Anderson, a known photojournalist situated in the south of France. James was part of a group of journalists and paparazzi who were closely following the princess's new relationship, and was actually in Saint-Tropez at the time the Jonical pictures were taken. Although, what interested investigators most was his ownership of a white Fiat Uno.
This is kind of out of the blue, but watching the drawing process is really interesting to me, especially the way you draw the rich. Really?
During their initial investigation, the French police first interviewed James's family of his whereabouts on the night of the crash. Of the two people they interview in his family, his wife and 18-year-old son, his wife specifically strongly confirmed
Are we drawing? One of my OCs.
The night of August 30th into the 31st, even providing times that she saw him. However, his son provides a slightly different account, claiming that his father was not home the night of August 30th and had likely left the house. Although, the investigation does concede that James's son was at his friend's house that night and arrived home late, when both his mother and father were already in bed, so he was unlikely to have seen his father before he went to sleep, leading him to believe that he was not home. Apart from his family, other paparazzi and colleagues were asked about his whereabouts, and most confirmed that he was not in Paris at the time, as he was not seen at the Ritz by anyone present, nor was he caught on any CCTV footage. Although, there was one colleague who did state that he was in Paris, and in her account of events, she claims that although she was not personally at the Ritz or at the tunnel at the time of the accident, James had apparently told her later on that he was indeed at the Ritz the night of the crash, and that he was apparently in possession of photos of the crash that would, quote, cause a real stir when they were published. This conversation had taken place during Christmas of 1997 at her home when he visited her to complete a photographic
like 2 seconds to get over to the fucking...
She stated that he seemed to be bragging about this.
Over to France from England.
Writing a book regarding the death of the princess that would include the pictures.
Europe is so fucking small.
Upon hearing this recount of events and the story that
birthday
James
twinsies? Oh, is your birthday on the 29th too?
The investigators of Operation Paget determined that although the witnesses seem to be truthful and have no ulterior motives, there is much more overwhelming evidence that James was not in Paris at the time of the crash, and that this story that was told to them was likely a fabrication. Regardless of these eyewitness accounts, the investigators turned their eye to the Fiat Uno in James's possession. The car itself was said to have matched the description given by the witnesses at the scene, as it was the same color, make, and model, and matched the description of being old and heavily used. At the time of the crash, James's Fiat Uno was found to have over 300,000 kilometers of mileage on it. During the initial French investigation, French police thoroughly examined the car, and during this examination, they found that there were multiple parts of the car that were either repainted or replaced, specifically areas on the left side, where investigators determined was the likely point of contact this car must have had with the princess's Mercedes. Although this repainting and replacement is actually what led investigators to rule this car out from the one involved in the crash for a couple reasons. Firstly, the original paint on the car, Bianco 210, didn't match the paint scratch left on the Mercedes during the crash. Secondly, it was found out that the paint job done on the repainted parts
If you were to
of
laugh at
James's
someone who's
Uno
injured, how
was
would
done
you
well
describe your
before the
pointing
time
and
of the
laughing?
accident, indicating that
What?
the paint job wasn't an attempt to hide anything on the vehicle. Both James's wife
Yeah,
and son
me.
were also adamant that the white Fiat Uno belonging to James had been at the house the entire night of August 30th and could not have been in Paris at the time of the crash. Now you may be wondering, throughout the investigation, why is it that all of the witness testimonies come from James's wife and son? Why did James not testify in his own defense? The answer to this question, although
This.
simple,
That's the
is
point.
center point to
And the
another
arm
very
over the
troubling
stomach.
mystery. James died in a car fire on May 4th, 2000. His car was found in a remote and secluded forested area in the south of France, where his body was found burned in his car after an accelerant was poured over himself and his vehicle. His death was ruled a suicide. According to investigation by French police at the time of his death, James had apparently over himself and his vehicle. His burned in his car after an forested area in the south of France, where his body was found burned in his remote and secluded forested area in the south of France, where his body was found burned in his car after an accelerant was poured over himself and his vehicle. His death was ruled a suicide. According to investigation by French police at the time of his death, James had apparently discussed his suicidal thoughts with his friends and had even detailed that he would do it by setting himself on fire in his car. The reason for his suicidal ideation seemed to be unclear, as some friends remember him saying if anything happened to his family, he'd commit suicide, or if his wife ever left him, he'd commit suicide, or just plainly that he wanted to commit suicide. Some also stated that he was concerned about how he would fund his son's new and expensive career, but investigations into his bank accounts showed steady income and no indication of financial burden. Some, including Muhammad al-Fayed himself, pointed to this very suspicious death as an indication of conspiracy, stating that the owner of the Fiat Uno, who was most likely there the moment the princess's car crashed, was murdered by MI6 to stop him from divulging what he saw and what he did. Although, throughout the police investigation and eyewitness statements, the only point of suspicion was a hole found in the left side of James's head at the time of his death, which was later determined to have been a result of the fire rather than any external factor. All of the eyewitness statements claim that he was alone in the car when he was driving on his way to the forest the night of his death, and there was no evidence of another vehicle or another person around when he died, definitively confirming his death to have been a suicide.
It is heartbreaking to lose such a human being, especially when she was only 36. This is not a time for recriminations, but for sadness. However, I would say that I always believed the press would kill her in the end. But not even I could imagine.
The death of Diana, Princess of Wales, came as a shock to Britain and the world. Whether it was her lifelong advocacy, from clearing landmines in Angola and breaking myths against those suffering from AIDS during the AIDS crisis, or her vulnerability about her life and struggles with mental health, love for Diana was cemented in the hearts of the people, and at her death, the millions she touched mourned her loss.
Because she was the princess of the people, and this is the worst news this country has heard for some time.
What do you mean by the princess of the people?
Well, she was for the people. People could relate to her as an individual and as part of the royal family, despite what had gone on in the past. She was the people's person.
In the days following her death, millions of people came to Kensington Palace, Buckingham Palace, and the Alma Tunnel in Paris to lay flowers to remember her. The volume of people coming out to remember the princess was so high that the palace had to ask mourners to stop leaving flowers, as the amount of bouquets left at Kensington Gardens had reached 5 feet deep in some areas. Her funeral a few days later became one of the most watched broadcasted events in history, with approximately 2.5 billion people who watched the funeral from around the world. Although, with such a high-profile death as Diana's, the royal family was not exempt from scrutiny during this time. After years of sentiments that the royal family was excluding and ostracizing the princess, the public had much to say about their handling of the funeral. Particularly, the fact that the Queen's public address regarding Diana's death came late, 5 days after the accident. Buckingham Palace was also fearful for Prince Charles, as his treatment of Diana had made him deeply unlikable to the British public. This was made worse by the fact that many criticized him for wearing a navy blue suit to her funeral rather than the traditional mourner's black. His reasoning for the decision was simple. Diana had always preferred him in blue. Diana's funeral also set an entirely new precedent when it came to the flag above Buckingham Palace, as it stood bare for days after Diana's death, unlike the many flags across England that had been lowered to half-mast. The reason the flagpole stood bare was because the Queen was not currently in residence at Buckingham Palace, and the royal standard could never be flown at half-mast because it was a symbol of the monarchy. But in the face of mounting public pressure, Buckingham Palace flew the British flag for the first time, lowering it half-mast at her funeral. The impact of her death on the public was also tangible, and led to something Britain had rarely seen before, called the Diana effect, which led to a significant increase in the suicide rate, specifically among women of similar age to Diana, as well as an increase in people reaching out to mental health services for issues relating to grief and depression. In the week of her death and funeral, calls to police had dropped around 30%, with a 28% drop in public offenses. According to a poll done by The Guardian of over 1,000 people, almost a quarter of them voted that Princess Diana's death was the most significant event in British history in the last 100 years. The global impact of Princess Diana is an irreplaceable part of British history and has led to an entirely new and more modern take on a centuries-old monarchy. Her ability to completely revitalize the public view of the royal family made her a royal the world has never seen and is likely to never see again. Her influence has truly stood the test of time, and in the hearts of the millions who loved her, she will forever remain the people's princess.
Damn. My mom loves Princess Diana, or loved, I guess, because Diana's dead. But I remember I saw images of my mom when she was like, must have been like 16, anywhere in that age range, and I'm like, you have the Princess Diana cut, and she's like, yeah, I made my hair look like Princess Diana, but it wasn't as good. And it's funny because my mom, she lived like all the way over in Uruguay. She didn't live anywhere near England, but that's like how far her reach spread. It's crazy to think about. All right, we got one more. This one is about the Unabomber. I've watched this before. I've watched this on stream before, but a lot of people are new here, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. Do this one. I was unaware her influence radiated so far. It's nice to hear. My mom really did love her. She still talks about sometimes if I mention it, she'll say like, "Oh man, I love Princess Diana." Yeah, she really looked up to her.
In 1942, Theodore or Ted Kaczynski was born in a Chicago
Kaczynski,
hospital.
Ted Kaczynski,
Wanda, who'd grown up
the
in a relatively
Unabomber.
poor immigrant family from southern Ohio, and his father, Theodore, described as a blue-collar intellectual who'd spend the better part of his life selling sausages. As a baby, his mother later described Ted as happy and normal until around a year after his birth.
Have you seen the image of Prince Harry compared to Diana's tennis coach? No.
Isolated in hospital. It's said that after this week-long experience in hospital, Ted had become a dead lump emotionally and wouldn't respond to anyone in any way. Eventually, Ted would of course return to normal, but Ted's mother had later said that this experience had shaped Ted's hatred for his mother, as well as a fear of abandonment by his parents. Ted himself, though, says the opposite. While he doesn't deny that this experience affected him at all, he later said that, "As I look back on it now, I don't think that I was any more anxious about being left alone than the average kid of my age." He'd also said that, after 13 years old, my parents never again mentioned my supposed fear of being abandoned by them, until many years later, when my mother resuscitated the myth of that hospital experience in exaggerated and melodramatic form. But as we'll see in later years, this was only the first of many events that would later influence his life. During his early years living in the heart of Chicago, Ted had described himself as shy but still able to make friends and socialize in his neighborhood in elementary school. However, because the kids on his block had been, quote, turning to delinquency, he decided to take a step back and spend more time alone. At around 7 years old, Ted's parents would have his baby brother, David Kaczynski, before moving to Evergreen Park, where his parents hoped Ted would have better friends to play with. But this was when the first big turning point in Ted's personality would happen. After transferring to a new school, a guidance counselor recommended that Ted skip a grade because of his advanced understanding of various subjects and high IQ.
No!
And so, Ted
Don't skip a grade!
Going directly
it doesn't help!
A decision he
it
says
makes it
was a
worse!
disaster for him. Now, with kids a year older, he struggled to be
Good for
accepted
me.
by them and was often subjected to insults by whom he
Ted
described
sounds
as
amazing.
the dominant
No.
and tough kid. Along with this, Ted recalls that after having his little brother, his mother's personality had become more pessimistic.
No. Ted Kaczynski was not an amazing man.
He says his parents would have frequent outbursts.
Did I skip a
of rage
grade?
during which his face would be
Functionally, yes. Technically, no. Yeah, it's that Ted. So the way that it worked for me is that I ended up in a highly capable program. It was like it was a thing for like really smart kids, right? And I ended up in this program when I was in the 4th grade, and in the 4th grade they had 4th graders doing 5th grade work, or no, they had 3rd graders doing 4th grade work, and 4th graders doing 5th grade work. Because I was in 4th grade at the time, it was the middle of the year they decided to transfer me to this class. They kept me in with the 3rd graders doing 4th grade stuff. So I was in these highly capable classes, but I was still doing the same grade stuff that I was always doing because they didn't want to change my curriculum like out of nowhere at the gate. So again, to reiterate, in this class, 3rd graders were doing 4th grade stuff, 4th graders were doing 5th grade stuff. I was with the 3rd graders that were doing 4th grade stuff. Okay. The next year, I moved to the next class, and I went from 4th grade doing 4th grade doing 4th grade stuff to 5th grade doing 6th grade stuff. And I never had any foundation in 5th grade. So I never learned anything that was 5th grade specific. I never learned any of the math from 5th grade. I never did any of the like general education 5th grade stuff. So functionally, I skipped 5th grade because they put me doing like pre-algebra and all this other stuff when I was in 5th grade. So I did kind of, hello, Kudo 108, thanks so much for the follow. I skipped 5th grade, but I wasn't like younger than anybody in my class or anything. I was I was with the other like gifted kids, quote unquote. And you know, we were all in our own lane. We were all in our proper age range, our proper age groups for our grades. But because they transferred me in the middle of the year, they didn't skip grades. I was the only one that skipped a grade. Technically, you also did 2 years of 6th grade. No, what I did was that I went from 4th grade. I did 4th grade. In 3rd grade, I wasn't in the gifted program. So all I did was 3rd grade stuff. So 3rd grade, I did 3rd grade. 4th grade, I did 4th grade stuff. 5th grade, I did 6th grade stuff. And then in 6th grade, I did middle school stuff. So like pre-calc and all this other stuff. Not pre-calc, Jesus. In 6th grade, I did like 7th grade, you know. I did pre-algebra and stuff like that. I didn't have any foundational I didn't have any foundation in 5th grade. I didn't learn anything from the 5th grade. I never yeah, they just kept moving me along. And it wasn't much of a problem, except I did really, really bad in math. And for the longest time, I didn't know why. And I had a teacher, is the same teacher that would rip up my my art projects and stuff. I had a teacher who would always call me a fucking idiot for not getting math concepts or asking her. I remember there was this one time where we were doing like area and perimeter, right? And she gave us like a pop quiz. It was like the only time she's ever given us a pop quiz. It was so weird that she gave us that pop quiz. But for the people coming back from the ad, I'm talking about this weird thing that happened when I was in one of those classes. I had a really shitty teacher, and we were doing an area and perimeter pop quiz, and I was given the thing and I couldn't remember the formulas. I couldn't. It was really simple stuff. It really was. But it was really simple stuff. Genuinely. Shanaru, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Pepsi raid. Yummy. I'm just talking about my schooling experiences. So we had this like pop quiz for area and perimeter, and it was something really simple. Like in hindsight, it was definitely something really simple. She gave us these little slips of paper that, yeah, it was the area of a square or rectangle or something, and I couldn't remember the formula for it. Hello, motherfucker. I couldn't remember the formula for it, man. I really couldn't. And I wrote on the pop quiz, I was like, you know what? Honesty is the best policy. I don't know how to do this, and I need help. So I wrote on the pop quiz. I wrote on the pop quiz, I am not sure how to do this. I need help. Could you please help me out? And she was going through the pop quizzes while we were all like doing our own thing, and she got to mine, and she wasn't like doing this out loud or anything. She was just looking through the pop quizzes and grading them, and I could thank you. She stopped when she got to one of them, and she looked at it, and she looked at me, and she was like, "This one is yours?" And I looked at it and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's mine." And she's like, "You don't know how to do this?" And I'm like, "No, that's why I asked." And she's like, "Are you an idiot? How do you not know how to do this? Do you not pay attention when I teach you? Are you stupid?" And I'm like, "What? I'm 12." And my classmates were looking at me and they were like, "What the fuck is going on?" I'm like, "Huh?" She was looking at me like, why the fuck do you not know how to do this? What is your problem? You have to pay attention to my class. Stop drawing your stupid pictures. And I was like, "Oh, okay." I'm sorry. But that was the same teacher that would like rip up all my shit. It's the same teacher that would rip up all my drawings and stuff. People ask me all the time, they're like, "Why did you choose notebook paper as your like representation?" And it's because I really, really, really like I really, really like drawing on notebook paper. I got really familiar with drawing on notebook paper because when I was around that age, when I was 12 and 13, I had the same teacher twice in a row. 12 and 12. It was 11 and 12 or 12 and 13. I don't remember. I had that same teacher for 2 years, and I learned that I couldn't bring any of my expensive sketchbooks, you know, the ones that are like super nice and super bound, I couldn't bring them to school because if she saw me drawing on anything, it didn't matter. It didn't matter if it was like a whiteboard. It didn't matter if it was like paper. It didn't matter if it was like construction paper, like scrap paper that I had been like doing math problems on. If she saw me drawing on anything, she would grab it out of my hands and she would rip it in half and she would throw it away. And I didn't want to bring any of my expensive sketchbooks because I was a poor kid growing up. I didn't want to bring any of my like good sketchbooks to the to school because I didn't want her to grab them and rip them up. And so I started drawing on notebook paper because it was like more how you say it, like expendable, I guess. Were any faculty aware? Were they useless too? I didn't know. I didn't know that teachers weren't supposed to be that way. I didn't know that teachers were. I thought that that was what happens when you are in like a highly capable program. I thought that was just like the regular, like just something that they did. Did you ever bring that up to your parents? Yes, but we really couldn't do anything about it. I don't know. I remember my mom complained and she never got, nobody was ever able to help us out. And we didn't really know what to do because it's like, I think also I just told them to just leave it be. But it was such a bad time. I remember I was so desperate to draw. I found out, you know, those like dark blue chairs that you would sit on in school. I found out that if I took an eraser to those, if I took an eraser to the like textured part that you like sit on, especially the part that like the back of the chair, I would get so desperate to draw, I would turn around and I would use my eraser to draw on the backs of my chairs just so I could like rub it away whenever she would walk past me. Because she hated me. She hated me drawing so much. She hated me drawing so much. I remember it would be like, it would happen so often. We would get like whiteboards for like quick exercises and she would see me drawing and then erasing and then drawing and then erasing. And she came out once and she just grabbed the shit out of my hands, and it was like my whiteboard. It was my my whiteboard markers, at least. She just like would grab them out of my hands, and she would be like, just use paper because I can't trust you with this stuff. And I'm like, what's the problem? Why can't I draw? Because it's not like I was not doing the problems. I would do the problem and then I would draw. Like, so like if this was the whiteboard, I would do the problem here and then I would draw like up here. And she would see that and she would take it from me. That should be allowed though. See, that's what I thought, man. Zalazuri, thank you so much for the follow. She was a psycho though. She was absolutely a psycho. That was back when I was younger. When I was younger, I thought that I was a lesbian, and I remember my friends didn't tell me about this like for years and years and years. But I was talking to one of my friends from back then who like we were 20 when we were talking about this, but we went back and we were talking about the our time during that in that classroom, and my friend was like, you know, when we told her once that you were gay, and I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, we told her once that you were gay, and she said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. She looks like she would be one. And I'm like, what? She said that? I'm like, holy fuck. And I'm like, you guys didn't tell me? They're like, no, we were 12. We didn't know that was a bad thing. She was our teacher. I'm like, man, fuck. What does that mean? Well, it was like, I don't remember exactly what she said, but it was something, it was either, yeah, she looks like a queer, or yeah, she looks like a D-slur. It was something like that. It was something along those lines. I can't remember. I think it might have been queer or something, but that was just the kind of person that she was. She just hated me so much for like no fucking reason. And I'm like, I'm just sitting here, man. And you know, the funny thing is, I was the best student when it came to like math, when it came to like English and stuff and essays and shit like that, because people would come to me when they needed help with their English assignments. But whenever it came to math, I was an idiot. I was a fucking fool. And I still am. Actually crazy how someone like that was allowed to teach. She's still teaching. Last I checked, she's still teaching. I check all the time. Just to see. I'm like, how many of these motherfucking kids have you traumatized? And yeah, she's still teaching to this day. She was so horrible. I remember back then, I've talked about this before, but I had a friend back then, and my friend had she had a really troubled home life, and my friend was missing from school for a long time. Like she would go like long stretches of time without nobody being able to hear anything from her. We just wouldn't be able to see her, which sucked because she was my best friend at the time. And she was like the only other person that I had that was close enough to me that the teacher hated too. And we were on a field trip this one day, and that was when she finally came back. And I remember I have like this core memory of sitting on the bus and looking outside and seeing my friend talking to the teacher that I've been talking about, and the teacher like yelling at her, and the teacher yelling at her in front of her dad. And I remember her looking down and like rubbing the back of her hand on her eye. And I was like, man, I wonder what happened. And the next time I saw her, like a week or two later, I was like, so where have you been? And she's like, my mom and my dad had like a really bad fight and I had to call the cops. And I'm like, shit, that's bad. And she had told the teacher this, but she didn't, the teacher didn't give a shit. Lila, oh my god, fucking Lila. I'm so stupid. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Insane thing to raid into. Yeah, I'm talking to my chat about my shitty teacher from elementary, middle school. Hope that you had a good stream. We've mostly been drawing today. Did a bunch of drawing today, actually. We've been doing a lot of drawing today. I haven't been doing a lot of talking, but I have been doing a lot of drawing. Gonna miss out on shitty teacher talk? Yeah, it's okay though. We were watching some documentaries and stuff. Some true crime documentaries. This is what we worked on earlier. Some other shit that we worked on earlier. Where's the other thing that I worked on? There it is. Cutie. True crime especially. Yeah, we have the this is a documentary about Ted Kaczynski. I don't know if you've seen, we have a pinned comment of the channel that we've been watching. If you haven't watched Unpredictable on YouTube, you totally should. They have really, really good coverage of true crime events, and they're not the kind that interrupt the middle of the video with, "Hey guys, sorry about this, but let's listen to this video is brought to you by our sponsor, Audible." They have a very nice, soothing narrator voice, very concise. They also actually look up the pronunciations of victims and the places that they're from, instead of being like, I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm just gonna butcher it. So it's really good. It's a really good channel, and they have a lot of really good videos that are great to draw to. So definitely check them out. It's my pet peeve. Yeah, they have a video on some murders that happened, I believe, in India, and all of their as far as I know, all of their names and places and all of this stuff were researched to figure out their pronunciations. And she pronounces it in a way that feels natural, at least to me, to somebody who doesn't speak whatever language she might be talking about. And they're also French Canadians, which means that they pronounce French words pretty well too. So yeah, totally recommend them. They're super, super good. Anyway, let's I know that you said you're going to go to bed, so go ahead and go to bed. Didn't want to keep you, but if you like true crime, definitely recommend that channel. And I hope that you have a lovely rest. We're gonna finish up our Ted Kaczynski video, and then we will go to we will fucking end the stream. The name is unpredictable. It's pinned, but here. I'm gonna send that again. Remember when you said you weren't gonna go that long at the start? I know. I got too engrossed in the video essays. It was just very chill. It's very chill to listen to a video and hang out with chat, you know? I am still sleepy though. I need to get a couple. I'll get a couple of Overwatch games in at the end, and then I'll probably go to sleep because I need to finish up my tank games. You're welcome. Thank you so much again for raiding. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and finish our video. We've got 26 minutes left in it, so we're still going to be here for a healthy amount of time. Come on.
Contorted, and she would wave her clenched fists while unleashing a stream of unrestrained verbal abuse. Because of these things, Ted spent more and more time alone and quickly became bored with his friends and with school. Later, Ted would again skip a grade and go straight into his senior year. At this point, Ted had become resentful towards his parents and his guidance counselors for creating the pressure of getting good grades. I took no pride in my grades and resented the school, so a couple of times I did cheat on exams. I never felt ashamed of this. With a good academic record and advanced understanding of subjects like math, Ted was encouraged to apply to Harvard. As a part of the application, he was required to write an autobiographical essay where he describes himself as unsocial and someone who keeps to himself, character traits that would later shape his time at Harvard. So, at 16, Ted graduated high school and started university at Harvard. Ted later said that he wasn't particularly excited about going, as the pressure and tension was starting to get to him. In part because of the social aspect, but also because he was going to be living alone at 16 years old. Ted, more now than ever, felt completely isolated. The statement that I isolated myself from my classmates is not quite correct. It would be more accurate to say that my classmates isolated me. They never invited me to go anywhere with them or do anything with them. They never invited me to their rooms. They showed little or no interest in having conversations with me. I did at first try to make friends with them, but they appeared unresponsive. In his second year at Harvard, Ted was convinced, against his better judgment, to join a psychological study that measured how people reacted under stress. Students who joined the study were told to write an essay detailing their personal values and ideologies.
Wait, shit. Rennie, you say that you went to the same college that this guy went to?
It was described as sweeping.
You went to Harvard?
Abusive. Unbeknownst to the students, who were told the experiment would be 1 year long, it took place over 3 academic years, and it was said that Ted had spent 200 hours in the study. Was this when Ted's distrust in science and technology formed? Ted says that while he despised the experiment and the people involved, it had no significant effect on his life. It's impossible to say what exactly sparked Ted's anti-tech ideology, but it's likely that, during his Harvard years, a mix of personal issues along with his critique of society was enough for him to put together a theory to explain his anger and isolation. On one hand, he was becoming more and more distant from his family and began to resent them, as previously mentioned. Ted had felt his mother had become verbally abusive, and he'd been pressured to achieve at Harvard and in clubs.
Yo!
Socially, Ted wasn't...
Brujita? Is that Brujita? Brujita! Oh, you're the cutie I see all the time on Twitter. Oh my goodness. Hi. Hi. Brujita is such a cute. Whenever I see your username, I think of my dad. He used to tell me whenever I didn't brush my hair, he would tell me that I looked parece como un bruja. He would tell me that I looked like a witch. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Love your model. Love your love your vibes. Your dad too. Fuck yeah, man. My parents also used to say, whenever I woke up in the morning and I had bedhead, oh my God, what did they say? They would say, I can't remember exactly how they said it in Spanish, but they would say that I brushed it looks like I brushed my hair with a firecracker. I don't remember exactly how they phrased it, but they would say that it looks like I brushed my hair with a firecracker. Every time I see your name, I always think of those two phrases from them. It's so fucking funny. But sorry, what were you up to? What were you guys doing? Brushing your hair with a firecracker is a way to get rid of hair. So true. So true. So true. De verdad. De verdad. I was drawing. Ooh, do you want to pay the art tax? If you gotta go, you gotta go. But if you want to show anything that you were doing on stream, I would love to see it. I would love to look at it with my eyes. Like that gif of SpongeBob and Patrick when they're scanning the map and they're like, their eyes everywhere. Brujita did a lot on stream. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm drawing my OC's boobs right now, personally. I drew some other stuff earlier, but I've been productive today in the sense that I've been doing a lot of drawing, but not a whole lot of talking. Your OC has nice boobs. Thank you. Thank you. All of my OCs have nice boobs. I love drawing boobs. The eyes are even better. Oh my God, thank you. I love their weird little fish eyes. Boobs are their favorite to draw because they're fun. They're fun. It's fun to draw boobs. It's fun to draw boobs. Boobs of all shapes and sizes. Especially boobs on men. I love a hairy man tit. I don't have any Avery's to show. Actually, wait. Is this the file where I have Avery on it? Hold on. Edison, move out of the way. Oh my God, it is. There he is. I found him. He's back here. I drew this weeks ago. No, this is a different one of my OCs. This is my OC Avery. So he has hair on his chest. I just didn't finish this drawing. There's his happy trail. Eating a hot dog while his hot dog is not out. It's not out. It's away. It's put away. It's put away. He put it away. I wouldn't let him have his dog out. Oh, let me look. Whoa, that's so cute. Oh my God, look at this. That's adorable. That's so pretty. He does have a happy trail, yes. Oh my God. Oh my God, these colors. Oh my God, this is amazing. A little retweet there. Dude, this is so fucking good. This is so gorgeous. Amazing job. Holy shit. And I love your little horns. Cute little horns. Cute little horns. Cute little horns. Wait. Where's the thing that I... No, that's not it. That's not it. There it is. There you go. Pet, 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 pet. You're showing off somebody's art while the Unabomber is in the corner. Ignore that. Not now, Ted. Not now, Ted. There's anime girls to look at. Oh, this is gorgeous. I've always loved your art style. It's so cute. I really love the short hair that you have. I don't know if it's like super new, but it was I did see it earlier and it's so cute. It's so cute. You're like one of the most stylish VTubers we got around these days. Thank you for the pet. Now we a match. I see you everywhere, girl. You're gonna take over the internet one day. So gorgeous. Thank you so much for rating. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. I love the blue purple, actually. I know, right? Let me get this fucking thing out of the way so you can actually see the gradient in the hair. It's so gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous work. And I love the hands. The hands you did amazing on. Especially like the little ones here in the back. Gosh. Gosh. So good. So good. So good. Yeah, they have horns up here. I know you couldn't see because I was petting. I was... Glasses look almost bi-flag when zoomed out. True. True, true. Miss Atlas, may I ask a question? What's up? What's up, man? What do you want? Am I college ruled? Yeah. I've always thought that I should rename my NSFW art tag to wide ruled. I feel like that would make sense. I feel like it would be funny. It's just, I haven't done it yet. It's not like anybody uses that tag anyway, but doesn't look tight enough to be college ruled. Hey, I'm plenty tight. Well, anyway, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that a lot. If you need to go and run and take care of yourself post stream, I totally get it. But no, we don't need to go back. Brain? Sorry, it's been 8 hours. M4 Blitz, thanks for the follow. But if you got to take care of yourself, go ahead. Feel free. Thank you so much for the raid. Love your art. Love to see you around. And gracias por el raid.
Much better, feeling more and more isolated from other students.
Love all your OCs. Thank you.
Ted was the
I need to draw more of his
snobbery,
boobs.
as he called it, at Harvard. On the other hand, as Ted became increasingly immersed in Harvard's readings and courses, he started
Yes, you
to
should
believe
follow
that
Brujita.
Technology and science were destroying nature and people's individual freedom, and Harvard was contributing to it. By the end of his years at Harvard, Ted was offered a student teaching position at the University of Michigan, where he decided he'd pursue a postgraduate education. While at Michigan, Ted had become increasingly dissatisfied with math. Pure math was more of a game to him, nothing to make a career out of, but he says, if I quit my mathematical career, I could expect to get drafted. The Vietnam War had been going on for years at that point, but becoming a soldier to Ted was becoming just another gear in the system. As he says, I would never become a docile and willing slave to the machine. Ted had begun to feel an immense hopelessness in his life and career, but it all changed when he says, because the future looked utterly empty to me, I felt I wouldn't care if I died, and so I said to myself, why not really kill my psychiatrist or anyone else whom I hate? Ted had had the idea of living in the wilderness for a while now, and this was the perfect excuse. He says his plan was to
This is my
detach
national
himself
background.
completely from
I'm from
society,
Uruguay.
kill someone he hated, and then evade capture for long enough to kill
I
again.
live in the States, though.
He took an assistant teaching job at the University of California, Berkeley to save up enough money to execute his plan. By 1972, Ted had built a cabin in the wilderness just outside of Lincoln, Montana, and he didn't have electricity or running water and would occasionally ride his bike into Lincoln to visit the library and supplement the food he grew. Often, when I was alone in the woods and for a long time, my anger would fade away, and I would have a good feeling towards the human race, but only until I was awakened at night by a sonic boom, or disturbed by the sound of a motorcycle tearing up the mountain meadows, or reminded of the fact that my health might
Ever
be
plan
dependent
or
on
want to
the
visit
judgment of the
Uruguay? I
jerks
don't know.
responsible for
Maybe one
maintaining
day.
storage facilities for atomic waste. As time went on,
Maybe one
Ted had
day.
witnessed how civilization had affected the wilderness around him, and by 1975, he'd started to set small traps in his surroundings, stretching a wire on a motorcycle trail at neck
Really, the
height,
only reason that I would have ever
vandalizing
gone to
other
Uruguay
people's
is to
homes,
visit my
smashing
grandpa,
windows,
but my
and
grandpa
pumping
died a
people's
couple months
tires.
ago, so...
But these traps started escalating.
I don't know.
My happiness in my Montana hills is spoiled every time an airplane passes over, or anything happens that reminds me of the inescapability of civilization. There was just one thing that really made me determined, and that was the desire for revenge. I wanted to kill some people, preferably including at least one scientist, businessman, or other big shot. And so, his bombing campaign had started. In 1978, Ted had made a makeshift bomb inside of a box that was designed to detonate after opening. After finding the name of an electrical engineering professor at Northwestern University, he addressed the package to him. But after going into downtown Chicago to mail the bomb, he realized it didn't fit in any of the mailboxes. Because of this, he left it in a parking lot near another university, hoping a student or professor would pick it up and be injured. The next day, someone had found the package and delivered it to the professor who it was addressed to, but, obviously suspicious, the professor had called campus security, at which point an officer opened the package, and the bomb was detonated. The officer only sustained minor injuries, and the incident wasn't really reported on. Ted himself wrote, "I checked the newspapers carefully afterwards, but could get no information about the outcome of what I did. The papers seemed to report only crimes of special importance." So, Ted got to work again. The next year, in 1979, he'd again traveled to Northwestern University and left a bomb disguised in a cigar box. That afternoon, a graduate had opened it and the resulting explosion caused cuts and burns, but again, no serious injury. This one, however, was enough to be put in the day's newspaper at the Chicago Tribune, and upon reading, Ted writes, "Well, at least I put him in the hospital, which is better than nothing, but not enough to satisfy me. I wish I knew how to get a hold of some dynamite." Later that year, Ted set his sights on a higher risk target, this time an airplane. Equipped with a barometer, Ted says his bomb was set to detonate at 2,000 feet, but only partially detonated at 34,500 feet before smoke filled the cabin and the plane made an emergency landing. Nobody was injured, but because of the safety concern, the FBI had started an investigation. A task force, including the ATF and U.S. Postal Inspection Service, was formed and named Unabomb, codename for University and Airline Bombing. The FBI noted that the bombs had a sort of junkyard appearance to them, made by someone who was no doubt clever, but still figuring it out as they go. Again, a year later, Ted had mailed a bomb in a hollowed-out book to the then president of United Airlines. He was hospitalized for severe cuts and burns, but didn't die. At this point, Ted had begun leaving false clues in his bombs. He would carve the initials FC into various metal components and leave bits of bark or twigs in the bombs. Over the next few years, Ted would continue mailing and placing bombs at various universities and airline locations, each new bomb being more powerful than the last. The FBI, during this time, had little to no forensic clues as to who this bomber, now dubbed the Unabomber, was. They knew that the bombs were homemade, with materials you can get almost anywhere, and they theorized that the Unabomber may have an interest in wood, as wood seemed to be the theme for a lot of his bombs.
I also have an interest in wood.
In the 4 years between 1981 to 1985, Ted had sent 7 bombs, most of which severely injured the recipient, but 2 of which had been defused. But, at the end of 1985, things would change. Ted had gone to California to place a bomb behind a computer store in Sacramento, disguising it as a scrap of lumber. This time, however, upon picking it up, the bomb detonated and the owner of the store was killed. The Unabomber had taken his first life. The FBI originally thought that, because the areas being bombed were mostly universities, their suspects should be around universities.
It surprised me, I didn't expect that.
And so, they narrowed down their search to people born after 1955. Ted was born in 1942. But that didn't mean that all hope was lost, because 2 years later, while dropping off another bomb behind a computer rental store and severely injuring the owner, 2 witnesses had later said that they'd seen the man who dropped off the bomb. They recalled a hoodie, aviator glasses, and facial hair, and so the infamous Unabomber sketch was made. Finally, the FBI task force had something to go off of. At the same time, Ted had begun getting confident. He decided to send a letter to the San Francisco Examiner claiming that the bombs were the work of a terrorist group called the Freedom Club. Remember, Ted had stamped the initials FC on previous bombs. The FBI later confirmed that he was working alone, so this mention of a group of people is probably another deliberate red herring. To prove he was the real person, Ted gave details from his bombs that only he and the FBI would know, and at the end of the letter, he explained his motives. Without wasting too much time, it was written that the group wanted the permanent destruction of modern industrial society. That means things like airplanes, radios, and paved roads. They say that even if a small elite of leaders and experts were to control society as they do now, even if their motives were unselfish, they would still have to exploit and manipulate us simply to keep the system running. This letter was not published by the Examiner. In fact, they later denied receiving any such letter at all. After this, Ted had taken a 6-year-long break, during which the bombings faded from public attention, and the FBI were nowhere closer to discovering who the Unabomber was. But Ted had come back hard. In one weekend in 1993, Ted had mailed 2 bombs, one to a geneticist, Charles Epstein, and the other to an accomplished computer scientist, David Galertner. Upon detonation, the first package had broken Epstein's arm and blown off 3 of his fingers. The second had rendered David's right hand useless, also causing him to lose sight in one eye and hearing in one ear. Ted was more thoughtful about David though, writing, "David is no cliché, but a highly intelligent, thoughtful, talented, and sensitive man. I consider that he deserved what he got, but that is a judgment that I do not adopt lightly, and it is one about which I have mixed feelings." Around the time that the Unabomber was active, the idea of radical environmentalism wasn't new. Groups and organizations had already expressed this notion. One group in particular, Earth First, was an advocacy group, focusing on action rather than protesting, but because of the aggressive nature of their activities, some had drawn a link between them and the Unabomber. At the time, while it was true that some Earth Firsters had grown fond of the Unabomber, and Ted had grown fond of the group, he thought of the group as more reformist than revolutionary. In a letter he wrote to the group, he suggested that they focus less on protecting small plots of land and more on wreaking havoc on the industrial system. The last 2 bombs, mailed in 1994 and 1995, were his most powerful yet. The first targeted an ad executive, Thomas Mosser, who'd helped Exxon repair their image after their oil spill 5 years earlier. His wife and his 2 daughters had been having a pretend tea party in the room beside Mosser when he was killed by the package. He was found by his wife, deceased on their kitchen floor. Officers who were on the scene that day had said that it was particularly devastating. The last bomb that Ted would mail was to Gilbert Murray, the president of a timber industry group in California. He'd opened the package and died in his office near the state's capital. This death would mark the end of the Unabomber's bombing campaign, but Ted didn't stop there.
Unrequited love between Ted and the FC.
He would send a batch of letters to various newspapers. In it, he says that he has a long article, between 29 and 37,000 words, that he wants published. If you can get it published according to our requirements, we will permanently desist from terrorist activities. The article will not explicitly advocate violence, nor will it propose the overthrow of the United States government, nor will it contain obscenity. The letter goes on to state that the article must be printed in its entirety. No attempt should be made to arrest the group, and while the group will desist from terrorism, they reserve the right to sabotage. The other letters had been sent to individuals, mostly saying that it would be in their best interest to stop their research in their respective fields. So, after around a month, Ted had left his cabin in Lincoln and mailed 3 copies of his manifesto to the New York Times, Washington Post, and Penthouse. But in the midst of this, Ted had also sent a letter to the San Francisco Examiner, saying that he'd blow up an airplane sometime in the next week. As a result, airport security was stepped up throughout the state, and the FAA directed airlines not to accept any mail flown in or out of California, grounding nearly 400,000 packages a day. But a bomb was never found in any of the packages, or detonated. In another letter later sent to the New York Times, the Unabomber wrote, "Since the public has a short memory, we decided to play one last prank to remind them who we are. But no, we haven't tried to plant a bomb on an airline recently." After sending letters back and forth with multiple publications, and after around 3 months of careful consideration about the pros and cons of publishing the manifesto, the Washington Post included it in their September 19th newspaper. It starts off with the now infamous line, "The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race." He writes that the industrial technological system has had severe damage on the natural world and has led to widespread psychological suffering, even inflicting physical suffering for people in third world countries. If it continues, it will reduce humans to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. So, Ted's solution is not to overthrow the government, but to destabilize the technological and economic aspect of society. His first point is a critique of modern leftism. He says that leftists as a community have feelings of inferiority and are hypersensitive, among other things. He gives the example that leftists have attached negative connotations to harmless words, like chick, oriental, or handicapped, and the people who are the most sensitive to these words usually don't even belong to the group they are supposed to offend. He also writes that most leftists want to conform to society's expectations, even though they appear to rebel against them. He uses the example of the white leftists advocating for black people to be pushed into higher profile jobs, like scientists and executives. He says that this is an example of the white leftist wanting to make the black man conform to white middle class ideals. Quote, "However much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values." Critics of the manifesto question why the Unabomber went this in-depth talking about leftists when later he refers to society as a whole. In the end, while it's not completely detached, it has little to do with his main point, and some say it seems like he's just venting. He then writes about what he calls surrogate activities. He says that because the modern man doesn't need to spend a whole lot of effort satisfying his basic physical goals, he makes up artificial goals to keep himself busy. This includes things like scientific work, athletic achievement, and sports. Because of this disruption of the power process, the process of putting in effort to achieve a goal, some have tried to satisfy this power process vicariously through other things. He uses the example of Americans satisfying their power process vicariously through their country's army, corporations, and politics. He then goes on to critique the motives of scientists. Usually scientists justify their research by saying that they wanted to benefit humanity, but Ted disagrees, saying that some fields do not benefit humanity in any way, like most archaeology or linguistics. He claims that, more often than not, scientists do research to satisfy their own power processes, and so, science marches on blindly, without regard to the real welfare of the human race. One of his big points is about individual freedom, or the lack of it. He describes his point best in a journal he wrote a couple years prior. Consider all the evils that are imposed by the system. To mention a few, air and water pollution, the threat of atomic war, overcrowding, etc. The individual living independently can at least responsibly attempt to alleviate his hardships. If he is cold, then he can make a fire. If game gets scarce, he can try at least to find an area where it is more plentiful. His decisions count. He is not helpless. But what can the individual do about air pollution or overpopulation?
I've never seen anybody
is that the important things in an individual's life are mainly under the control of large organizations. The individual is helpless to influence them.
Unless it was a different Nixon.
The individual can make their own decisions, as long as these decisions are unimportant to the system, like where they choose to live, what clothes they buy,
Big
and
things
what job
happening
they get.
in the Nixon fandom.
To much of the public's surprise, the Unabomber's manifesto was not only coherent, but somewhat agreeable. Of course, reception was mixed, some saying that the manifesto was well-researched and fairly focused. Others that his bombings
I know,
hindered his
man, I was
message,
joking.
And the rest claiming that he needs to be put in jail.
Factor. Secondly, when you had the FBI go 17 years through 3 deaths and 23 woundings without getting any clues as to who this guy is,
Nixon
I
Mayoshi.
believe that somewhere in this long, dull tract, there were some passages that someone would see and say, I know I've heard this before, and I think I know who this guy is.
The other thing that troubles me about this whole enterprise is the notion that somehow by publishing this, these 2 newspapers feel that they are advancing the cause of public safety, that they're basically guaranteeing the Unabomber won't strike again. I think that's a tremendous trap for news organizations to fall into. They don't know who this guy is. They can't sue him for breach of contract if he bombs again. And they really made a pact with the devil when they have no...
Speaking of jail, this manifesto seemed to be the FBI's big break, as they were hoping someone could recognize his writing as a past professor, student, or relative. The FBI did pick things up from the manifesto, though. The Unabomber had used words like broad or chick, meaning he was probably older than authorities had originally thought. It also seemed to confirm the fact that the Unabomber had grown up in Chicago, as sources say some terminology used was indicative of the newspapers in Chicago in the 1950s. But, from all the buzz about the bomber's manifesto and the abundance of tips that the FBI task force was getting, one man would recognize the writing that would eventually lead to Ted's arrest. David Kaczynski, Ted's brother. In fact, David's wife had had the suspicion that the Unabomber was Ted for a while now, but David, convinced that it wasn't, usually brushed the thought off. Reluctant at first, David was sent a copy of what seemed to be the manifesto's rough draft to the FBI and said that the person who wrote it was his brother. Upon reading it, they were almost certain that the two works had been written by the same person. And so, on April 3rd, 1996, 17 years after his bombing campaign had started, Ted Kaczynski was arrested at his cabin in Montana. During his trial later that year, he was sentenced to 8 life sentences, avoiding the death penalty.
Agents have taken into custody a man they suspect as the Unabomber. This drama is unfolding outside the tiny town of Lincoln, Montana, and Tom Foreman is there.
He was just a real quiet guy. You know, he came to town, he never bothered anybody, he never gave anybody a hard time, he was never in trouble, never was at the bars, just a real quiet guy. And, you know, if you had a conversation, it was a real intelligent conversation with him. You know, he's just not the guy that I would think would be the Unabomber.
What's interesting, though, is even decades after Ted's arrest, the public, especially younger people, still agree with his work, saying that it's more relevant now than ever. It's safe to say that most people fear the implications that widespread technology has had on humans, or what technological advancements will mean for society. A lot of young people seem to relate to the anti-tech sentiment expressed in the manifesto, and its deleterious effects on society. Surrounded by screens from early childhood, addicted to near-constant media consumption, often lacking basic in-person social skills, many sense a broader problem in their own individual capture by the tech Borg. They've grown up in an era marked by mounting terror about climate change, and in which conventional politics seem woefully insufficient to solve any problems, so Kaczynski's manifesto resonates. In his lifetime, Ted Kaczynski made a huge and lasting impact on society at the time, with his criticisms of the system and the consequences of his 17-year bombing campaign. In the end, Ted died at age 81 by suspected suicide, but the consequences of his influence has lasted generations.
Wow!
These mushrooms make you feel...
Shut up about mushrooms. That wasn't even... That took me to Dead Meat's channel. I don't know, Dead Meat channel. Oh, man. Oh, did he kill himself? I thought he did. Sucks. Or doesn't? IDK. I feel indifferent. Ted never saw an iPad toddler watching fruit stands to Baby Shark, and I think that this says so much about the industrial society we live in. I looked up his cause of death, and it was stated that he had late-stage rectal cancer. Yeah, I think that he might have just started refusing treatment or something one day. I don't know what it was. But I know that people thought that he killed himself. Oh, okay. My goodness, we've been going for a long time. Instead of leaving early like I said I was going to, it turns out that this is one of my longest streams yet. That's not my longest streams yet, but one of my longest streams in recent memory. Okay. Dance, bitch. Okay. Oh man, I'm tired. I have to play some Overwatch, bro. Gotta go play some Overwatch. Yo, let's play some Overwatch. Just kidding. All right. Who is online today? Over what? You're so funny. Raid Kai, obviously. No. I don't think that I'm gonna do that. I don't think that I'm gonna do that. I don't think so. Thanks for streaming. It was nice and chill. Hell yeah. Next time you guys see me, we will be streaming Friday, November 29th. That is my birthday. That will be my birthday. So yeah, please don't forget to stop by. We'll be playing Sonic and Shadow Generations. And just hanging out. That will also be the day that my merch store opens. I hope. I think so. I just need to make sure that this fucking deathmatch gets done. So yeah. Friday, November 29th, that will be my birthday and the opening of my merch store. You'll be able to get some keychains, a desk mat, a standee, and some other shit. And yeah. I hope that you guys had fun today. I had a good time today. I didn't know that today was going to be as fun as chill as it was. I was kind of, you know, sad because I wasn't talking much. I just didn't really have anything to talk about. I was fucking tired. But yeah. I had a great time. I had a great time. It was a good stream. It was a good stream. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid. I don't remember if I did already. Queen Never Cry Atlas? That's literally me. You joke, but that's like literally me. You guys want to raid big or small today? You guys want to raid big or small today? Big? Who do I have that is big? I have Project Melody. Shylily is sleeping. Shibuya Kaho is on? Oh, she's doing an IRL stream. Oh wow, she's so pretty. Oh my god, I just realized that my Firefox is still audible. Meet Mika is playing Gary's mod. Oh my god, I'm so I should stop saying that. Everybody knows that I'm sleepy. Shut up, Atlas. Jack's Films is on. Jack's Films is on late. Well, he's only been on for an hour. Amadal, Sanuki, Maya. Hello. Sandwich de Mexico. We're heading off, sorry. Let me look around the art tag and shit. Because I have a ton of there is a lot of like big streamers on today, but the only one that I can think of that I would raid is maybe Project Melody, because I've never raided her before. But she oh no, she's heading off. Never mind. Never mind. Let's see. Raid Jack's Films? Fuck no. That would be so embarrassing. I'd be too embarrassed. I'm too embarrassed to raid Jack's Films. Mel has follower only too. Yeah, but we've raided some people with follower only on before. It's fine. I've been meaning to raid her because back before I when I was debuting for the first time. She liked my debut tweet, and I was like, oh my god, Project Melody liked my debut tweet. Ah! So. No one good on right now? I mean, there's a ton of people good right now. It's just a matter of whether or not we wanted to raid certain people. It's a Saturday night, you know, people get kind of quirky on night. People get kind of quirky at night. Oh my god! Stop! Oh my god, is that what Octopimp looks like? Holy shit, he's cute. Hello? And his description is his description is a description of a burger. I didn't know Octopimp was hot. Do we pass on this message? What message? I don't know. Is he chill with VTubers? I can raid Octopimp. That's fine. He used to look more like a father who owned a grill. But he shaved and stopped slicking his hair. Yeah, he's cute. He's cute. He's in the process of becoming a VTuber. Oh, fuck yeah. Sure, why not? Whatever. Nothing to lose, I guess. I know that he was on VTuber Academy. I did see that. But whoops, that is the wrong emote. That is an Iron Mouse emote. All right. Don't copy that one. We're not going to do that one. We're not going to do that one. I don't want to make him uncomfortable. Okay. Okay, so next time we will next time we're here, we will be it'll be my birthday. I will be streaming on my birthday, Friday, November 29th. I hope to see you all there. And thank you guys for coming to my stream today. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it more than you know. It was a good stream today. It was a fun little stream. Yeah. I am gonna go play some Overwatch. Holy shit. See you guys. Bye.